ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 55, The Girl in the Crystal. Subaru was so transfixed by the girl sealed inside the crystal that he forgot to breathe. Such was the haunting, heartrending beauty before his eyes. Encased in the translucent, faint blue crystal was a girl sitting with legs folded. Frozen, may be an apt description, but unlike ice, which melts and releases whatever was inside, a crystal would remain eternally sealed until it was shattered. But surely, if this crystal were to be shattered, so would the body of the girl sealed inside. Subaru, why would? The words slipping from his lips carried a tinge of rage. Subaru was calm, but he certainly felt anger. There was no way to safely release the girl from the crystal. He didn't know what whoever did this might be planning, or what relation that person might have to this girl. He didn't know, but he couldn't stop it from tearing at his heart. Subaru, this is Louis-san. Isn't she? He stepped into the room, and, contrary to his memories of last time, there was no giant hole in the floor. Instead, settled in its place was the crystal. It was a tall crystal, set on a metallic base, which was the only equipment not in a state of disrepair in the otherwise ruined facility, shining like it was fresh out of a factory. Opposite the crystal were several tables lined up in a row, and Subaru realized that they were the same ones that were toppled and scattered over the room in the previous world. Same as last time, there were no lights in the room, but the faint glow of the moss on the walls ensured a certain degree of visibility. Instruments reminiscent of medical equipment that he had seen scattered against the wall were now in perfect condition. Sifting out these differences in his memories, Subaru arrived at the conclusion. Subaru, 6 days from now, this place will have been destroyed, in a way that no one could figure out what was going on in here. It would be inconvenient if anyone found out about this place. Sometime between now and the Great Rabbit's attack, the key components of this facility would be destroyed and its rubble buried into the darkness. But this time, Subaru arrived before that could happen. Subaru, and sure enough, the most likely candidate is Garfield. What made Subaru search here in the first place was his sense of unease towards Garfield's suspicious behavior. Determined to protect the sanctuary and with his unmistakable affection for Louis, there must be some reason unbeknownst to Subaru why Garfield would be doing this. Simply put, there weren't many people whose strength could match Garfield's, so, considering the extreme difficulty of actually destroying the facility, there was reason to believe it was Garfield. The question that remained would be, Subaru, what is this facility actually used for? Although the room was fortunately intact, Subaru's inspection yielded no obvious results. Aside from a girl who looked exactly like Louis encased inside a crystal fixed to the room, nothing stood out and caught Subaru's attention. In the back of the room, on the wall beyond the row of tables, Subaru saw the ventilation shaft that he had crawled through last time. Passing through it should land him back in the waiting room. Subaru, it's pretty late at this point, but what's with the weird layout? All this can't just be for one big room plus a waiting room. Contrary to the layout of the rooms inside, the exterior of the facility looked a lot larger than this. The more he tried to match his mental map with what he saw outside, the stronger the sense of incongruity became. There was enough space to conceal a whole other room. Cutting across the room, Subaru walked up to the wall beneath the ventilation shaft and began tapping to feel its surface. The moss-covered wall felt more like an animal's fur than actual moss. His knocks did not produce a sound, and, aside from lighting the room, they seemed to be also serving another purpose. Location-wise, if there was a mystery room, it would be on the other side of this wall. Subaru, considering how far I had to crawl, there should be a room half the size of this one. Unless there's some kind of rotating wall. There'd be no way to get into that room from here. In that case, the entrance might be in the waiting room. Last time, Subaru didn't have a chance to search every corner of the facility. Nor did he care to look for any hidden doors when he passed through the narrow waiting room this time. In fact, he was so preoccupied with the girl inside the crystal that he had neglected the waiting room entirely. On that thought, he turned around. When he came eye to eye with the person who had entered the room. Subaru, eh?
Question mark dash dash.
Meeting gazes with those emotionless eyes, he let a sound escape from his throat. The silhouette's round pupils stared back at Subaru. It was a girl wrapped in white cloth with long, pink hair.
A figure who looked exactly like Louis, but without any of the aura of the girl he knew. In fact, it gave off no aura at all.
Like empty space, it simply stood there.
In other words, Subaru, Louis Sans. Clone.
The word flickered across his mind, but he hesitated before applying it to the girl. Clone was just a title that Subaru had imagined. The truth is, he had no idea where the girls actually came from and felt a little guilty calling her that. Subaru, but then,
having no other name to call her with, he was stuck.
Watching Subaru fall into silence, the girl stood there quietly as well.
Her expression did not move, and even whether she was breathing was suspect.
Subaru hesitated to make the first sound, while the doll only waited to be addressed.
Seeing her quietly standing there, at last, Subaru made up his mind to open his mouth. Subaru, why?
You.
Can you understand what I'm saying? Question mark dash dash. Subaru, what's your name? Can I ask what you're doing here?
Actually, what is this place, anyway?
Question mark dash dash. Subaru, Sanctuary, Garfield, Louis, you know those words? Question mark dash dash.
3 questions were met with 3 bouts of silence. He thought the questions might have prompted her expression to change, but her face didn't move a muscle to any of the questions he asked.
As if she was simply incapable of expression. Nothing was happening, he was out of ideas.
But, just as Subaru was scratching his head, the girl suddenly moved. Subaru? The abrupt movement startled him, but the girl's pace was relaxed. Same as when he entered the room, the girl stepped through the waiting room door and walked to the center of the room with unhurried steps, until she was in front of the crystal. The girl inside the crystal looked exactly identical to the girl approaching it. Standing before the girl sealed in unwaking slumber, the unfettered girl bent over and reached for the lower part of the crystal's supporting base.
Question mark dash dash.
The lower part of the base opened with a clank, and Subaru's eyes widened. There seemed to be a flap on the lower section of the base that opened into some kind of storage space inside.
The girl squatted down and began working away, blocking his view of the interior as he stretched his neck.
Shifting around trying to see, Subaru decided to step closer and confirm its contents once and for all, when Subaru, An intense, putrid stench pierced his nostrils as Subaru covered his face, recoiling. The shocking odor corroded the membranes inside his nose, and the sensation of smelling it was closer to pain than shock. His eyes teared up as he was overtaken by the pressure of his stomach's contents rushing to his throat. Stench, it was the same putrid stench he remembered permeating the facility the last time he was here.
Like some chemical concoction, suspected to contain substances harmful to the human body.
Subaru was sure that it must have come from the collapsed hole in the ground, but Subaru, it was actually coming from inside that base, and the whole area around that crystal. Holding his nose, Subaru came to this conclusion as he drew closer with teary eyes. It felt as though the stench was seeping into his pupils as the sight of the oblivious girl buried in her work sent shivers down his spine. Then, as he peeked down at her hands from the side, his eyes shot wide open.
Inside the base, the girl's hands were fiddling around with an internal segment carved with incomprehensible patterns with magical minerals installed in various places.
The minerals were faintly glowing from their stores of internal mana, but one of them seemed to have used up its stores and lost its light.
The girl carefully removed it, and inserted a replacement in its place. The complex patterns reminded him of what he saw in that last loop.
Magic circles, a staple technology of the parallel world fantasy genre, was somehow inexplicably absent from this world. And that was precisely why it left such an impression when he did eventually encounter one and made him wonder just what function it may have served.
Subaru, seeing how the minerals are linked up. It kind of looks like an electrical circuit.
If the magic circle is the mechanical part and the magic minerals are like the batteries,
Subaru couldn't help but be amazed by the sight.
Magical science, or should he call it arcane technology? While Subaru occupied himself with such thoughts, the girl seemed to have finished her work, having extracted the spent mineral and closed the metal flap. And, within seconds, Subaru felt a tingling sensation on his skin. There was a subtle vibration in the atmosphere.
Subaru, it's like when magic is being used.
Magic of tremendous force and magnitude, like during the battle with the White Whale, and when Julius activated Nect in their fight against Betelgeuse. Most likely, it was some kind of interference in the atmospheric mana, and his body was perceiving the corresponding shift in his own mana.
In this case, it was obvious what the mana was reacting to.
Before his eyes, he saw the crystal's faint glow rapidly intensify. Translucent and blue, the crystal's radiance compounded in the darkness of the room as the girl's body grew ever more distinct, and there, the magic circle inside the base, along with the crystal supported above, illuminated the room with blinding, pale blue light. Subaru, save point. Subaru unconsciously muttered something that no one except those living in the modern age would understand. A crystal on top of a magic circle, engulfing the room in a pale blue radiance, that was exactly how Subaru remembered the familiar save point crystals in his video games. Captivated by the vivid spectacle, the silence in which it happened only adding to its mystique, Subaru held his breath, unable to voice his thoughts.
But, as he stood rigid in front of the mesmerizing sight, without paying him any mind, after switching out the magical mineral, the girl began heading out of the room, chucking the inert mineral into what seemed to be a waste pile.
Hearing the footsteps grow distant behind him, Subaru quickly reached out to her shoulder. Subaru, hey, hold on.
Touched her. With
the apparent feebleness of her vibe and presence, Subaru had half expected his hand to simply pass through her, but fortunately, his fingers wrapped around her shoulder and successfully stopped her. Then, suddenly remembering that she was probably one of those girls who exploded upon contact with a witch of envy, Subaru's caution instantly heightened.
But the girl only quietly looked at Subaru, without showing any signs of exploding.
Somewhat relieved by this fact, Subaru met the gaze of the girl who was still quite intact. Subaru, sorry for interrupting your work, but I still want to ask. Can you not ignore me this time?
I'm in kind of a jam here, you know.
Subaru, so, what were you doing just now?
Why is that crystal glowing?
And do you know anything about the girl inside?
Nothing was happening. Retake.
No matter how many times he asked, the girl only gazed at him in silence.
She wasn't refusing to answer, but rather, it was as if the choice wasn't even available to her. The impression of a doll hadn't changed at all.
Subaru, if you could just manage some sort of yes or no communication, then I'll have something to work with here.
But that wasn't happening. Keeping hold of the girl who seemed to be ready to leave as soon as he let her go, Subaru turned to the crystal.
Nothing had changed about the girl inside her dazzling, glowing prison, but something else became clear with the intensified light.
She wasn't breathing, and it was clear that she had no pulse.
The body of the girl encased in the crystal lacked all signs of life.
Subaru, suspended animation, would be an over-optimistic take on it.
Just reheating frozen bodies to return them to life would be difficult enough. Not to mention that this girl's body was crystallized.
Freeing her would be like a pipe dream times 2. Subaru, once again. I'm so damn useless. Defeated by his own sense of powerlessness, Subaru touched his fingers to the surface of the crystal.
He felt its coldness against his fingertips, and wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or enraged that this girl could not feel this chill eat away at her.
And, just as that sentiment scraped across his chest,
Subaru, eh?
The coldness at his fingertips suddenly turned to heat, passing through Subaru's arm and coursing through his body.
Subaru, oh, ooh, wah? What started as a warmth quickly turned to searing heat, scorching his entire body. The flames running from his fingertips to his organs made Subaru recoil, crying out in pain.
Gripped by the suffocating heat, his screams echoed through the room.
Paying no heed to the filthiness of the floor, Subaru sprawled out onto the ground, convulsing as his eyes flashed between dark and light, and then...
Subaru, Triple H, ah? Without so much as a warning, his time in hell ended as abruptly as it came.
The heat ravaging through his body died away, and Subaru was suddenly released from the storm of agony.
Subaru, what the hell was?
Sitting himself up, Subaru muttered while checking over his hands and feet. The sudden pain, and its equally abrupt end.
He couldn't understand its cause or its purpose, and it left him only questions and a painful memory.
Subaru, there's nothing.
But, if nothing happened, then...
Why did it hurt so much when he touched the crystal?
Perhaps it was the arcane technology at the base of the crystal, something like touching inside a machine and getting electrocuted.
Coming to that thought, Subaru suddenly remembered the Lewis look-alike he had forgotten about while he was distracted by the pain.
Subaru, ah. ?
Subaru scrambled to his feet, but the suspense fell away when he looked up and saw the girl's unchanged face.
Then, through the unraveling tension. ? He saw the girl kneel down with profound reverence, bowing her head before him.
Seeing the girl on her knees, her head lowered, Subaru wasn't sure what to do.
If he wasn't mistaken, that gesture was a display of respect and submission towards him.
Subaru, what are you doing all of a sudden? Having completely ignored him up to now, the sudden, drastic change left Subaru both surprised and skeptical.
Even if she was submitting to him like this, the gap between Subaru and the girl ran deep.
Neither of them knew where the other came from, and, considering the circumstances, there was no way to not be suspicious. ?
In
front of the cautious Subaru, the kneeling girl stood up.
Then, she lifted her gaze, as if looking at something behind Subaru's head. He turned around to see, but there was nothing there. It was almost like how one would stare into empty space while thinking. And when Subaru turned back to her.
Subaru, you are? ?
He saw the girl standing within breathing distance, right up against his eyes.
Subaru tried to lean back, but the girl reached out her hand and grabbed him by the arm. Subaru?
You want me to come with you? ? Saying nothing, the girl tugged on his sleeve, signaling him to follow.
Seeing her nod wordlessly to his question, Subaru only stood there, thinking.
Maybe the reason she was so stubbornly refusing to talk was simply because she couldn't. But she did seem to understand his question.
So maybe, by asking Subaru to follow, she was trying to reply to what he was asking earlier. Subaru, well, can't get the tiger's cub without going in the tiger's den, right? ?
Subaru, it's a thing from back home.
All right, lead on, I'll follow. Subaru nodded back, gesturing that he'll go with her, and the girl started walking, still pulling on his sleeve. Following behind her, Subaru took one last look at the crystal. Same as before, the girl continued sleeping inside the pale blue light.
Pulling him by the sleeve, she led him out of the room, through the corridor, the waiting area, and then, out of the facility. Subaru, so it's not inside, huh?
Well, outside's okay too, but if someone from the sanctuary saw him, his stealth mission into the facility would be exposed. Although he didn't really do anything to feel guilty about, considering his current relationship with Garfield, he'd rather avoid this loop. Just as he was worrying about what he should do if the girl starts leading him to the sanctuary. ? What's that? Sure's a complicated expression you got there, Subo. Subaru, oi oi, what's with the timing? Stepping out of the facility and into the open air, he heard a voice calling out to him. Turning to the direction of that voice, and seeing the person standing there, Subaru's lips slackened.
Whether it was out of relief, or for some other reason.
Lewis, I'm sure there are all sorts of things you want to talk about, but first, how about a change of location? Subaru, yeah, sounds good. There really are
lots of things we need to talk about.
Subaru shrugged in agreement.
And, in that moment, just what did she see when she looked at him?
With her back to the moonlight, seeing Subaru standing beside a girl who looked exactly like herself, just what was the original Lewis thinking in that moment? ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant.
Chapter 56, The Purpose of the Sanctuary. The place where Lewis led him was the remote shed where she last invited him for tea.
Lewis, anywhere on the bed is fine. I'll brew us something to drink. Subaru, I could brew it if you like. Rams trained me pretty well, I think.
Lewis, while I'd love to see your expertise, it doesn't look like you're free at the moment. Lewis smiled as she pointed out the girl who looked exactly like herself, still tugging on Subaru's sleeve without any indication of letting go.
While she was probably Lewis' clone, Subaru wasn't entirely sure if he should keep calling her that.
Subaru, say, why's Pico still not letting go? Lewis, I don't know where you got the name Pico from, but, things being as they are, I doubt there's anything you can do, so you should just accept it for now.
That's what happens when you touch things without thinking, you know. Subaru, can't really argue with that.
It sounded like Lewis was saying this for his own good, but Subaru still felt a little upset to be blamed for groping things without thinking. Seeing Subaru pouting to indicate his displeasure, Lewis brewed up the tea and came back with the tray in hand.
Lewis, here, it's hot, so let it cool before drinking. Subaru, I'm not a little kid anymore. I'm not gonna gulp it down and burn myself.
Lewis, I have someone around me who never settles down and always has trouble with hot food, so the warning's gotten to be a habit. Since Garfield was the first person Subaru would think of to have trouble with hot food, Lewis was probably talking about him. Seeing how Garfield could transform into a giant tiger, the can't settle down and the cat tongue descriptors were both a match, and having difficulty learning would be in line with Subaru's preconceptions as well.
Just as Lewis said, the tea was scalding hot. Subaru brought the cup to his lips, took a sip over his parched tongue, and sighed.
Come to think of it, this was the first drink he had since returning by death and waking up in the tomb. Subaru, tastes just like leaves. Lewis, have I just been given an unflattering review, or am I overthinking it? Subaru, you're overthinking it. Drinking down the rest of the tea, Subaru placed the cup back on the tray with a click. Lewis casually pulled up a chair beside the bed and sat down facing him. Subaru, so, now that we're settled, let's start going over the topics.
Lewis, And I have quite a few things I'd like to ask Subo as well.
Somewhat relieved by her straightforward reply, Subaru's mind began to turn. He had plenty of opportunities to speak with persons of interest like this before, but he still hadn't gotten any closer to the truth.
Part of it was due to intentional concealing of information, but there was another reason before that.
Subaru, it's because I haven't asked the right questions.
The question that would link all the answers into a single thread still eluded him.
And so, all this time, Subaru had been missing the point without realizing it.
Even something as simple as asking what he needed to know from those who knew was out of his reach. Subaru, that building. That facility back there. What exactly is it? Lewis, So that's the question you're starting with? The first thing that popped into his mind was an inconsequential feint. A question to gauge just how upfront Lewis intended to be.
Hearing this, Lewis traced her fingers over her chin in a shrewd, seasoned gesture quite ill-suited for her appearance.
Lewis, if you ask me what that facility is, the answer is that, in a sense, it is the core of the sanctuary. In other words, it is part of the reason why the sanctuary exists.
Subaru, the reason why the sanctuary exists?
Lewis, in the first place, Subo. Who do you think had a need to create the sanctuary? Subaru, that'd be Rosal.
Blurting out an almost reflexive answer, Subaru instantly realized that couldn't be right. While Roswell was the current owner and manager of the sanctuary, the question of who created the sanctuary was a different story.
Subaru, the one who created this place.
Was the Witch of Greed, Echidna, right?
Lewis, correct. It was the witch Echidna who created this place. The witch created the sanctuary because it was necessary to her. Ultimately, that's all this place is. Subaru, that's a bit extreme, and skimping way too much in between. At least give me a few details.
Lewis, as for its purpose, isn't the success of her experiments right in front of your eyes? Seeing Lewis smile as she said this, for a moment, Subaru held his breath. Lewis' words were vague, but he understood their meaning.
What she was trying to say was, Subaru, the result of this place.
Was Lewis-san and this girl?
Lewis, you are a kind child, Subo. Or otherwise, a naive one. It's fine to just say the experimental results.
Subaru hesitated to say this in front of the person herself. If it was a matter of failing to read the air or simply being obtuse, it'd be a different story. But Subaru was keenly aware that this was not a time for jokes. Lewis, there is a girl inside the crystal who looks exactly like me, yes?
Subaru, yeah. Exactly identical. So Lewis-san, this girl and her. You guys are triplets, I guess?
Lewis, if you're going to bunch every one of us who looks the same into one big family, calling us triplets would be falling a tad too short. Subaru, just a tad?
Lewis, just a tad.
Lewis tad might be referring to a missing digit here.
In fact, having seen more than 20 Lewis clones at once, no one could blame him for thinking this.
Subaru sighed and shook off that thought. So far, Lewis hadn't been trying to dodge Subaru's questions. Perhaps now was the time to stop feeling her out and dive in.
Subaru, the girl in the crystal. What's her relation to Lewis-san? He asked the question directly. Lewis' expression was calm.
Brushing her fingers through her light pink hair, she turned a meaningful gaze towards Subaru, or rather, towards the silent girl at his side.
Lewis, not just me. This girl is in the same position as myself.
Subaru, and the girl in the crystal? Lewis, no, she is different.
That girl inside the crystal is the original.
Unable to instantly take in what he had just been told, Subaru furrowed his brows to show his non-understanding. Standing up from the bed, he chewed over the implications of her words.
Subaru, the original, would mean that. Lewis, don't be in such a hurry. Trawling through memories takes time for the elderly. So get comfortable, and be patient.
Subaru, don't suddenly play the elderly card now. Just looking at this bland flavorless girl beside me, I can tell that you're just trying to add seasoning. Lewis, HRM, that's an unfortunate misunderstanding. I consider all the things that make me what I am now, what you might call acquired individuality, to be quite important to me.
Subaru, acquired
individuality?
Hearing something he could not let slide, Subaru repeated the words as a question. Lewis nodded, and with, that's right, she continued.
Lewis, just as you imagined, I am the same as this girl, born as an empty vessel.
And through the passing of years, that empty cask was filled to become what I am today.
Subaru, wait, the story's moving way too fast.
Born?
Empty?
What's that supposed to mean?
Maybe it's supposed to be obvious, but what does this have to do with how the girl in the crystal is the original?
Lewis, the one inside the crystal is the original. The first Lewis Meyer. All the other Lewises, including myself, are Lewis Meyer's replicas.
So casually, Lewis told him of her origins.
Or actually, Subaru wasn't even sure if he should continue calling her Lewis. What Lewis said just now was what Subaru himself vaguely hypothesized upon seeing the Lewis replicants.
He had half suspected it but could not be entirely convinced, partly because he hated the feeling of knowing that someone he knew was a clone.
If there must be a reason, it would have been Subaru's own prejudice. Lewis, now that you know I am a replica, does that affect how you see me? Subaru, I don't know. I want to say that it doesn't. I want to, but, when you put me on the spot like this.
He couldn't say for sure. Strictly speaking, considering that this is a parallel world, he couldn't exactly call the Lewises clones, and the way they were created was probably very different from what he imagined.
No doubt, they would have been born through magical rather than scientific means.
Such a life shouldn't be considered superior or inferior, that would have been the appropriate thing to say, but…
Subaru, I'm not confident enough to say it with a straight face, so I can't really say I'll see you the same way.
Lewis, I suppose I should revise what I said before. Subo is kind and naive.
And more than that, overly honest at heart.
Surely, those weren't words she was happy to hear, but Lewis gave him a satisfied nod nonetheless. While sorting through the emotions in his mind, Subaru turned to the girl sitting beside him, the one he named Pico, who was in the same situation as Lewis. Silently holding onto Subaru's sleeve, Pico was staring blankly across the room. Although her eyes should be seeing the same image as Subaru's, they harbored nothing that could be considered emotions, and were more like glass beads reflecting the light around her.
Her expression hadn't changed, and he hadn't heard her make a single sound. Subaru, she's completely empty inside, is that what you meant?
Lewis, she was born not long ago, a replica who's only just been given her role. She knows enough to recognize simple instructions, but otherwise, she is no different from a newborn. Although, seeing that she doesn't cry or need to eat, she is quite a lot less trouble to take care of. Subaru, she doesn't need to eat?
Lewis, replicating a body isn't so simple a task.
What do you imagine were the principles behind her and my creation? Being asked to guess, Subaru held back his urge to ask for an immediate answer.
A greedy child who only knows how to ask and receive was not what Lewis expected of him.
Under the stern pressure of her gaze, Subaru mobilized his mind to scrutinize over her words, and eventually came up with, "Subaru, is it mana?" Muttering this, the basis of the great cat spirit's existence flashed across his mind. Puck's spirit body manifests by using mana as an intermediary.
Reapplying that concept, it should be possible to materialize human bodies the same way as well. Hearing Subaru's guess, Lewis lifted her brows and gave a little clap. Lewis, well done. I'm impressed that you reached that answer on your own.
It doesn't sound like anyone told you, either.
Subaru, well, you did kinda guide me towards it.
And being around a spirit for so long helped as well, so, was I right?
Lewis, almost correct.
But manifesting bodies purely by using mana as an intermediary means consuming it rapidly. Instead, the Witch of Greed forced her way around this problem with a special algorithm. Subaru, forced.
Algorithm?
Lewis, she developed an algorithm for an organ to create artificial odd, which, once it stores up a certain amount of mana, allows the body to materialize. And so, while the body is constructed from mana, the presence of odd allows for living beings indistinguishable from normal organisms to be created. Odd, unlike the mana in the atmosphere, it inherently exists in living things. Though odd serves the same functions as mana, it cannot be drawn from external sources, and a set lifetime amount is decided at birth.
Using odd would be equivalent to shortening one's own lifespan, and the result of its depletion is death.
It's like using HP to cast magic when there isn't enough MP-, except there would be no way to regenerate the HP. Subaru, you make it sound so simple.
But isn't that incredible? Even if it's artificial, being able to regenerate odd is basically like creating life.
Lewis, of course, it is a phenomenon only possible when very specific initial conditions are met.
Regrettably, it's not something I myself could comprehend.
Except, the witch has successfully created life, that much is certain.
Subaru, sounds completely ridiculous. But that guy's pretty amazing. He could just imagine the white-haired witch looking down at him with a smug smile on her face. But then, his thoughts immediately turned to
Subaru, wait, but Daphne could also create more beasts. Unless creating life is just surprisingly easy for witches.
It's not as rare as I thought. He could almost hear the white-haired witch humping, it's not like I did it to get your approval or anything.
Lewis, what's that? You look like you're thinking about something heartwarming. Subaru, it's weird, but it feels like our exchanges have completely melted any sense of caution towards her. Anyway, I understand Lewis-san's origins now. Echidna made replicas of a girl named Lewis Meyer back there, I get that too. Now that Subaru understood the principle behind the replicants and that Lewis herself had accepted that fact, the overarching question would be, Subaru, next question is, why would Echidna do something like that?
Lewis,
Subaru, since I barely know anything about magic or algorithms, I can only guess how amazing Echidna's achievements are from the surface.
But even just looking at it, I can tell it's pretty huge.
Lewis crossed her arms, listening, while Subaru inhaled a breath and continued. Subaru, so where did she get the motivation to do something that huge? What's her motive? And why is it necessary for Echidna to make replicas of Lewis Meyer?
He still didn't know what the girl named Lewis Meyer was to the sanctuary. In the present-day sanctuary, the Lewis he was talking to served as a representative/Lewis look-alike.
But what was the original Lewis Meyer's role in the sanctuary's hierarchy? Or, what if she was the actual impetus for the sanctuary's creation?
Subaru, I just thought of something that might be it.
Lewis, oh? Subaru, this kind of story always sells. Maybe she did it in order to replace the original Lewis Meyer, who somehow met an untimely death. Tropes like retrieving lost loved ones from death always show up in mangas and light novels. Creating clones of the deceased with identical DNA as a substitute is a pretty popular plot device, and most of the time, they'll offer some reason like their bodies are the same but their souls are different and end in failure. Subaru, going by what you said, and looking at Pico, the experiments of the sanctuary probably ended up with the same problem. You guys are made to look the same, but the personalities and quirks didn't carry over, I'm guessing. If she refused to give up and kept making more and more replicas anyway, that could perhaps be considered insanity, but to persist after more than 20 failures, still hoping that the original soul might be inhabiting the next one, that could only be called. Subaru, I don't want to dismiss it as delusional, but it's hard to blame someone for wanting to bring a certain person back to life.
At least, Subaru definitely couldn't bring himself to say it.
Even now, Natsuki Subaru was working towards a future where everyone would be saved. The methods and processes were different, but was that really so different from the witch's experiments? As for what the Lewises born as a result of the experiments thought of this, that would be a question only they could ask themselves, and which no one else could answer. Listening to Subaru bring his speculations to a close, Lewis exhaled a sigh. Lewis, your head turns quicker than I thought, Subaru. Subaru, with everything that's been thrown at me, it's actually way too slow.
Hate to say it, but still.
Subaru clicked his tongue at his overly slow deductive skills and ruefully gritted his teeth. Seeing Subaru this way, Lewis slowly shook her head.
But it wasn't a gesture meant to console him.
Instead, a subtle smile emerged on her lips, hosting a tinge of melancholy.
Lewis, except, you are overthinking it. It wouldn't be exaggerating to call that a fantasy.
Subaru, fantasy.
I didn't know I was that far off. Lewis, a fantasy indeed.
This is what you thought, isn't it? No matter how arduous the effort, she must be brought back to life. That's how precious and important Lewis Meyer was to the Witch of Greed.
Am I wrong? Subaru.
Lewis tilted her head as she asked this, and hearing her strike the crux of the matter, Subaru fell silent. In fact, that was exactly what Subaru imagined. Developing a brand new algorithm, going through all this strenuous effort just to extend one person's existence, naturally, that person must be someone especially important to the witch.
But Lewis refuted this conclusion with a smile. A pained and hollow smile.
Lewis Meyer was just a village girl.
She wasn't anyone particularly close to the Witch of Greed. And naturally, they had no blood or matrimonial ties.
To the witch, Lewis Meyer was just a stranger, with barely a word exchanged between them.
Subaru, how is that? No, hold on.
Listening to Lewis say this as if she had seen it herself, Subaru suddenly held up his palm to stop her.
He pressed his other hand against his forehead, and...
Subaru, but isn't this strange? You said just now, that you're the same as Pico, born with nothing inside. Then how did you know that about the Lewis Meyer inside the crystal?
It doesn't make sense. Lewis, that would be the result of another experiment conducted in this sanctuary.
Gently receiving Subaru's rebuttal, Lewis placed a hand to her chest.
If what she said was true, then there would be no heartbeat pulsing against her hand.
But then, where did the warmth when he touched her come from? While Subaru's mind wandered, Lewis closed her eyes.
Lewis Meyer was not close to the witch, but she sacrificed herself for the experiment.
The witch took Lewis Meyer's body and sealed it eternally inside the crystal. From there, she designed an algorithm, which, once it has accrued a certain amount of mana, would generate a replica of Lewis Meyer through artificial odd, and it remains so to this day. Subaru, but why? Lewis Meyer's replicants, aside from a minimal understanding of language and common concepts, are in a state no different from newborns.
Yet that in itself is strange.
If they are the same as newborns, then they should be crying, ignorant, and pure. But where did they acquire the level of knowledge to follow basic instructions?
Subaru, unless. No way. Thinking of the worst of possibilities, Subaru lost his words.
Seeing Subaru's expression, Lewis figured that he must have got it, and nodded. Lewis, the witch had formulated a way to pick and choose knowledge to confer upon the replicas. But she chose to give them only the minimal, and let them be born empty of all else. Subaru, you mean, having them born without knowing anything is just the way she intended?
But, why would?
What's the point of a ritual that only produces dolls that follow orders? Of course, such a thing isn't inconceivable.
But that would be far too uncharacteristic of the witch of greed he knew.
Would the white-haired girl really go through so much trouble just to create moving bodies akin to her own arms and legs? Subaru, not sure if she could do this, but wouldn't catching some humans and brainwashing them be cleaner and faster?
Instead, she went with this. There must be some other reason. To create empty, new existence from nothing. Subaru, eh? For an instant, a thought flashed across his mind.
Deciding that it was far too preposterous, Subaru shook his head to forget it.
But once the thought was born, it clung to him and would not let go. If that really was the case, I wouldn't want you to despise me. That would explain why she wanted to hide her true intentions from him.
And why the Lewis in front of his eyes was allowed to inherit a small portion of Lewis Meyer's memories. Subaru, if she could pick and choose knowledge to give them, why would she choose to create empty replicas?
Lewis.
Subaru, create empty vessels, and then what?
Same as why anyone places empty vessels on a table. Lewis. Subaru, it's to fill them with something, isn't it? The reason she prepared these empty vessels was so she could fill them with knowledge and memories,
keeping the one inside the crystal as the immutable original. By spawning a limitless number of replicas, capable of storing an infinite volume of knowledge. Subaru, if she could burn her own memories and knowledge into the Lewis Meyer's bodies, over and over.
If she could do that, then it'd be like Lewis, immortality, in a sense. And that was the truth of the experiments of the sanctuary.
ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 57, An Experiment in Immortality. Immortality.
The stuff of fables throughout all of time, and an ideal which any living being would have at some point considered.
Never aging, never crumbling, outside the reach of reincarnation, a self which persists in perpetuity.
Despite violating the very principles of life, how many have been enraptured by that pinnacle of existence? Subaru, immortality, huh? Repeating the word under his breath, Subaru almost broke out laughing at such unrealistic ambition.
But instead, his cheeks stiffened, and couldn't even manage a proper smile.
While half of him wanted to laugh it off as something ludicrous, the other half shuddered at the knowledge that the witch's experiments were far from fiction. Subaru, that's quite a common aspiration for the likes of a witch.
Immortality or whatever. That just gives off the impression of a puny little person who's scared of dying, you know. Lewis, whether being afraid of death makes a person puny, would depend on who you ask.
At least, the witch of greed isn't so resigned towards the idea.
It is natural to fear death, and to seek ways to overcome it.
Though most of the time, they fail due to a lack of ability, and end as no more than fantasies. Subaru, except, Echidna does have the ability.
She might have even thought of all sorts of ways to do it. I wouldn't put it past that clever brain of hers. Looking at Pico, sitting beside him, Subaru bit down on his lips, feeling an emotion he couldn't put into words.
Pico didn't react to his gaze, but simply continued to sit there silently as if in some sort of idle mode.
Seeing this, Subaru sighed.
Subaru, right.
It's like there's nothing inside. No personality or anything. Lewis, her state is like that of a marionette. The epitome of a perfectly prepared vessel. All that's left is to fill her with whatever the witch desires. Subaru, but how's all this coming along?
Not saying I know the theory behind it, but I think I have a rough idea of what she's trying to do. That is, to download her own knowledge and memories into the empty vessel. If it was only a matter of data, Subaru wouldn't have felt so repulsed.
But the subject in question was a person's identity. More than that, it was a person whom Subaru knew, on the inside and out.
Subaru, taking her own memories and injecting them into an empty body.
Assuming it succeeds, she could just repeat the process when one dies. It really would be like a kind of immortality. But passing on one's personalities and memories would certainly be akin to overcoming death.
After all, as long as the data that comprises the person is kept safe, even if the container is destroyed, it could be revived in another vessel. By making copies of herself and copies of empty bodies, Echidna would indeed be immortal, at least in theory.
But then,
Subaru, people usually panic when they meet parallel world versions of themselves and get stuck with a sense of obligation that they absolutely have to eliminate the other.
Lewis.
Subaru, guess it's because they can't stand the feeling of seeing themselves outside of themselves. Just thinking about it, I can already see the icky situation awaiting her in the future.
Hey, Lewis-san. Lewis, what?
Subaru, by making so many Lewis Maya bodies, and then filling them with her personalities, she's not only perpetuating herself, but also making multiple copies of herself, right?
Theoretically, that should also be possible.
From a purely theoretical standpoint, when the goal is to perpetuate oneself indefinitely, the more backups there are, the better. If even Subaru thought of that, there was no way the witch hadn't thought of it too. Subaru, wonder what it feels like to have other backups prepared.
Even if you fail, there's a sort of insurance ready and waiting. What do you make of that, Lewis-san? Lewis, I doubt I'll ever understand it.
I am not too knowledgeable on the techniques of extracting personalities, but, just speaking for myself, losing my only body would mean the end of what I am. In that sense, I am no different from Subo in that I'd have no recourse from the loss of my body.
Subaru, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Subaru couldn't help but let out a dry smile at Lewis' statement. Lewis furrowed her brows at Subaru's reaction, but there was no way she could possibly know what his reaction actually meant. Subaru, right, that explains it. Yeah. Now I kinda understand why it feels like there's no space between us. Subaru spilled a sigh as the white-haired witch surfaced in his mind, preparing copies of herself, transferring her personality to achieve near immortality. By doing so, her life was virtually assured.
Subaru, in that case, how is that any different from me? He couldn't bring himself to despise her for it. Instead, it was a sense of closeness that surged up inside.
Although calling it closeness might give rise to some questionable emotions, there was also the dark sense of elation to have found someone who shared his situation. Echidna, who used her own methods to achieve a piece of immortality. And Subaru, played on the palms of the witch's hands, returning from death, striving for the destined future.
Both rebelling against the law which stated that there can only be one life. In that sense, Subaru thought, isn't Echidna the only person who could possibly understand me? Or, at the very least, understand his mentality? Lewis, Subo?
Subaru, I think I understand Lewis-san's position now.
And what Ikedona was aiming for. So other than that, there's something else I wanted to ask. Were Ikedona's plans successful? Lewis, her plans. Subaru, even I can see that she's readied the empty vessels. All that's left is to write herself into them. So, was she successful in copying herself? I mean,
Is Ikedona currently alive somewhere in this world?
Subaru didn't say the question out loud.
But, understanding what he was trying to ask, Lewis closed her eyes and shook her head to Subaru's hopeful gaze.
Slowly, she shook her head.
Lewis, no, regrettably not.
The witch's plans were not successful. There is no body of Lewis Meyer in existence which carries the witch's personalities, tying her to the world of the living.
Subaru, why is that? She couldn't suck the memories out of her head and download it into the body? Lewis, I don't know what download is, but the actual technique for extracting her personality was complete.
As for why it failed, there is another reason.
Subaru, another reason?
Lewis, it's quite simple. There is a limit to how much content a vessel can hold before they begin to overflow.
If just one part flows over, the rest could no longer be considered the original existence.
Hearing the word vessel, Subaru looked at Lewis, and then at Pico. Gazing at their tiny bodies. Subaru, vessel.
It's probably not a problem with the body size, right?
Lewis, it is the size of the soul, you could say. People have souls of sizes that befit their existence. The vessel of the girl Lewis Meyer isn't large enough to contain the soul of the witch Ikedona.
Subaru, but, how could you be sure? Lewis, when she failed to inject her knowledge into the first of the replicants, the problem with the size of the vessel was already self-evident. But, by that time, Lewis Meyer's body was already sealed within the crystal, and the mechanism to replicate her body was already in motion. And so, though unable to fulfill their original purpose, the vessels continued to be born, one after another.
Subaru couldn't help but be surprised by the lack of foresight.
It was certainly uncharacteristic of Ikedona to make this kind of a mistake. And failing to do anything about the ever-increasing number of Lewis afterwards just didn't sound like her at all. Subaru, so then, what happened to the first replicant? She couldn't hold everything, but she still inherited a part of the witch's memories, right?
It may be partial, but she's still more or less a copy of the witch.
Lewis, when you continue pouring liquid into an already full vessel, who is to say which parts are kept and which parts are left out? As long as it doesn't affect daily life, the loss of specific, trivial memories could still be salvageable, but what if more crucial portions are lost?
The person would no longer be the same.
Listening to her roundabout explanation, Subaru imagined what the first Lewis equals Ikedona must have been like.
Whatever she was, she must have strayed far from the witch's expectations.
Lewis, the story goes that the first of the replicants was completely broken mentally, and since she inherited a part of the witch's power, she was also quite dangerous and troublesome to deal with.
It took a great amount of effort to dispose of her, I hear.
Subaru, disposed of, huh? Lewis, of course, the witch wasn't so irresponsible as to abandon everything after a single failure. After disposing of the first replicant, I hear that she went to great pains to think of a way to alter the volume of her soul so she could transfer herself into the next one. Subaru, sounds like she was really putting her heart and soul into it. What Ikedona must have considered was to convert the data into a different medium to compress its volume, and perhaps enlarging the storage space on the receiving end by eliminating any unnecessary content. The fact that Subaru could see this was thanks to his familiarity with computers and the concept of data, but with no such foundations beforehand, not to mention that she was dealing with souls. It must be beyond incredible for Ikedona to have thought of this. Hearing about the loss of the first replicant, Subaru was honestly quite disappointed, but the fact that Ikedona immediately moved on to another approach lifted his hopes once again. However, seeing Subaru's reaction, Lewis continued, but
Lewis, while she did find a new method, the witch was never able to test it.
Subaru, why not? Might be weird for me to say this, but aren't the grounds for the experiment all ready to go? Even now, We still got a bunch of Lewis Meyer copies. Lewis, before the experiment could continue, the Witch of Envy had begun making her move. Subaru, Lewis, the Witch of Envy devoured half the world, and consumed all the other 6 witches in the process.
The Witch of Greed was no exception.
And so, a witch's plan to attain immortality was cut short by the hands of another witch.
Subaru had an inkling about the fates of the other 6 witches.
Echidna had told him in her Citadel of Dreams, as well as let him personally meet them, though they were only lingering, ephemeral fragments of what the Witch of Envy had erased from the world, having failed to attain immortality. Continuing to preserve their fragments in this world was perhaps Echidna's final act of rebellion.
Subaru, so what happened to the sanctuary after the witch was gone?
Lewis, in the first place, this land was under the management of Rosbow's family, the House of Mathers. I don't know what kind of contract was sealed between the witch and the House of Mathers, but it has continued to this day, and the sanctuary is currently under Rosbow's care and management. That said, all Rosbow's really doing is ensuring a flow of supplies enough to ward off ruin, and occasionally bringing in some children who meet the sanctuary's criteria.
Subaru, and everything else is left in the care of Lewis-san. You said earlier that your individual personality was acquired little by little. Lewis, though I am one of the replicants, I was the 3rd to be born.
In order to fulfill the task of managing the sanctuary and the ever-increasing number of Lewis Meyers, I was implanted with a certain degree of personality at birth.
And even now, I am carrying out that duty. Subaru, implanting personalities.
Is that really possible? Implanting an empty vessel with simulated personality so that it could fulfill a role. Not unlike giving a computer artificial intelligence so that it behaves like a human, which was still no more than a figment of the imagination in Subaru's world.
To this, Lewis nodded.
Lewis, no doubt, it was not an easy task.
It was only possible because I was a soulless and empty vessel.
And even then, I could only perform some rudimentary tasks during the experimental stage. I sure got off to a rough start, her smile seemed to be saying. Lewis, being given a role when you have no memories is certainly a strange feeling.
The days would pass slowly, and yet things moved with incredible momentum. In time, even I grew to be perplexed by its mysteries.
Subaru, so what happened to the rest of the replicants?
I haven't seen any in the sanctuary other than Pico and Lewis-san.
Lewis, other than the 4 of us fulfilling the role of Lewis, the others are scattered in various locations throughout the sanctuary. They act like eyes watching for intruders, and serve as relays.
Interestingly, we replicants can relay our thoughts with one another. Garfield had once mentioned the eyes of the sanctuary.
If he was referring to the Lewis replicants keeping watch around the sanctuary, then that would explain how he managed to see through the village's evacuation so quickly.
And, arriving on that thought.
Subaru, wait, hold on, you just said something I can't let slide. What do you mean the 4 of us filling the role of Lewis?
Lewis, that. It's simple. Continually manifesting an entire body can be a tremendous burden on a replicant. This body will fade if my mana runs out.
And, unlike spirits, I doubt I can rematerialize if I disappear completely.
There may be a way to do it, but I don't know of it.
Disappearing and reforming with memories intact, Subaru remembered the spirit whom he had seen do this many times before. Although, since Puck had somewhere to go home to every time he disappeared, strictly speaking, he wasn't really disappearing.
But since this wasn't the case with the Lewises, disappearing from the depletion of mana would mean death for that individual.
Lewis, each one of us cannot stay active for very long. Once our bodies reach their limits and could no longer move, it would take about 3 days to replenish the lost mana. In the meantime, we need to make sure nothing inconvenient happens due to the absence of Lewis Meyer. Subaru, so, there are 4 Lewis-sans. Lewis, we take turns being Lewis Meyer for 1 day, every 4 days. Outside of that, I'd be the same as the other vessels, an empty cask wearing the facade of Lewis Meyer.
That might be a way to describe it.
Listening to Lewis' somewhat cynical remarks, for a moment, Subaru didn't know what to say.
Anything he could possibly say would come across as empty and frivolous here. Even knowing that silence would mean affirming Lewis' cynicism, no words came to his lips.
Lewis, don't feel bad, Subo. Me and the other replicants have each accepted our purpose.
Same as the first Lewis Meyer.
Subaru, the first.
That's right, I wanted to ask about that too. Lewis, MN?
Subaru, I can see why Lewis-san and the other Lewis replicants would obey the witch and protect the sanctuary.
But why did the girl Lewis Meyer help the witch?
A girl encased in a crystal, having all of eternity stolen from her. Judging by the conversation so far, there didn't seem to have been any attempts to fill the empty vessels with Lewis Meyer herself. So Lewis Meyer had sacrificed herself for the experiment, choosing for the residence of her soul to be forever sealed within a crystal.
In exchange, her body would continuously be reborn outside. Though, for her soul, her decision was akin to suicide. Why would a little girl make such a decision?
Or perhaps the witch haphazardly threw her on the experiment table without her consent.
While Subaru wished that it wasn't the latter, he still asked this question.
Subaru, what was Lewis Meyer thinking when she chose to participate in the experiment? Lewis Meyer offered the witch a condition, and the witch accepted, so she participated in the experiment.
That's what I heard. There's no need to worry, she wasn't forced. Subaru, a condition. Can you tell me what it was?
Lewis, even if you hear it, I doubt you would understand it. Hearing this, Subaru just wordlessly stared back at her. Seeing eyes like those of a stubborn child, Lewis frowned and exhaled a deep sigh. Lewis Meyer's condition to the witch was the sanctuary's continued existence.
Subaru, the sanctuary's
continued existence? Lewis Meyer wished for the state of the sanctuary, which the witch created as her experimental grounds, to continue to be preserved. Of course, since the witch needed the sanctuary to continue her experiments, she gladly accepted.
Even now, after the witch's death, her promise to Lewis Meyer is kept. With our own hands, we see to it that the contract is fulfilled.
Subaru, no, but that's
the orders all backwards.
Echidna was the one who needed the sanctuary for her experiments, and Lewis Meyer was the one gathered in the sanctuary for those experiments. Why would a little girl placed on an experiment table ask the witch for the sanctuary's continued existence?
The arrangement made no sense at all. Lewis, even if it meant being used for experiments, it is still much cozier than a land in which they are persecuted.
Don't you think so? Subaru, that just sounds a bit too far beyond saving.
Lewis, and yet, she found salvation here. So Lewis Meyer offered herself for the experiment.
Whether or not it achieved anything in the end, you can be the judge of that after seeing this girl and myself.
Lewis took a sip of her thoroughly cold tea.
Subaru didn't say a word in reply. Even as the topic of her circumstances came to an end, Pico showed no reaction at his side.
Only, she was still silently holding onto his sleeve. Subaru, why is she so attached to me?
I thought there's nothing inside, and at first she was treating me like I don't even exist. Lewis, it's because Subo touched Lewis Meyer's crystal.
The command authority has been written to you.
Subaru, command authority? Subaru furrowed his brows at the appearance of the new term, and seeing this, Lewis nodded and held up a single finger with, right. Lewis, go ahead, try giving her an order.
Oh, but nothing indecent now.
She looks exactly like me, after all.
Subaru, even if you don't say that,
I'm not interested in lowly body types, okay? I only have a healthy attraction to girls my age. Pico, rub my shoulders a little. Giving Lewis a pout, Subaru turned to Pico beside him.
At the sound of his voice, the little girl looked up and affirmed his command with a nod.
She climbed onto the bed, circled behind his back, and Subaru, ooh, feels nice, or? Why wait, Pico-san? That's a bit too forceful?
Scale it back.
Ow, no, Pico-san, scale it back. Lewis, she may know the concept of shoulder rubs, but the strength to put into it is still an unknown. This kind of thing can happen if we don't take care to teach her properly.
Subaru, Why'd you tell me to try then?
Squirming himself free of Pico's shoulder rub, Subaru ordered her back to her original position before giving his creaking shoulders a few turns.
With the horror of Pico's bone-crushing grip still fresh in his mind, Subaru tilted his head with, "But, I mean."
Subaru, if just touching it transfers the command authority to me, isn't the security a bit too lax?
What if it had been some malicious lolicon?
Lewis, it's nearly impossible to stumble into that place by accident, and the command authority doesn't transfer so easily.
At the very least, you would have to be accepted as an apostle of greed.
Subaru, HNN? Listening to Lewis say this followed by a sip of tea, Subaru already couldn't count how many times he had been stumped in this conversation. Crossing his arms, he timidly let out an, "Ah."
Subaru, excuse me. I don't remember becoming an apostle of greed or anything.
Lewis, someone who has gained a kid owner's approval is qualified to be an apostle.
Did you receive anything while inside the tomb?
Given something, a gift, or took anything into your body?
Subaru, in the tomb. Recalling his meeting with a kid owner in her citadel of dreams, Subaru tried to remember if there was some kind of solemn bestowment like what Lewis was talking about, but his search came up empty.
If a kid owner had granted him anything, it would have been some knowledge, some relief, and some terrifying experiences.
And also,
Subaru, it couldn't have been the Donya tea, right? Lewis, Donya tea? Subaru, a kid owner said it's her body fluids which she cleverly dressed up as tea and gave to me. I wound up drinking it twice. Lewis, no kidding, that's definitely it.
Subaru, what did that bastard make me drink?
Seeing Subaru suddenly jump up in anger, Lewis chided him with, now. But, seeing that Subaru had no intention of cooling down. Lewis, be that as it may, it is the reason we got to where we are.
So it's not all bad, is it?
Subaru, it just pisses me off to have something put into me without me knowing.
What the hell did she do to me?
Apostle of greed or whatever, I've already got my plates full with witches as it is, don't go shoveling more on.
Those damn witches are all the same.
Whether it was unknowingly sealing a return by death contract with the Witch of Envy, or being one-sidedly declared an apostle of greed, it's like the witches just don't give a damn about other people. Lewis, anyways, thanks to that, Subo has been given the command authority over the Lewis replicants in the sanctuary.
You can even order me to obey you.
Subaru, it even works on you, Lewis-san? Lewis, while my willpower is stronger than the girl with no will of her own, ultimately, I cannot defy it. So, that must make a young boy like you very happy, no? Subaru, I already said I'm not a lolicon.
Even if she throws him a seductive gaze, he won't react or anything.
Peeking at Lewis' delightful smile through the corners of his eyes, Subaru could feel the sanctuary's mysteries beginning to clear. A hidden facility deep within the forest. Lewis Meyer sealed inside, and a system which replicates her body. The destruction that would take place 6 days from now, along with the problems that comes with it. And then, there was something that could not be left out now that they were on the topic of the facility's existence.
Subaru, Lewis-san, sorry it's so sudden, but there's something I need your help with. Lewis, what?
If it's something dirty then you can go ask those pure and innocent ones instead of me.
Subaru, can you stop with that already?
Shoving aside Lewis' jabs at the fact that he was going through puberty, Subaru stood up, stretched out his spine, and tilted back his head towards the ceiling.
Subaru, this command authority.
There's at least one other guy who's got it, right? Lewis, Subaru, there are quite a few things I want to ask him, but there's just something else that's been bothering me.
2 people surfaced in his mind. One, whom he had seen issuing orders to the 20-odd Lewis replicants, the great tiger guardian of the sanctuary, Garfield. And the other, was Subaru. Why did her door crossing send me into the facility? It might be time to get the answer to that.
It was about time he properly questioned that girl with cream-colored curls, Subaru decided. ARC-4.
The Everlasting Covenant.
Chapter 58, Grandma. Coming out of the remote residence alongside Lewis and Pico, Subaru noticed a sliver of dawn beginning to creep onto the eastern sky, and felt sleepy for the first time that night.
Subaru, whoa, the sun'll be up soon.
A whole lot's happened tonight, huh?
It didn't feel like it, but the night had begun with Emilia's first trial, followed by Subaru's intervention, a return by death, an after-trial meeting, a run-in with Garfield, and, after that, him uncovering a secret facility before spending the rest of the night learning the sanctuary's secrets from Lewis.
This dense use of time and the hyperspeed developments had left him dazed and out of breath. And, unlike his mind, he couldn't quite hide the toll on his body, which had been running non-stop until now. One could say that the subtle imbalance of mental and physical fatigue was just one of the downsides of return by death. Subaru, honestly, I kinda wanna go back to the cathedral and sleep till noon.
Lewis, no one would mind if you do.
I plan on taking a nice long rest as well after I pass things on to the next Lewis. Subaru, while I sort of envy the kind of shift rotations you have, I'm running out of time, so there's no helping it. 6 days, or actually, only 5, since a day had already passed, and considering that he'd have to spend a whole day's travel time to get to and from the mansion, there was really only 3 days he could use. Wasting a precious half of a day sleeping wasn't something he could afford, but, while Echidna already knew that Subaru could see the future, he was still hesitant about whether he should tell Lewis. Subaru, it might make the Witch of Envy show up, so better not just yet. Sweat popped up on his forehead the moment the shadowy, sanctuary devouring witch flashed across his mind. Somehow he just knew that the devastation was a result of him running his mouth in Echidna's citadel.
Spilling forbidden knowledge out of reach of the witch's constraints, he had invited her wrath as well as everything that followed.
So, he'd consider it lucky if the witch only dealt him the usual punishment in the real world, where she could directly lay her hands on him. Subaru, I do wanna try, but out of concern for other people's lives.
Better not.
Deciding this in a deflated mumble, Subaru looked down at the dopey-looking Pico, standing there holding his left hand, on the receiving end of his gaze, as if in anticipation of another command. The girl's round eyes grew even rounder. It seems that Subaru's first command had made her more aware of the transfer of command authority.
And now, Pico was like a baby bird looking up to its parent.
Lewis, so, what does Subo plan to do next?
Subaru, probably get back to the mansion for now. There's someone there I need to get some answers from. And I'll see Frederica while I'm at it. There's a whole bunch of things she could clear up for me. Lewis, Frederica, ha.
Mentioning the name of the hulking maid who popped into his mind, he saw a furrow in Lewis' brows, as if there was some significance in hearing Subaru mention this name. After all, it wasn't like Lewis to react this way.
Subaru, did that remind you of something?
About Frederica?
Lewis, no, it's nothing important.
Subaru, Lewis-san, I'd rather not use my command authority if possible. I really don't want to have to order Lewis-san to tell me. Subaru shrinked up his shoulders, imploring her to tell him, but, underneath the words, his eyes sharpened as if clearly saying, I'll use it if I have to.
Seeing this, Lewis let out a sigh.
Lewis, it was just that, ever since Frederica left, little by little, it feels like the sanctuary's gears have been slipping out of place. Subaru, slipping out of place?
Lewis, the way it was, though I'm not sure if you could call it healthy. Whether it was the residents, the Lewis Meyer replicants, or Garbo, none of them were as on edge as they are now. Subaru.
Lewis, you know, Subo, I have great expectations of you. As Subaru fell silent, Lewis looked up and said this.
Expectations. He felt a tug on his chest as he heard it.
Because the word reminded him of Lewis. For the longest time, the sanctuary had been awkwardly serving a purpose which it had already lost.
That obstinance is now creating holes all over.
That's why I have great expectations of you, Subo. Subaru, what could I?
Lewis, the witch's obsession, the reasons for the sanctuary's continued existence, and Lewis Meyer's wish,
I look forward to seeing you bring about a conclusion that fulfills everyone's hopes in the end. A far too heavy burden of bearing everyone's expectations on his shoulders.
Subaru had the urge to immediately say can't do it. But, sensing Lewis' solemn gaze,
Subaru, ..
The words just stuck in his throat. Lewis, this is good. For now. It's good enough.
Seeing Subaru's hesitation and reluctance, as if understanding it all, Lewis nodded her head. Her appearance was no older than a child's, but it was in moments like this that Subaru understood that she possessed qualities befitting her age. Lewis, it seems, my time is almost up.
Leaving these words with a tinge of regret, Lewis' body began to glow with a faint light.
It reminded him of a spirit on the verge of vanishing, he thought, as he reached out his fingers to her, but...
Lewis, don't worry. I'm not returning to mana just yet.
I'm just going to sleep for a while until I save up the expended mana again.
There will be a Lewis to replace me soon.
Subaru, but... even if your face and voice are all the same, you won't be the same, right?
Lewis, I suppose you're right.
The looks and tone and personality are meant to be similar.
But we're still different people.
So, only this old self chatting with Subo right now is actually me. Does that make you feel lonely?
Subaru, it's not whether I feel lonely or not. Lewis-san. Lewis-san, don't you feel sad?
Aren't you upset that there are 4 people taking turns pretending to be Lewis Meyer?
Don't you ever wonder where your own life?
Caught mid-sentence, Subaru realized just how cruel his questions were. Even if Lewis herself thought this way, even if she truly suffered and grieved over her circumstances, Subaru knew full well that there was nothing he could do about it.
He had no grasp of arcane principles, detailed knowledge of mana, or even the most superficial understanding of magical algorithms.
So what was the point of reaching out to these unreachable regrets?
Lewis seemed to understand his conflicting thoughts.
She gave him a faint smile as her pink hair swayed in the wind, tinted by the colors of dawn. Lewis, what do you think, Subo? Subaru, huh?
Lewis, the answer to that question
is just another one of the things I will eagerly expect from you.
Leaving this behind, like a thin haze, Lewis' body melted into the morning light. No different from a scattering mist, impossible to believe even with the warning beforehand, it was like a scene pulled straight from a dream. A living person simply vanished into the dawn.
Although she told him that she wouldn't cease to exist, he found it hard to take her at her word. But, in that same instant, the shape of another person appeared where Lewis had vanished. Whether it was stature or appearance, every last detail was identical to the Lewis who disappeared. She shook her head once and looked up at Subaru. Lewis, I shouldn't think I need to reintroduce myself, Subo.
The previous me has filled me in all about you.
As if to clear up Subaru's doubts, with that, the new Lewis updated their mutual understanding, and, at the very end, the girl tilted her head. Lewis, so, Subo.
What will you do first?
Subaru, right.
He lifted his head.
Watching the light of dawn erode away the night sky, his thoughts slipped to the time that had passed, as well as the time that still remained to him. Then his eyes dropped to Lewis and Pico, and...
Subaru, first thing is to get out of the sanctuary. I'll need some help from Lewis Sands for that.
And just like this, Subaru submitted his request. Subaru arrived at the stable just after the break of dawn. Pushing open the creaking gate as quietly as he could, he searched for his partner inside, and found the jet-black figure blending into the darkness in the back of the stable, awaiting her master's call. Subaru, sorry for cooping you up in here, Patrash.
Hearing Subaru's voice, Patrash reached out her head, and nudged him with her nose.
Her gesture was at once filled with affection and carrying a tinge of complaint at being left aside for so long, prompting a ticklish feeling inside Subaru's heart.
Subaru, I know you just woke up, but I need your help. Can you take me back to the mansion?
Holding her face up to Subaru's palms, Patrash snorted, as if to say, what am I going to do with you, Subaru-kun? Sighing with relief that at least his dragon was on board with his plan, Subaru untied Patrash's reins from the stable and prepared to bring her outside.
Without other encumbrances weighing her down, the usual half a day's ride might be completed in even less. If they set out in the morning like this, they should reach the mansion just before dusk.
Subaru, just a messy plan assuming I'll start over anyway. This time, Subaru was determined to return to the mansion, and, unlike the loops before this, he wasn't going to bring the villagers. Frankly, it was because he was convinced that he would be doing it all again, and had resolved to eliminate all unnecessary variables aside from the goal of gathering information.
The loss of the friendship he had struck up with Lewis would be regrettable, but...
Subaru, my relationship with Garfield is already as horrible as can be, and I'm just about to make it even worse. Having transferred the command authority to himself, Subaru could just imagine Garfield seething with bloodshot eyes, looking for whoever took it.
It probably wouldn't take long before he finds him.
After all, Subaru didn't order Lewis to keep it a secret, and Lewis herself would tell the truth if she was asked.
All this was within Subaru's considerations.
Subaru, still, can't help but worry about leaving Emilia with just a note. If this world was only a sacrifice to be erased as soon as it was rewound, then logically, his concerns for Emilia in this world shouldn't even exist. No matter how much she suffers, grieves, or otherwise rejoices, all of it will be lost along with the world itself. But, even though his mind understood this,
Subaru, it's still no excuse at all.
Even knowing that this was a soon-to-be abandoned world, Subaru still didn't want to make Emilia cry.
Finding out that he had left without a word would likely bring her more pain than she could bear. Losing the only support she could lean on, she probably wouldn't know what to do with herself.
While a part of him was glad that Emilia relied on him like this, it still hurt all the same. In order to make sure that doesn't happen, or at least hoping that it wouldn't last too long if it did, Subaru left her a note. That said, there was nothing special written inside, only an assortment of run-of-the-mill words of consolation.
Since he couldn't tell her the truth, it was all he could do to try to keep her from worrying. Subaru, it's better than nothing.
Wait, what if Emilia doesn't actually need me that much? Ever since Puck went missing, Emilia had been relying on Subaru more than ever before.
So that thought was only wishful thinking, and he knew it couldn't be as simple as that.
In any case, Subaru must leave the sanctuary and leave Emilia behind. In order to rewrite the unsalvageable present with a future that could yet be saved, he would have to harden his heart and make the necessary sacrifices. Subaru, before anyone notices, let's.
Oh?
While leading Patrash out of the stables, Subaru picked up the saddle he had stored away in the carriage. Giving it a light pat, he threw it over Patrash, when he caught something in the corner of his vision.
It was
Subaru, Betelgeuse Gospel?
a thick book in black binding, hidden away in the corner of the carriage.
Once belonging to Betelgeuse, honestly, Subaru had wanted to get rid of it, but he couldn't exactly hand it off to other people. Besides, he figured it might reveal some useful information about the obscure witch cult, and so ended up keeping it. Subaru, come to think of it, that views kinda changed after what Roswell said. After fitting on the saddle, Subaru casually picked up the Gospel.
Feeling its dense weight in his palm, the image of the blood-drenched madman surfaced in his mind.
A man with an overzealous devotion to the Gospel, believing that it was his only way to express his loyalty to the witch. Inside, like some poor parody, its pages hinted at its owner Betelgeuse's future actions. Subaru, Roswell, Beatrice, and Betelgeuse.
Why are they so convinced that only they could read this thing? Grumbling, he casually flipped through its pages,
but suddenly, his fingers froze, as a strange, strangled noise escaped his throat. Subaru, I can read it.
When he realized that he could read the words written on the Gospel's white pages.
Although the letters were something like a child's scrawling, they lined up to form words that carried meaning. What was more, those words were in the form of glyphs that Subaru could understand.
Subaru, how could?
Unless, it's recognized me as its owner?
But I didn't do anything to.
At that thought, Subaru suddenly noticed something. The last time he tried and failed to read this gospel's contents was before he came to the sanctuary.
It had been in the capital, and after returning to Roswell's mansion.
Since then, he hadn't had a chance to open the gospel to check, but it could only be related to something that took place in the sanctuary. Although, the direct cause might be something that didn't exactly happen in the sanctuary.
Namely, Subaru, what the hell did Echidna do to me?
Just like the trials inside the tomb, there was a good chance that Echidna had tampered with his physical body in some way. He had a feeling that it had something to do with the tea Echidna gave him at her so-called tea party. Echidna was joking about it being her bodily fluids, but what if it was something else? Something that drastically changed Subaru's body from before. Subaru, actually, I don't know if that's the reason, considering all that's happened last loop.
It could have just as easily been caused by the Witch of Envy's wrath after he revealed return by death to Echidna.
Subaru hated the fact that he couldn't go there and ask her this very moment. Subaru, then again, it might not have accepted me as its owner after all. Being recognized by a gospel belonging to the witch cult doesn't exactly put one's mind at ease, but, after quickly scanning over its contents, Subaru determined that all the messages were meant for Betelgeuse. Since it was undated, Subaru couldn't tell when the events of the first entry took place. But from the Gospel's page after page of scribbled accounts, a picture of Betelgeuse's activities began to take shape.
The entries were basically where to go and what to do, but contained no description of what would happen as a result.
Perhaps Betelgeuse had no interest in the outcomes, and merely improvised the rest by doing whatever he thought benefited the witch cult. Reading on like this, he came to the final entry.
Though there were more pages after it, they were all blank after this point.
On the final page, there were still the crimson words "the end," which Subaru had scrawled in blood.
Before that, was the Gospel's last original entry.
Subaru, go to Mather's domain, put silver-haired half-witch to trial, ha.
What's that supposed to mean?
Without knowing what the trial would entail, Subaru could gather no information aside from that Betelgeuse was to attack Emilia. Nonetheless, Subaru had managed to confirm that Betelgeuse's atrocities were indeed committed in accordance to the Gospel's instructions. Subaru, right, my bad.
Let's get going.
Watching Subaru lean against the carriage, Patrash gave him a few impatient nudges with her snout. Giving her a wry smile, Subaru placed the Gospel back in its original spot in the carriage. Consigning what he had just witnessed into memory, his mind began drifting onto other concerns.
Specifically, escaping the sanctuary and returning to the mansion.
Subaru, hopefully we can get out without causing a stir in the sanctuary. So take it nice and quiet, okay? Patras-NGHH. As Subaru climbed onto her saddle, Patrash let out a high-spirited neigh in response to her master's request. Getting the feeling that his partner didn't understand his request at all, Subaru calmed the overexcited Patrash and set the course straight for the edge of the sanctuary. He could already begin to see the sun's true form in the distant, eastern sky, showering its light upon the tops of the forest canopy. If he doesn't hurry, the early risers will soon be up, making his flight far more difficult without the cover of night.
Just as Subaru tried to carefully give Patrash a signal to accelerate, Patrash broke into a sprint.
The divine protection of wind evasion activated around the ground dragon's body, shielding Subaru from the turbulence and the wind.
Shooting out of the sanctuary, they entered the forest.
Following paths no wider than animal trails, Patrash unhesitatingly galloped in the direction of the mansion. Same as always, though Subaru was holding the reins, Patrash navigated by her own volition, choosing the paths she believed to be best for her master.
Though it made him feel a tinge of loneliness, there was nothing else to do except to leave it to Patrash's discretion. Grasping tightly onto the reins, contracting the muscles of his body, they merged into a single shadow speeding through the forest.
If nothing stands in the way, they should come out of the forest within an hour, leaving the bounds of the sanctuary behind them.
But
Garfield, just holding a goddamn minute, oi. A heel slamming down from above shot into the surface of the earth, shattering the ground in a violent blast. Patrash gouged her claws into the soil to break in front of the upheaval of dust and timber. To prevent Subaru from flying off her back, she shifted her weight with supernatural dexterity before coming to a full stop, glaring at the path ahead. At the same time, enduring the shock on Patrasha's back, Subaru turned his gaze to the same direction. Garfield, you. What the fuck were you thinking? Hell were you planning, huh? Oi.
Boiling rage flushing onto his face, Garfield kicked his foot into the ground.
Crumpling his nose, with frustration and displeasure in full display, he bared his fangs at Subaru, who was looking down at him from Patrasha's back. Garfield, don't fucking look down on me, get down.
Come to same eye level and speak.
Get started or I crush ya, you bastard. Subaru, I had a feeling you'd get in the way, Garfield. Garfield, and I never thought why'd do something this fucking stupid.
You think you can turn tail and run? Don't make me laugh. You. Sanctuary. Half witch Nrosal.
Everyone. You're all in the same fucking lot.
Till the fucking trial is done, no one gets out.
Subaru, is that your excuse?
Garfield,
Garfield's expression, flustered with rage, suddenly changed in front of Subaru's concise question. His seething glare sharpened while the intermittent sound of clenching teeth broke through his silent breaths. Subaru, Garfield, you act like you want to keep us in the sanctuary, and want us to complete the trials.
But that's not what you really feel, is it?
Garfield, fuck's that supposed to mean, oi.
Subaru, doesn't mean a thing. If you really hope to liberate the sanctuary, you should let me do what I have to do.
But you won't, and you can't, not yet, because there are more complicated factors at play.
Am I wrong?
Garfield, don't give me that bullshit. I just can't stand you reeking of witch's stench without doing something ab.
Subaru, you
can't really smell the witch's stench on me, can you? Once again, Garfield fell speechless in front of Subaru's question. His eyes swam and his lips began to quiver.
Truly a man who couldn't hide his heart.
Seeing his reaction, Subaru smiled bitterly, and
Subaru, what's really been bothering me was when I came out of the tomb last night.
Honestly, at that moment, I thought you were going to kill me before I'd even have a chance, but you didn't. Garfield, fuck are you talking about? Subaru, you don't know what I mean? I'm starting to have doubts about whether you've been lying about that sharp nose of yours.
It was immediately following returning by death, after dying from contact with the witch, no less.
Even though Subaru must have been soaked to the bone in the witch's scent, Garfield's attitude towards him didn't change at all.
Yet, not long after they parted, he came back to confront Subaru as if he had just remembered it, leading to their exchange last night. It was just all too unnatural.
Subaru, maybe you didn't want to escalate the situation so you pretended not to notice, that was what I thought at the time. But, considering your straightforward personality, I had to rule out that possibility. Garfield, why are getting pretty far with your conceited speculations? You think I'm lying about smelling the witch's stench on ya?
How fucking stupid is that?
Why the hell would I lie about something like that, oi?
What's the pointer? Subaru, of course there's a point. By claiming this, you're drawing all the suspicion to yourself.
And diverting attention away from the actual person with a sharp nose.
Garfield, That single statement must have struck the heart of Garfield's true intentions. The moment he heard it, Garfield's face contorted in the truest sense of the word.
His willingness to resolve matters through dialogue up to now was suddenly replaced by one of violence and impulse. Garfield's arm swelled, doubling in thickness. Golden fur began to cover his exposed skin as his slouching back hunched even deeper, ever closer to standing on all fours. Garfield, I've heard enough of your prattling.
Looks like you know something you shouldn't.
I'd have avoided it if I could, but looks like I can't let Y live. Subaru, don't say that, Garfield.
You might want to hear me out for a little longer.
Otherwise, you won't know how your secrets got leaked, right? Garfield, my secrets? Stared down by Subaru's intensified glare, Garfield let slip a voice of doubt. To wipe away Garfield's disbelief, Subaru lifted his arm atop Patrasha's back, and gave a loud snap of his fingers.
Then,
Garfield, A.R. Garfield groaned, doubting the sight before his eyes. On the other end of his vision, at Subaru's beckon, one by one, Lewis Meyer copies emerged from the tree line, gathering around the ground dragon until there was 21 in all. Personally restaging the scene he had once witnessed before, Subaru pointed his finger towards Garfield.
Subaru, now that you've seen it, do you more or less understand my position here? Garfield, how? How the hell did you find that place?
Subaru, using regret and pain as the sacrifice, I've summoned the truth.
Now, it's my turn.
Raising his palm to the sky, Subaru looked down at the defeated Garfield from atop his dragon. On the receiving end of his gaze, Garfield's throat froze, as if unable to come to terms with the reality of having been beaten. Subaru, the command authority has transferred to me. So that you wouldn't notice, I told them to follow your orders for the rest of the night.
Garfield, A.
Subaru, but there's no need to hide it anymore. Listen up, Garfield.
I am going to leave the sanctuary and head back to the mansion. There are things I have to do. So I can't have you getting in the way.
Just now realizing the implications of Subaru's order, Garfield's expression collapsed. The firm determination of moments ago had melted from his face, and, in its place, was only an expression of weakness and confusion like that of a lost child. His body's beastification had ceased, and the swollen figure shrank back to its original, scrawny form. Subaru, don't follow, Garfield.
There's a mountain of things I want to ask you as well, but it's best if we leave it till later.
The command authority too, there are way too many things I need to ask you.
Garfield, quit. Quit joking around.
You think I'm gonna give up that easily?
Subaru, you will. Deep down, you're just that soft. At Subaru's provocation, Garfield leapt forth with a roar.
Baring his fangs, his momentum seemed to be set on crushing Subaru and Patrash in a single strike. But there, a tiny figure stepped in between them.
A replicant.
Garfield swung his arm as if to swipe her away to clear the path of advance or else run her over.
But, just before his arm made contact, Louis, Garbeau.
Garfield, dash. Being called by his nickname, Garfield's expression changed once more, as he reined in his arm at the last moment to strike at empty air. And, just like this, Garfield's body was caught mid-flight by a multitude of hands, pulling him to the ground without resistance. The replicants reached out all over Garfield's body and held him under total restraint. Then, standing above Garfield's despondent face, looking down. Louis, now, is that enough of a head start, Subo? Subaru, yeah, thanks for the help. I don't think Garfield ever expected something like this. During their battle against the Witch of Envy, Garfield never hesitated in using the replicants as sacrificial pawns in his attack.
But back then, there was no conscious Louis Meyer at the scene.
The active Louis at the time must have already been swallowed by the witch's shadow, but Subaru suspected that there might be another reason as well.
With a calculation that could be said to be beyond cruel.
Subaru, you can't treat the Louis you see as family the same way you treat the other replicants.
If there's a difference between how you and I use the control authority, that would be it. Garfield, you motherfucker.
Subaru, but, even if not for that, you still couldn't destroy Louis Meyer replicants with your own hands, right?
So, be good and let me off this time. It could be worse. Garfield, how can it get worse than it already is?
Quit fucking with me, you quit fucking with me. Hearing the barks echo out into the horizon, Subaru consciously ignored it as he gave Patrash a few taps on her back. Sensing Subaru's intention, the ground dragon gave a little snort, turned her back to the restrained Garfield, and headed for the bounds of the forest. Before leaving, Subaru turned back to Louis, and Subaru, I made you do something disagreeable, sorry about that.
Louis, I can tell that it must be necessary. As unpleasant as it is, I wouldn't have refused. There's no need to worry about me. Subaru, still, sorry.
Subaru left this apology as Louis turned to Garfield with a look of sympathy.
With that as his farewell, he signaled Patrash to get going.
Once again, With the activation of the divine protection, all noise and wind were left behind them. Garfield, wait.
Stop. Ya motherfucker.
Quit fucking around, oi.
The distant voice hounded Subaru's trail.
As if to shake off its pursuit, Patrash accelerated once more, carrying Subaru through the forest and out of the sanctuary. Garfield, let go.
You can't let that guy outside. Why we?
Granny, you rather take that guy's side than mine?
Why, just why?
Lewis, -- Garfield, Grandma. A wail, as if at a loved one's betrayal, resounded through the forest.
Leaving it and all else behind him, Subaru kept his course amidst the passing trees. Necessary sacrifices and necessary sorrows, all stepping stones towards the perfect future.
Biting down on the corner of his lips and feeling blood trickling out of the gash, Subaru wrote off Garfield's despair as another sacrifice. Frederica, it seems you've returned earlier than I thought. Standing in the open doorway with keen, widened eyes, the tall maid welcomed Subaru's return in a soft whisper. Subaru, yeah, we ran into a situation so I had to come back.
It's only been 2.
No, 3 days, right? Sorry I couldn't give you a heads up about coming back so soon, but can I come in now? Panting heavily on Patrash's back, Subaru answered with the fatigue of half a day's travel behind him. Seeing Subaru still joking around in spite of his disheveled appearance, the maid, Frederica, placed a hand over her lips to cover the fangs showing through her smile. Frederica, certainly.
It would be an affront to my duty as the master's servant to fail to provide a guest with the utmost hospitality.
I will take the ground dragon to the stable. Subaru-sama, please come in.
Petra will attend to your needs. Subaru, oh, you don't have to. No, I mean, thanks please.
Hopping down from Patrash, his knees gave way at the landing. Though he managed to stave off falling by hanging onto the reins, it seems that he was more exhausted than he thought. It was only natural, having rushed all the way from the sanctuary without rest, after being awake all night, no less. Despite the divine protection of wind evasion and Patrash's care not to add to the burden of her rider, the 6 hours' journey had taken its toll on Subaru. Noticing that his body had endured more than he realized, Subaru quickly took Frederica up on her offer. Handing the reins to Frederica, he patted the worried Patrash on the back.
Subaru, it's all right, I'll be fine. You're the one I should thank for putting up with me all this way.
It's time to head to the stable and get a nice brushing, okay? Unlike horses, ground dragons' bodies aren't coated in fur, but they still seem to enjoy having their rigid scales cleaned with a brush. Patrash was no exception, and excitedly nudged Subaru with her snout at his promise.
Being frontally assaulted like this, Subaru let out an ooh and slinked back.
Frederica, my, you sure are enthusiastic about this.
Come with me, Patrash-chan. I'll make you a brand new bed of straw.
Subaru, I'll leave her with you, then. Hey, Frederica. Frederica, yes?
Leading Patrash by her reins, Frederica was walking her to the stable when Subaru called from behind. Stopping in her steps, Frederica looked back.
With her long, golden hair swaying, her vicious-looking features nonetheless carried a certain tenderness about them. Subaru gave the bones in his neck a crack, and... Subaru, do you have any plans to head to the cabin in the mountains today? Frederica? No, I don't. Is something the matter?
Hearing Subaru's quiet question, Frederica replied in an incredulous tone.
Taking note of the way she answered, of her expression, and her gaze, Subaru shook his head with, no.
Subaru, if not, then never mind.
Also, sorry to ask this, but, once you're done with Patrash, can you head back inside as soon as possible?
There are quite a few things about the sanctuary I need to talk to you about.
Frederica, I understand.
I will come back right away. Leaving him with an impeccable bow, Frederica led Patrash away.
Watching her from the steps of the mansion, Subaru stretched his body on the spot and lifted his gaze at the mansion in its unchanged majesty.
This was the earliest he had ever returned to it.
The latest was the 6th night, and the earliest was the 4th.
One way or another, the blade that heralds the end would come. But before that,
Subaru, before that end comes, I'll find the way to stop it.
There had been too many sacrifices in this loop.
But even as he grieves for the world that will be lost, Subaru must strive to acquire something of equal value in return. For Garfield's wails, and for Emilia's unseen sorrow, Natsuki Subaru had been granted the resolve to continue the fight, and turn his eyes away from the pain. Petra, wah.
You're back so soon.
The first words that welcomed Subaru as he entered the mansion was Petra's adorably beaming greeting. Though the literal content of her words were more or less the same as Frederica's, the amount of affection instilled within them were of an entirely different weight class. Petra, you look tired, are you all right? I mean, would you be feeling all right?
I can prepare the bath right away, if you would like to. What's wrong?
Subaru, no, I just felt totally healed when I saw Petra. Come to think of it, you're the only one I could say exactly what comes to mind to without having to worry about anything. Getting her polite and casual forms all mixed up, Petra excitedly circled around Subaru. Subaru reached out his hand and patted her on her chestnut-colored hair, and she made a delighted squeal that was just way too adorable.
Indeed, it was healing in the truest sense of the word.
Yet, almost simultaneously, the events of his last visit to the mansion flashed across his mind, along with Petra's gruesome fate in the end. Subaru, Petra, it's a bit sudden, but can you listen to a request of mine? Petra? Amen.
Okay.
I'll do anything Subaru-sama asks of me, no matter what. Subaru, Taha, that's reassuring. All right.
It's something important.
Frederica will be back soon as well, so let's talk in the lounge. Can you get some tea ready? Petra, big sister Frederica will be there too.
Subaru, yeah.
It'll be determining what happens from here on, and it's not unrelated to Petra, either.
So I want you there as well.
Petra, not unrelated, to me? Covering her lips, Petra looked like she was sinking into thought. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, her face jumped up, blushing. Petra, so, it's about something super important involving me and Subaru-sama? Subaru, I guess you could say that.
It's definitely important for both Petra and for me.
Either way, it's not something we can decide just between ourselves. Petra, but the feelings of the people involved are really important, right? Subaru, feelings? The feelings? Feelings are, well, also pretty important. It's true that it won't work if everyone's on different frequencies, so yeah, that too, I guess. Seeing Subaru nodding to her questions, Petra's face lit up as she did a spin on the spot.
Then, running into the mansion almost dancing.
Petra, right away.
I'll be back right away.
Don't you run away.
Subaru, I'm not running anywhere. Petra, if you go too fast you'll trip.
Watching Petra fly up the stairs, aiming straight for the maid's room, Subaru suddenly remembered something and called out to her from behind, Petra.
Subaru, Petra, thanks for the handkerchief. It was probably not in the way you intended, but it really helped.
Petra, really? I helped Subaru? Subaru, yeah, saved my life.
Well, not exactly, but feels like that.
Subaru pulled out the white embroidered handkerchief that Petra had given him as a gift. It was the weapon he used to kill himself in the previous loop at the end of his showdown with the Witch of Envy, moments before he could be swallowed. That particular functionality was no doubt Echidona's doing, but it still began with Petra's feelings for him. Come to think of it, if Echidona's will had stayed in effect, the handkerchief might still be a weapon even now. Maybe it could activate when the same conditions are met, when Subaru's life is in danger, or when some magical incantation injects it with mana.
Granted, the last one would be a bit too hard for Subaru. Subaru, still, it's all thanks to you. I have to repay you for this gift somehow.
Petra, then, a date.
One date.
Subaru, did you hear that from Emilia? A first date with Emilia in Arlam village was Subaru's reward for quelling the Woolgarms in the forest. Back then, the perceptive villagers and children had decided to leave Subaru and Emilia to themselves, and it seems Petra still remembered it. Subaru, understood. Then allow me to be your escort.
It would be my honor and privilege to be the partner of Petra's first date.
Petra, you promise?
Subaru, yeah, promise.
Happily holding up her hand with a blooming smile, Petra bounded into the hallway. Watching the back of her tiny figure disappear into the hall, Subaru's thoughts drifted to what her future might hold. A lovely girl with a bright future ahead of her.
In 3 years' time, she would have grown into a beautiful girl. By that time, she would have probably forgotten about her feelings for him.
But the fact that such a girl chose him as her first date still filled Subaru with a sinful sense of satisfaction.
So,
Subaru, I'll be sure to make good on that promise, Petra.
She won't remember the promise they exchanged in this collapsing world.
But Subaru will always carry the fact of its passing.
When he has finally chosen the perfect future, he will make that promise to her again.
With the lingering thought of Petra's smile in his mind, Subaru directed his steps to the lounge. Seated on a sofa in the lounge, Subaru smiled wryly at Petra, sitting across from him pouting with her face all red. Swinging her legs from the edge of the sofa, Petra made no effort to hide her displeasure as the introduction drew to a close. Seeing Subaru smiling at the girl's demeanor, the older maid sitting beside her couldn't help but put in a word or two. Frederica, why are you making that face, Petra? It's rude to do so in front of Subaru Summer. Petra, but, big sister Frederica. Frederica, no buts.
Even if you're well acquainted with each other, it's no excuse to be rude.
If you don't keep that in mind on a daily basis, how will you remember it on important occasions?
You're a clever child, but you have to be more careful about these things.
Petra, you Tilda.
Petra despondently chewed her lips and lowered her head.
Finding it a bit hard to watch the girl being scolded, Subaru tried to calm things down with, that's all right, but instantly gave up when Frederica shot him a glare. After joining up with Frederica, who was returning from the stable, and Petra, as she finished brewing the tea, the three of them took their seats in the lounge and began the vital conversation. And now, Petra was currently sulking about Subaru's opening words.
The content of which was, Petra, why do I have to leave the mansion?
I've only been here for a week and... Watching Petra tear up like she was going to cry, Subaru was stricken by pangs of guilt. But, considering the calamities that will soon befall the mansion, he couldn't very well keep her around out of guilt.
So Subaru steeled his heart and shook his head.
Subaru, I don't mean having you leave the mansion forever.
We aren't letting you go, just having you stay in the village for a week. I just want you to stay at home until then.
Frederica, and you can't say why, is that right? Subaru, not in detail.
But, it's a fact that there's danger coming to the mansion.
Frederica, you know about the witch cult attack not long ago, right?
Witch cult?
Frederica's expression darkened as she heard the words. While she was away, the witch cultists led by Betelgeuse had attacked the mansion and Arlam village.
That was only 2 weeks ago.
Having grown up in the sanctuary, Frederica must have been well aware of the unwanted attention that Emilia's identity as a half-elf attracted, and how it ultimately led to this attack.
Just as Subaru expected, Frederica's face took on a complicated expression, as she nodded.
Frederica, if that is true, then Subaru Summer's decision would be most appropriate. After all, you still don't have any way to protect yourself, Petra.
Petra, but that's okay. Subaru will protect me. Subaru, even though I kinda wanna say leave it to me.
Like a man, I'm way too aware of how weak and incompetent I am, so I won't say anything like that. Even as Petra stood up to object, her childish objection was immediately undermined by Subaru's self-admitted uselessness. Petra dejectedly dropped her shoulders at Subaru's response, while Frederica gently patted her head as if to console her. Frederica, Petra, don't be sad. Can't you see how much Subaru Summer regrets admitting his own powerlessness? Petra, big sister Frederica. Frederica, Everyone has misgivings about their own inadequacies. Subaru-sama is the same, and you as well. By admitting it, Subaru-sama is nevertheless searching for ways to overcome it.
So what about Petra?
Petra, you. Sniffing back her tears once again, Petra looked up at Subaru. Petra, is there really
nothing I can do at the mansion? Subaru, sorry. There's nothing Petra can help with this time. And I'm not strong enough to look after you. Sorry about that.
Seeing Subaru lower his head, Petra squeezed shut her eyes and wiped them clean with her sleeves.
When she looked up again, there was no longer any trace of her tears.
With only a faint, lingering redness in the corners of her eyes, she picked up the hems of her dress in a curtsy. Petra, I understand, Subaru-sama. From tonight onwards, Petra will take her leave. Once everything has settled down, please be sure to call for me. Subaru, yeah, for sure.
When everything's settled. When everyone in the mansion and everyone in the sanctuary are safe, and their faces are adorned with smiles.
Petra accepted Subaru's proposal, and thus marked the end of the first phase of their talks. Picking up the emptied cups and briefly cleaning herself up, Petra took her leave from the lounge, and only Subaru and Frederica were left in the room. With the sound of the door closing, and sensing Petra's footsteps growing further and further down the hallway, Subaru reached for a piece of sweet pastry and took a bite. Subaru, mind if I ask you some questions, Frederica? Frederica, depends on the questions, Subaru-sama. Hearing her give this answer as if it were a matter of course, Subaru wryly smiled. Nevertheless, Frederica retained her calm composure, awaiting Subaru's first question. Drawing in a deep breath, Subaru taxed his mind trying to decide what to say first.
But there was really only one question he wanted her to answer.
Subaru, what exactly does Garfield want to accomplish in the sanctuary? Frederica, did something happen between you and that no-good little brother of mine? Subaru, all sorts of things, actually. As for whether our disagreements are completely irreconcilable, or if they could be resolved through words.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Depending on the answer, Subaru will have to adjust his plans accordingly. Whether to treat Garfield as an enemy to be destroyed, or an ally worth bringing to his side. Frederica, since you don't sound surprised, my little brother must have told you about his relationship with me?
Subaru, Louis-san didn't deny it either. You know Louis-san, don't you? Frederica, of course. When I still lived inside the sanctuary, she was the one who raised us like we were her own family. Considering the time we lived together, she is like a mother, or a grandmother to us.
Subaru, that explains why Garfield keeps calling her Granny. Subaru could still hear his heart-wrenching scream of Grandma as he left him. Perhaps that was what Garfield used to call her, before he took up using the ruder address of Granny.
If that was what he really felt.
Subaru, was Garfield a total grandma's boy when he was little? Frederica, if you mean his relationship with grandmother.
Then yes.
Despite appearances, my little brother is awfully sentimental, and I do believe he is very fond of our grandmother.
As much as he tries to hide it. In his sister's eyes, Garfield's deep attachment to Louis was clear.
But Subaru still couldn't understand what went wrong to make the self-proclaimed guardian of the sanctuary resort to such brutality as he did. Subaru, his behavioral tendencies are one thing, whether or not I can forgive him is another. Frederica, Subaru-sama?
Subaru, nothing.
I just remembered something that made a bit of hostility surge up.
Though I try not to let prejudice cloud my judgment if I can help it.
What was Garfield thinking that could have driven him to massacre the villagers? Even now, Subaru couldn't begin to surmise what was going on deep inside, but, as a byproduct of the sanctuary's immortality experiments, the command authority to control Louis Myers and the rest maintenance of the facility was certainly in Garfield's hands. Then why would he destroy the facility?
And before that, how did he receive the command authority in the first place? There was still too much Subaru didn't understand. Subaru, Frederica. I already know that you were once a resident of the sanctuary. And, being a quarter blood, You can move through the barrier unhindered. Frederica, how did you? Subaru, and Garfield is the same. But even though he can leave, he chose to stay behind.
Say, Frederica.
Do you
know why the sanctuary was first created? It had only been the 4th day since Subaru left for the sanctuary. The ungodly amount of information he had gathered in so short a time was shocking, but Frederica's eyes widened even further when she heard Subaru's question. Frederica, no, I don't know the details. I understand that the sanctuary was created by the late Witch of Greed in order to conduct some sort of experiment, but… Subaru, you don't? Really?
You sure you don't want to change your answer?
Frederica, I wouldn't know what you are suspecting of me, but my answer will not change. The sanctuary had been the witch's experimental grounds, and the boundary drawn by the witch still stands, not to be dispelled until the trials are completed.
That is as much as I know. In closing, Frederica slowly shook her head.
Subaru had no way to verify whether she was telling the truth, but she didn't appear to be lying. In other words, Frederica didn't seem to know the truth about the immortality experiments. That would also mean that she had no idea about the byproduct of those experiments. Subaru, wait.
Then, Frederica.
You don't know anything about the command authority used to control the replicants? Frederica, reply, can'ts? No, I've never heard of such a thing. Her denial was in the same vein as before. Hearing her answer, Subaru fell speechless as he relinquished his weight onto the sofa.
Frederica, my apologies. It seems my answers did not meet your expectations.
Subaru, no, it's fine.
It's not your fault.
Frederica, how many years ago was it when you left the sanctuary? If you don't mind me asking. Frederica, it was about 7 years ago when I left the sanctuary to serve in the mansion. Ram arrived a little later than I did, so you could say I am the oldest servant here. Rem's name was not among Frederica's reminiscences, nor did the extent of her knowledge of the sanctuary change from the previous loops. Letting out a sigh, Subaru decided that the likelihood that Frederica was withholding information from him was nearly zero. Despite changing his approach, her answers remained the same, which could only mean that they were probably true. Frederica had no knowledge of the immortality experiments, and was probably unaware of the Lewis replicants as well. Either the Lewises were able to seamlessly hide their daily rotations, or the meticulous Frederica today used to be more of a klutz when she was younger. Subaru, but then, what about Garfield? When did that guy find out the truth about the sanctuary? If Garfield held the command authority over the replicants, he must have known about the facility.
Even if not for that, he was most likely the one who destroyed it afterwards.
There was no doubt that Garfield knew about the experiments conducted on Louis Meyer. If he knew this while his older sister didn't, then he must have found out after his sister had left the sanctuary. Or, perhaps, it was because he knew that he chose to stay behind.
Subaru,
Coming to that thought, Subaru suddenly noticed the crucial piece he had overlooked.
The moment he realized this, he simply couldn't believe his own stupidity.
Subaru, if that guy holds command authority over the replicants, then doesn't that mean he's met the same conditions I did? That means, that guy's also considered an apostle of greed, doesn't it? That is to say, there needed to be no better proof that Garfield had met the Witch of Greed, Ichidona. Subaru hugged his head, resenting the fact that he didn't realize this earlier. If Garfield had met with Ichidona, that would explain why he was the one holding the command authority. Whether it was his prejudice against the trials or his empathy towards Amelia's failures, that would explain all of it.
Subaru, Frederica. Garfield challenged the trials before, didn't he?
Frederica,
How did you?
Subaru, it's only because all sorts of clues were pointing to it that I managed to get there.
Though of course, I'm guessing he failed. But what exactly happened?
An affirmation from Frederica was as good as Subaru wrapping his fist around the central piece of the puzzle. Letting out a sigh in front of Subaru's excited pursuit, Frederica closed her eyes as if to draw from the depths of her memories. Frederica, I am not the only one who wished for the sanctuary to be liberated.
There was a time when my little brother also strived so that grandmother and the others could one day see the outside world. My brother was very young then, when he sneaked into the tomb to challenge the trials. And I remember how jealous I was of his recklessness. Subaru, Frederica.
Have you ever gone in there? Frederica, I myself never had the courage to do so. Even though I knew that passing the trials would mean the liberation of the sanctuary, I was always told that I cannot go in there. That was why I was so envious of my little brother when he ran straight inside.
He could almost see it.
Even more reckless than he is now, the young Garfield must have gone into the tomb full of confidence for only the simple desire to let those he cared for catch a glimpse of the outside world.
But
Frederica, when my little brother didn't come out, I was so regretful that I didn't stop him that I went to find grandmother. And though grandmother also hesitated for a moment, she decided to go in after him. I sat there praying, and, after a short while, she brought my little brother back to me.
But do not go into the tomb again. Forget everything you saw today, and never speak of it to anyone. That must have been what Lewis asked of her.
Listening to this story, Subaru recalled the contradictions in Lewis' words from before.
There was the Lewis who claimed to have entered the tomb, and the Lewis who claimed she never did.
It was only when he learned of the existence of multiple Lewises, coupled with the constraint that they cannot lie, that this contradiction was resolved, and it was only after the present conversation that he realized. Subaru, Garfield had challenged the trials. And there, he must have met the Witch of Greed.
All sorts of things are finally starting to make sense.
Why Garfield felt the way he did towards the trials, and why the command authority was in his hands. The question now was what he saw in his past, why he wanted to stop Subaru from liberating the sanctuary, and why Echidna never told Subaru about Garfield.
The answers to all of them lay inside the tomb.
Subaru, I'll definitely need to see Echidna at least one more time.
And expose every secret that all-knowing witch tried to hide from him.
Subaru quietly made up his mind as Frederica watched him in silence. Sensing her gaze, Subaru scratched his cheek and muttered, "Sorry."
Subaru, for all sorts of things. And for asking you questions you didn't want to be asked.
Frederica, it's fine.
I know it is necessary. I've received such orders from the master as well. If telling you this
could help Emilia Summer liberate the sanctuary, then I don't mind at all.
Subaru, the sanctuary will definitely be liberated. There's a reason I have to make sure that it comes to pass, and I'll use any means necessary to do it. But as for how much of that matches Garfield's plans for it, I'll have to put that lower down the list.
Frederica. Subaru, I have no idea what Garfield's thinking. In the worst case, he'll be against me at every turn, but I won't make any compromises.
As much as I should apologize, it will be for the greater good.
In order to forestall the disasters approaching the mansion and the sanctuary, Subaru must sweep aside everything that stood in his way. Listening to Subaru's answer, Frederica firmly closed her eyes once more. Frederica, please take care of my no-good little brother.
She lowered her head, and replied.
ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant.
Chapter 60, A Tale of the End of the End. After his conversation with Frederica came to an end, Subaru went up to the third floor of the mansion and was now standing in the hallway outside of Roswell's study. The heaviness in his head was perhaps due to the accumulated fatigue, or the weight of the troubles ahead, waiting to be solved.
Subaru, once again, I'll have to wing it.
Scratching his neck, Subaru scowled at the pitiful hand he had been dealt. Even though he had far more information than in the previous loops, it wasn't immediately obvious how any of it related to the problems at hand. With so many missing pieces, all he could do was fumble around without seeing any semblance of a picture, leaving only the unease of the uncertain future looming inside his chest. Frederica, Subaru Summer.
What are you doing?
Seeing Subaru standing frozen in the hallway, Frederica, who was quietly waiting at his side, called out to him.
After concluding their conversation in the lounge, Frederica had opted to accompany him. Hearing her question, Subaru mumbled, yeah, vaguely nodding in return.
Subaru, Frederica, after you came back to the mansion, you haven't seen Beatrice around.
Have you?
Frederica, no, I haven't. She very rarely makes appearances in the first place, but I haven't seen her even once since my return, I'm ashamed to say. Subaru, I guess she's really doubling down on staying hidden this time. It's understandable that Frederica couldn't find her. In fact, if she was really serious about finding Beatrice, she would have had to open every door that could be connected to the Forbidden Library.
It would be one thing if this was only limited to the doors in the mansion, but there were doors in Arlam village, and the sanctuary to consider as well.
Subaru, the range is way too wide, and there's no way to narrow it down.
If I were more pessimistic, I'd say it's impossible to solve.
Frederica, then, what do you plan to do? You have something to say to Beatrice Summer, don't you, Subaru-sama? Subaru, if she really wants to stay hidden, there's no way anyone can find her.
That's just a fact. Hearing Subaru repeat what he had just said, Frederica furrowed her brows.
Sensing her doubtful gaze, Subaru gave his neck a crack and held up a single finger.
Subaru, but here's the thing.
No one can find her if she's serious about trying to stay hidden, but if she's not serious about trying to stay hidden, that's a different story. Frederica, if she's not serious? Subaru, she's not the kind of girl who hides so that no one will ever find her. Everyone who's played hide and seek secretly hopes that they'll be found in the end. So, deep down, there's always going to be a little demon inside saying I hope they find me. Saying this, Subaru took a few steps to the left and did a quick turn. Standing 90 degrees to the hallway, Subaru stopped right in front of the room next to Roswell's study, the archives room. A narrow storage space where all the paper documents have been neatly stockpiled, the result of Otto's frenzied organization efforts. Reaching out his hand to the door, Subaru felt the distinct sensation of correct answer through the doorknob. Subaru, incredibly though, every time I open a door. Every time I think about opening a door, I just suddenly get the feeling that it's the one.
I still don't really know how it works.
Frederica, Subaru-sama. Subaru, and, we're open. Frederica stuttered as Subaru flung the door open with a sound effect. Behind it, there was something off about space that should have been the archive room. It was the unmistakable scent of books stowed away for ages that poured out of the room. Unlike the scent of documents meant to be processed at the earliest convenience, it was closer to the fragrance of ink buried deep within tightly bound pages. Subaru, I don't think I'll be late, but, if it gets too dark, don't forget to bring Petra back to the village. Keeping his hand on the doorknob, Subaru reminded Frederica, who was still in a state of shock. Frederica blinked several times, before she bowed holding the hems of her dress. Frederica, then I will await your return.
Please take care. Subaru, oh. I almost feel like an important person after hearing that.
With the maid's auspicious send-off, Subaru stepped through the door and into the room. As soon as he was inside, the door clamped shut behind him, and, with the sound of a non-existent breeze, the space bent and twisted. The link had been severed, and the Forbidden Library once again stood alone from the world.
Then.
Beatrice, you finally came, I suppose. Subaru was met with a paltry, unwelcoming voice. Holding back the wry smile that was encroaching onto his face, Subaru waved hello. Subaru, yo, Biko.
Long time no see, you're still as little as ever.
Beatrice, your antics are annoying enough for an entire lifetime, you know. Seriously.
I should give up already.
Beatrice was seated halfway up a wooden step ladder, holding a book with black binding against her chest. Seeing her there, Subaru imagined that perhaps she only ever sat there.
The Forbidden Library had plenty of proper desks and chairs as well, but she always seemed to greet him from that very same spot. For some reason, the thought of it just gnawed at his heart.
Beatrice, you're making that spineless face again.
It's unsightly, I suppose.
You're free to feel as hurt and confused as you want, but it's unpleasant when you do it in front of Betty, so please stop immediately.
Subaru, haughty as ever.
Sorry, but I have no reason to follow your request.
I still have to confirm whether we have that kind of relationship or not.
Subaru was almost trying to hint about what he had learned about her in the previous loops. Beatrice's face darkened at his words, and muttered, "Is that how it is, I suppose," under her breath. Beatrice, fine.
It seems we both have cards in our hands now, I suppose.
Subaru, it's still pretty questionable whether my cards are gonna have any effect.
But let's have imagination make up for the rest. Beatrice, do as you like. Since either way.
Suddenly, Beatrice's rigid expression unraveled, the stubborn, mask-like facade fell away, revealing a glimpse of her calm, gentle smile and the dreamlike gleam in her eyes. Inadvertently, Subaru fell silent as his throat froze.
Then,
Beatrice, the term of this long contract is coming to an end. At the end of the end of the end, this time, Betty will be released from this stagnation, I suppose. Her voice was almost lonely as she spoke.
Subaru, at the end of the end of the end, ha. That's quite a poetic expression.
Seeing how Beatrice seemed to be ready for what was to come, Subaru shrugged and tossed in that faint. Briefly looking her over, his gaze landed on the black-bound book in her arms. If what Roswell said was true, this would be one of the two perfect gospels in existence.
A book which foretells the future.
While there is a prophetic aspect to it, Subaru felt that it was closer to a book which instructs on the future. Convinced of the gospel's significance, Betelgeuse of the witch cult had followed its incomplete entries to the point of fanaticism, and it was precisely because the incomplete version failed to record the outcomes that the madman was ultimately slain by Subaru.
Subaru, that know-it-all expression of yours. Is it also thanks to that book? Beatrice, I should be asking you.
Just how much do you know about this book, I suppose? Subaru, Roswell ran his mouth over all sorts of things, you know. I think I got the basics, more or less. It's similar to the ones the witch cultists have, but better.
The only two left in the world are split between you and Roswell.
Beatrice, that blabbermouth Roswell. I can just imagine him happily yammering away the moment you gave him an excuse, I suppose. Sensing Beatrice's scorn in those words, Subaru's brows furrowed. Even though Beatrice was often critical of Roswell in their day-to-day life, Subaru had always put it off as a sign of their amicable relationship.
But her words just now did not carry even a hint of that affection. Instead, it was a statement of Beatrice's sincere and genuine disgust towards Roswell.
Subaru, I still don't know what kind of relationship you have with Roswell.
But you two share the only two copies of the gospel between you, and you've sealed a contract with his bloodline forcing you to live inside his mansion.
Beatrice, whatever are you trying to say, just say it.
Subaru, then I'll cut right to the chase. The position you're in is way too murky. Beatrice narrowed her eyes.
An intimidating presence quite unbecoming of her adorable appearance emanated from her body, giving Subaru the illusion that he was being swept by a violent wind. The moment they cut into the main topic, the atmosphere surrounding Beatrice rapidly changed. Subaru, I can kind of see where Roswell is at.
Being the descendant of family contracted with the Witch of Greed, he's inherited its obligations along with it.
Managing the sanctuary is just a natural part of that, though I guess his reason for supporting Emilia in the royal selection is a bit less clear. Beatrice. Subaru, on the other hand, I don't see where you'd fit in all this.
Roswell is contracted with the Witch of Greed. In other words, he's an apostle of greed.
The fact that Roswell refused to call her Witch of Greed and stubbornly insisted on calling her Echidna was just a testament to his extraordinary devotion to the witch. His position was clear, and there was no doubt that he was an apostle of greed, just like Subaru. Although, whereas Echidna made Subaru an apostle without asking his permission, Roswell inherited it along with his position as the head of his family.
Subaru, I'm not sure if the Gospels used by the witch cultists have the same origins as yours. But I imagine they were made by different creators.
And while I have no idea who created the witch cultists' Gospels, I think I have an idea who the creator of the two complete Gospels might be. Beatrice, and who is that, I suppose? Subaru, it's Echidna, right? The moment the name escaped his lips, Subaru could sense Beatrice's breath halting. To her, the name he had just uttered clearly held no small significance. Inside Ikidona's dream citadel, Subaru had seen her artifact of near omniscience, the so-called Book of Wisdom. Though the nature of the Book of Wisdom was different from that of the Gospels, they were alike in that they were both magical guidebooks that contained information beyond the reach of human knowledge.
And when all the individuals involved were connected to the sanctuary, it was as if everything was pointing to the answer.
Subaru, yours and Roswell's Gospels were made by Ikidona, weren't they?
Roswell's must have been passed down through the generations.
But, how did you get your hands on yours? Beatrice. Subaru, so now I have a question for you.
About your door crossing.
Raising a single finger, Subaru changed directions and threw out an entirely different topic. Beatrice blinked at Subaru's rhetorical shift, before righting herself again in preparation for his next words. Seeing this, Subaru pronounced his question. Subaru, what is the effective range of your door crossing? Or in this case, the range in which you can select destinations? Beatrice, I don't see what you could possibly do with this information. Subaru, if the answer is what I think it is, then that'll confirm a few of my theories. Crossing his arms, Subaru puffed up his chest in front of the silent Beatrice.
For a moment, Beatrice hesitated as her lips trembled. Then, as if in resignation, she closed her eyes.
Beatrice, Betty's door crossing can link spaces within the same building. Or nearby places, or places I know.
As for distance, it cannot link to places that are too far away.
Subaru, there's still another condition, isn't there? Beatrice, you think Betty has any reason to tell you? Subaru, then, how about I guess?
Even if a place is far away, you can still link to it if it has some deep connection to your existence. Isn't that right? Beatrice,
Breathless, Beatrice's eyes widened. Watching her reaction, Subaru was convinced of his assumption. Subaru, say if you need to activate door crossing when your concentration is thrown off, what'll decide which door you link to? Beatrice, stop. Subaru, under pressure, anyone would resort to the most familiar words and actions. When applied to something like door crossing, I wouldn't be surprised if the first place that comes to mind is the one that holds the strongest bonds of memories. Beatrice, stop it, I suppose. Subaru, putting together the fact that you've received Ikidona's Gospel, and that you can link the library to the sanctuary with door crossing.
That could only mean.
Beatrice, I told you to stop. The girl stood up from the wobbling step ladder, and looked to Subaru almost as if she was pleading. Beatrice bit into her lips, and her eyes began to tear. There was no doubt that Subaru had trespassed into a realm she did not wish to be stained.
Gripped by that wretched sensation in his chest, no, Subaru shook his head. Subaru, I won't stop.
I know that door crossing connects this place to somewhere in the sanctuary. As for why that is, your desperate denials just now had already given me the answer. Beatrice. Subaru, Beatrice.
You have something to do with the sanctuary, don't you?
What's your relationship to Ikidona? Despite knowing that he was trampling on a girl's heart, Subaru nonetheless stifled his hesitation and crushed Beatrice with his question.
Through door crossing, she had sent him to the site of the immortality experiment in the sanctuary.
In her state of distress, that was the place she chose to send him, which could only mean that that place held the strongest memories in her mind. How was it, that as a spirit, her deepest memories were linked to a facility which produces replicas of Louis Meyer? And considering that Ikidona had given her a gospel. Subaru, Beatrice.
Who's the person that you're contracted with?
Beatrice, HH.
Subaru, I once asked Puck about it, how spirit contracts work.
I won't go into details here, but apparently the terms of the contract have to be equal between the contractor and the spirit.
You said you were bound by the contract to be the keeper of the forbidden library.
So, who are you contracted with? Beatrice, A. Subaru, all this time, I just assumed that your contract was with Roswell. Seeing how you're living in his house, managing his library, it was only natural to think that.
But now, I'm not so sure.
Faced with Subaru's relentless questioning, Beatrice couldn't utter a sound in defense, but merely spilled a feeble sigh from her quivering lips. Her tiny body seemed to be even tinier, and, as if seeking a harbor, she tightened her arms around the gospel against her chest. As if she was enduring something unbearable, her figure seemed ephemeral and fragile.
He could see it. But, even though he could see, he chose to say it.
"Subaru, you are a spirit contracted with a Echidna, aren't you?"
And so began the end at the end. The instant he asked that question, Beatrice collapsed like a puppet that had lost its strings.
"Subaru, B."
The girl's knees fell to the floor, and with the sound of scattering paper, the pages of the gospel in Beatrice's arms scattered across the tiles.
The book she had so often carried with her, opened who knows how many times to run her fingers through it, now exploded from its binding at the impact of the drop as if the repetitive routine had worn away its integrity, spreading out like a white carpet over the surface of the floor. "Subaru, the gospel, WH?" Watching several pages land at his feet, Subaru bent down and picked them up without thinking. Betelgeuse's gospel flashed across his mind with the image of its pages buried under small, dense scrawlings as if infected by the madness of its owner. That was his impression before he picked up these pages, but the moment he examined them before his eyes, that impression evaporated like a mist.
Because.
"Subaru, what, th?
They're blank?" Turning them front and back, there was nothing recorded on the pages in his hands.
Frantically, he picked up the other pages at his feet, but there was nothing written on them either.
He began to wonder whether the pages of the empty latter half had just happened to land near him, but.
"Subaru, no, how's that possible?" Crouching down, Subaru looked over each of the pages scattered around Beatrice, and realized it. Of all the pages covering the floor around her, not a single one of them had a word recorded on it. Of the hundreds upon hundreds of fallen pages, what were the chances of them all landing on their blank side?
"Subaru, it's supposed to be a gospel. Why is there nothing on it?"
Rather than believe in a miracle where only the blank sides landed facing up, it would be far more reasonable to conclude that the pages were simply blank to begin with. Yet, following from that reasonable conclusion, Subaru was struck by another, all too unreasonable fact. "Subaru, this is supposed to be one of only 2 complete gospels, why is there no future recorded in here?"
Is it because only the owner can read it?
Maybe it's not like Betelgeuse's? Maybe it was a difference between the perfect and imperfect gospels, but Subaru had only ever had an imperfect version for reference. The texts on that book were visible even to someone who wasn't its owner. It had been in Subaru's keeping ever since it lost its owner, and fortunately, there hadn't been any new entries appearing. Consequently, Subaru had been under the impression that the Gospel's texts would be visible to anyone, regardless of who the owner was.
"Beatrice, it has been so long."
"Subaru, huh?"
"Beatrice, how many years it has been
since that Gospel stopped showing Betty the future."
Collapsed on the floor with her face downcast, Beatrice quietly whispered. "What's that supposed to mean?"
Subaru barely managed to control his urge to ask her while anxiously waiting for her next words. Beatrice hunched forward and pressed her hands into the scattered pages, and clenched them until they crumpled.
Her fingers were trembling, and her voice was interspersed with sobs.
"Beatrice, the role given to Betty is to watch over the library of knowledge.
Until the day comes when we meet again, I will guard this place. I suppose." "Subaru, Library of Knowledge.
Is that, here?" Subaru stood up and looked over the countless bookshelves that filled the room. All the books stored here, a few of which he himself had flipped through, Subaru had always assumed to have belonged to the House of Mathers, but.
"Subaru, all the books here
are Echidnas?" Beatrice, she was fond of
gathering knowledge.
"Subaru, to the point where she's calling herself a witch, I guess." She went so far as to call herself the incarnation of the thirst for knowledge. Boasting of her desire for all the knowledge in the world, it was just what one would expect from someone bearing the name of greed. The countless volumes collected on these shelves must just have been the result of her efforts.
And Beatrice would be the librarian of Echidna's shelter of knowledge. Beatrice, from the sound of it. You've been in the tomb, I suppose. Subaru, yeah, I have.
I got treated badly and had a pretty painful experience.
But now I'm glad I went. Having a Kidona as a confidant is kind of a double-edged sword, you know. Even though she was the only person he could mention his return by deaths to, when he did, he had invited the wrath of the Witch of Envy.
Since doing so again would mean another certain death, he intended to avoid it if he could.
Though he would repeat it if he must.
Subaru, just now, you said the gospel hasn't shown you the future in years? Beatrice, that is, the truth.
Subaru, I'm not doubting you.
No, I mean, I still am, but. Because, right?
Otherwise, when you. If there's nothing written on the gospel.
Then all those times she saved him, she had chosen to help Subaru. In the loop before last, in the moments before their parting, Subaru had first learned of her gospel's existence, and it shocked him to no small degree.
He had been made to believe that Beatrice's every action and every thought had been because it was recorded in the gospel, and her own feelings had no say in the matter.
And so, in spite of the distress of the girl before his eyes, somehow, he was more relieved to know that there was something real inside her. To know that Beatrice's actions were reflections of her own heart, though he couldn't understand why, he felt relieved nonetheless. Even without knowing the reason, all along, Subaru had felt it.
Beatrice had been kind to him for no discernible reason at all, and he didn't know what he could have done to make her feel this way. Subaru, why? Did you help me?
It wasn't written in the gospel, right?
You could have just left me there. He knew that it was an unfair and roundabout question.
Placing all the burden of answering on Beatrice, Subaru knew that he was only caring about what he wanted.
He knew, and he chose this cowardly approach anyway.
Subaru just wanted to ask Beatrice, plain and simple.
Do you think of me as your friend?
Beatrice, Betty. Helped. You, because.
Subaru, yes. You've helped me so many times.
You healed me when I was on the brink of death, you cured me from the Woolgarn's curse, and when I was so ridden with curses that there was no doubt that I was going to die, you told me the truth.
And there were so many, many more occasions beyond that.
In the loops beginning in the mansion, when Rem was murdered and no one in the mansion trusted Subaru, only Beatrice and Emilia chose to save him. In the time he spent being tormented by loneliness and fear, Beatrice alone kept her promise to him. It was a kindness from a lost world that remained only inside Subaru's heart, one he could not allow himself to forget.
And so, Subaru, if you didn't do it for your gospel, then. Beatrice, in the end, I was told.
Tossing all the other questions aside, the only thing Subaru wanted to know was whether Beatrice considered him a friend. Was she someone he could trust with all that he was, now that Rem was gone, and Emilia's weaknesses were laid bare before him? Could Beatrice take their place?
In a sense, it was an all too selfish request.
And
Beatrice, that one day, that person will visit Betty's library. And I must protect the library until then.
Subaru, that person? Beatrice, so I was told, I suppose.
Until that person comes, Betty must keep watch over the library. Whether you are that person or not, Betty isn't sure.
Subaru's eyes flared with passion as he looked to Beatrice, but her melancholy words soon made them lose their luster as his brows furrowed with uncertainty.
He couldn't understand what Beatrice was saying. Impossible to understand. It was impossible, and yet, he had a feeling that he must stop her from saying what she was about to say next.
Beatrice, Betty doesn't know.
Whether you're that person or not. But.
Subaru, wait, Beatrice.
We're both getting a bit ahead of ourselves.
Let's just calm down and.
Beatrice, whether you're that person, or not. It doesn't matter, I suppose. Beatrice lifted her downcast face. Her two drill curls swayed with her movements.
As if at a loss, as if hesitating, it was as if her heart was reflected within Subaru's. An ominous premonition tightened in Subaru's chest, impossible to wipe away. Beatrice, even if you're not that person, I don't care anymore.
So.
Subaru, B. Beatrice, please kill Betty, and end this contract once and for all, I suppose.
Bring an end to the end of the end. Betty wants to be released. Tears welled up in Beatrice's eyes, and a feeble smile appeared on her lips.
Beatrice, you will become that person. Entranced by the sadness of her eyes, Subaru couldn't bear to look away. An emotion rose up in his chest, making him want to snicker and laugh at her words.
What did you say just now? He should have thrown her senseless words back at her. He should have twisted his lips into a grin and cracked a joke like they always did. But there was just a hunch telling him that it wouldn't work. Because otherwise.
Subaru,
Why else wasn't he laughing off the girl's death wish as some joke? Subaru, what did you
say just now? After a moment of hesitation and a brief lapse of silence, Subaru stuttered out this prepared line.
It would have been perfect if his lips were still smiling and his shoulders weren't shuddering. But Subaru, His cheeks grew stiff, and he was trembling all the way to the tips of his fingers, never mind his shoulders.
It was as if the Natsuki Subaru reflected within Beatrice's eyes was fixed in place, trapped within the confines of that world. Beatrice, as you wish, I will say it again, I suppose. Subaru, no, wait. Beatrice, Betty wants to be ended by your hands. Subaru, stop it. Screaming, Subaru shouted over Beatrice's words.
It was almost comical how they've switched places from just moments before.
These were the same words Beatrice had shouted when Subaru relentlessly pushed his discoveries upon her. And so, Subaru didn't exactly have the right to complain when Beatrice did the same to him.
Yet, even though he knew he had no right. Subaru, do you even realize what you've just said?
Beatrice, I should be asking you. Do you understand what I've just asked of you, I suppose? Subaru, what? Beatrice, I want you to be the one to bring about the end of this spirit, Beatrice. You will be that person who marks the end of the contract that, for 400 years, has bound me.
You should take that as a compliment, she seemed to say with her strange, ironic smile.
It was a smile that seemed to be thirsting for something. Watching her, Subaru felt like twisted claws were tearing his chest from within. Unable to bear it, he clutched his hand to his heart.
Subaru, I don't understand. Are you telling me you want to die? Beatrice, do I want to die?
Strictly speaking, no, I suppose.
Betty wishes for the contract to end. Betty wants to be released from this everlasting covenant.
Subaru, if that means taking your life, how is that any different? Stamping down his foot, Subaru screamed from his trembling lungs.
He was trampling on the scattered gospel pages, but he didn't care. Jabbing out his finger, Subaru glared at Beatrice and barked.
Subaru, don't talk about wanting to die like it's some joke.
Wanting to die or whatever. I don't care what you say to other people.
Just don't say it in front of me.
Once you're dead, you won't come back to life.
Natsuki Subaru was the exception, and could start over even if he died. Only Subaru could throw away his life and still come out with something of value, and so only Subaru could justify suicide.
But that was not the case for Beatrice. Nor anyone else, for that matter.
Once life is lost, it can never be retrieved.
Knowing this, she still said it to Subaru's face. Subaru, what do you mean you want it to end?
Do you realize how selfish that is?
Asking for an end.
Trying to die, even if everyone else forgives you, I won't forgive you for it. Beatrice, what an arrogant thing to say, I suppose.
And just how much do you know about Betty? Nevertheless, Beatrice gave him this cold and unyielding reply.
She smoothed out her dress, stood up, and ran her fingers against the tips of her curls. Beatrice, Betty is the keeper of knowledge, and has been watching over the forbidden library for 400 years.
For 400 years. In accordance to the contract, Betty has waited here. Subaru, 400 years? That number again? Subaru wanted to click his tongue and furrow his brows.
400 years ago was an age when the witches ran rampant, a contemptible era which seems to have at least something to do with every long-living being he knew. Beatrice, too, had lived through that age, and still lives on to this day. Beatrice, I sealed my contract with the witch, and came to live with the similarly contracted house of Mathers. From the beginning, I followed the Gospel's instruction, and simply passed the days in silence, waiting for that time to come. Subaru, Beatrice, but while I waited here, time in the outside world went on, I suppose. One by one, the heads of the house of Mathers, who shared in my obligations, died of old age and were succeeded by the next. I witnessed their transfers of power, yet Betty's time flowed on, unchanging, I suppose.
And how painful must that time have been for Beatrice?
Her dispassionate tone only seemed to be a reflection of the abrasions left by the meaningless passage of time, driving a chill into Subaru's heart as he listened. Beatrice, the destined coming of the promised day, Betty didn't know when it would come, or who that person would be, and I passed those days without knowing anything.
But even so, Beatrice shook her head.
Beatrice, it never worried me, I suppose. After all, the gospel was in Betty's hands. As long as I place my faith in the gospel that records the future, and wait for the coming day to appear on its white pages, then all will be well in the end.
If I only waited, that time will surely come. I went on believing that.
Subaru, but. Looking down at the pages trampled under his feet, Subaru felt the cruelty of their pristine whiteness. As if sensing the meaning of Subaru's gaze, Beatrice nodded. In fact, before she knew it, the gospel that was meant to be her beacon of hope, had. Beatrice, every day, checking time after time, the instruction did not change.
Until even the time spent checking was too painful. Subaru.
Beatrice, how many times I've dreamt of new words appearing on the page after the final entry, I suppose. Time and time again, I envisioned the day when that unknown person would come to visit Betty, when I would have finally fulfilled the role given to me. Subaru, Beatrice. Beatrice, the house of Mathers is not without its visitors, I suppose. Many humans have visited Betty's forbidden library, and many have touched the forbidden library's door.
But each time, Betty's heart would be betrayed. And the one who opened the door was not that person.
So many times, she was disappointed, and so many times, her hopes were dashed. Over and over, her betrayed expectations must have worn down her heart until her eyes were buried in apathy.
Time and time again, Beatrice's hopes came to nothing. And now, even that hope was lost.
She could no longer endure the pain of being hoisted up within reach of her hopes, only to be cast to the ground once more.
It was only natural that her heart, which had endured so much, would begin to tear.
Beatrice, it was during that time that I realized. Or maybe, I had realized it long ago, I suppose. Subaru, realized what?
Beatrice, the gospel will never show Betty another instruction.
Beatrice folded her knees, and picked up the fallen cover of the gospel.
Emptied of its pages, the binding just seemed extraordinarily lonely. Lifting it up, she traced her fingers over the cover, and began again, "Did you know, I suppose,
Beatrice, that the gospel records its owner's future? The less its owner deviates from the world's memories, the clearer its details will be." Subaru, the world's memories? Beatrice, the memories of the world, I suppose.
It knows not only the world that is now and that was past, but also the future that is to come. It is a forbidden book that draws necessary knowledge from the book of wisdom.
Whereas the gospel merely inherited a portion of its functionalities.
Echidna herself had called the book of wisdom the memories of the world.
Indeed, there was no doubt that there existed some close connection between Echidna and Beatrice.
There, Beatrice held up the black binding, as if to show it to Subaru. Beatrice, the false gospels in the witch cultists' possession operate on the same principle, I suppose.
While their accuracy marks their only difference, their algorithms are based on this one's. Subaru, how did this technology leak after Echidna's death? Shouldn't you and Roswell have the only two existing gospels? Beatrice, who knows?
I don't really care, I suppose. Whoever created these false copies, and whoever they are giving it to, it has nothing to do with Betty.
Subaru, then why did you bring up the witch cult? Beatrice, because there's something I need to do with the witch cult gospel, I suppose.
Don't go jumping to conclusions.
Unfazed by Subaru's challenge, Beatrice replied calmly.
Then, she asked him, you have a witch cult gospel yourself, I suppose? Subaru nodded in reply. Subaru, I don't have it here.
I took it with me into the sanctuary, and it's safe there for now. As for the ones we picked up from the other witch cultists, we left them in more capable hands. The only gospel in Subaru's possession was the one that belonged to Betelgeuse. Most of the other gospels, owned by Betelgeuse's fingers, were destroyed by the cultists in their final moments, while the few that they managed to salvage were handed over to Crush's camp to be dealt with accordingly. In fact, if everything had gone according to plan, they were supposed to have fetched Roswell from the sanctuary and met up with Crush and Anastasia's camps to divide the spoils of their victory over Betelgeuse and the White Whale. Beatrice, have you looked over its contents, I suppose? Subaru, kind of.
I don't know how, but I was just able to read it all of a sudden.
I could barely make out that chicken scratch handwriting, but it's basically itemized information.
Only.
To me it looks more like a book of orders than a book of prophecies. Subaru recalled the contents of the gospel which Ikidona's influence had most likely rendered legible. The majority of the text in Betelgeuse's gospel simply listed where Betelgeuse must go and what Betelgeuse must do.
What would happen afterward was usually omitted entirely, and how the orders were to be carried out was left to its owner's discretion.
And so, rather than an all-powerful book of prophecies, the witch cultist gospels were closer to a guidebook to the future, and no more than that. Subaru, if they could perfectly predict the future, there would have been nothing we could do to stop them.
So I guess I can see why they're considered incomplete. Beatrice, Betty has no interest in its contents.
What I need to know is whether it recorded its owner's passing, I suppose. Subaru, passing.
Is not exactly what I'd call it. As far as Subaru knew, on the final page of Betelgeuse's gospel.
Aside from the words the end that Subaru had written in his own blood, the gospel's final entry was the brief passage. Go to Mather's domain, put silver-haired half-witch to trial. That hastily constructed sentence didn't give Betelgeuse any indication of what would happen before or after. Indeed, if that was as much of the future as the gospel could reveal, it was simply no match for the precision of Subaru's return by death. Beatrice, that's what I thought. Listening to Subaru's account of what he knew, Beatrice only nodded as if in agreement.
Then, she twisted the empty cover in her hands.
Beatrice, did anything appear in the gospel after that, I suppose? Subaru, no, I don't think so. At least, the last time I checked, the final entry is still the owner's final assignment.
Besides, there's no way anything could show up afterwards, because... Just as he was about to say it, Subaru suddenly felt the words freeze in his throat.
And only then, did it dawn on him why Beatrice had asked that question.
He lifted his face, and saw that Beatrice was faintly smiling.
Just how many times over the course of this brief encounter had he seen her with that hollow, desolate smile? Beatrice, the gospel stopped writing, because that's where its owner's future ends.
Subaru, no, you're not like him at all.
Beatrice, it's the same, I suppose. The fact that the gospel stopped recording the future means that even if I exist for now, I might as well not. Can you deny that, I suppose? Subaru, no. You're Ro. His impulsive rejection abruptly froze in front of Beatrice's unmoving pupils.
She had no need for this superficial consolation. Because, in her heart, she already knew the answer to her question.
Clenching his teeth so hard that they could crack, blood seeped from the corner of Subaru's lips.
Subaru, why, Ryu? Doing this?
Beatrice. Subaru, don't just make up your mind all by yourself. Anyone will go down that road when left to worry all alone.
When you get stuck feeling like there's no other way, you'll just wind up thinking that the most awful thing you see is the reality.
After countless hardships and countless sighs spilled for his own powerlessness, that was what Subaru had learned.
When assailed by mounting adversities and insurmountable obstacles, the world can seem like a wall. Even as it forces you to power through it alone, you have its black, tangling fingers holding back your solitary heart. That's why. Subaru, if it hurts, and you feel like you want it to change, then just say it. Just say it to someone who'll listen.
Just say you want help and that you're feeling sad.
Even if it's me.
Helpless and trapped in fate's dead end, wallowing in a despair you could not climb out of with your own strength, when it feels like you're all alone, you need only to look around.
Then, for the first time, you'll notice the extended hand. When you take that hand, and feel its force pulling you up, only then will you realize. There is no need to give up yet.
Subaru, how many times, you've done it for me.
So this time let me do it for you. Beatrice, I want why. To do it. Subaru, yes. That's right, just say the words. Beatrice, I want you to help me.
Subaru, yes.
That's it, that's it, that's it, that's it.
If you just ask, I'll. Beatrice, I'm sad, and it hurts. Betty wants to be saved from this darkness. Subaru, yeah, just leave it to me. A small, trembling finger reached out to Subaru, spurred on by the overflowing emotions in his chest. Subaru jumped up and extended out his hand.
He had already completely forgotten the reason he came here.
He was supposed to find a way out of the impasse and ask for Beatrice's help.
If anyone was to help him, he had hoped that it'd be her. But it all vanished when he saw her sorrow and the darkness within her heart. Only the impulse to save a girl from her loneliness continued to push him forward.
Taking her outstretched hand would mean taking on a burden that he could never relinquish. Ignoring the crushing weight already bearing upon his shoulders, Natsuki Subaru chose to embrace yet another impossible burden.
But he didn't mind. Because Beatrice, How could he abandon a girl looking at him with those wavering eyes? Beatrice had asked for his help. Her request called forth an unbearable, irresistible emotion.
He didn't know why.
Nor did it matter. For there was only the screaming of his soul.
Help her.
Save her. Because to you, she is. Subaru, I will, definitely. Beatrice, in that case.
Extending a single finger, its tip touched Subaru's. He grasped her faltering fingers in his hand and wrapped his fingers around her palm. Gazing into Beatrice's eyes, he saw his reflection in their watery contours. And there, as he watched a large teardrop fall.
Beatrice, I want you to please kill Betty.
As if to say I did not ask for such convenient salvation, she let go of Subaru's hand.
Why? The question groaned in Subaru's throat as he sucked in a breath.
Looking at the hand that was shaken away, and at his own fingers, grasping at nothing, Subaru turned to Beatrice, and wanted to ask her why. Subaru, But no words came, because he could see in Beatrice's eyes that it was far, 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 too late to come back from that. Beatrice, 400 years.
I've been alone, I suppose. Subaru, Beatrice.
Beatrice, that person who should have come, never came, and I've already spent 400 years alone here.
He couldn't pull his gaze away from Beatrice's eyes,
and even calling her name made him hesitate. Beatrice, I don't know how many times I've thought about leaving it behind me.
Or how many times I prayed I could forget everything. It may have been hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions or more, but it's still not enough. In this dim and narrow room, how long had Beatrice spent in this solitude?
Hugging her knees, seated on her stepladder, she went on waiting for someone whose face and name she did not know.
An ocean of books spanning as far as the eyes can see, even if she read every book in that ocean, she still wouldn't see her awaited person's arrival, while the book that should reveal her future had nothing to show her. How many times had that loneliness murdered this girl's heart? Beatrice, I want to be saved. I want a way out. Subaru, A. Beatrice, Do you know how many hundreds of times?
Those thoughts crossed Betty's mind. Did you think Betty just gave up without ever considering such things, I suppose?
Her broken words slowly grew in intensity.
A pressure pushed back on Subaru. His throat was muted, the burning passion of his soul was extinguished in an instant, and his limbs felt as heavy as lead.
Whether it was to approach the girl before him, or to turn and run away, there was nothing he could do.
Beatrice, did you think that by reaching a hand into the darkness, you can pull Betty out? Did you think you can give Betty the answer to this endless dead end, I suppose?
Subaru. Beatrice, if you can really do it, then why? Why?
She lowered her head, and her words were interspersed with sobs. Unable to see Beatrice's expression, Subaru felt his heart being overwhelmed by a nondescript darkness. He couldn't feel the ground beneath his feet, as though he had lost the way to Beatrice though she was close enough to touch. Fear and hesitation overtook him, and through that silence, Beatrice looked up once more. Glaring into his eyes, she opened her mouth, teeth bared. Beatrice, then why did you leave Betty here for 400 years, all alone? Subaru-HG. Beatrice, all alone.
Always. Always, Betty was alone, waiting for this meaningless time to pass. I was lonely.
I was scared. I was abandoned, unable to fulfill my purpose, unable to abide by my promise, unable to even decay with the passage of time. I must spend an eternity alone here, that much I've already realized.
Huge tears began to fall from her eyes.
The large droplets trickled down her cheeks, and dripped from her chin to the floor. Every drop striking upon the ground was a merciless shock ramming into Subaru's heart. Beatrice, you want to help me? Save me? Then why didn't you come sooner?
Why did you abandon Betty? If you say those gentle words now, then why didn't you keep hold of Betty from the start? Why did you let go? Why? Why? Why did you leave Betty all alone?
Her words were like daggers, like flames, like steel, and each left a wound on Subaru's heart. In every sense, and in every way, every ounce of pain they carried tore at Subaru.
But Beatrice's claims were all too unreasonable.
400 years, for the greater part of that time she spent alone. Subaru had no say in the matter. Subaru had only met her 2 months ago, and, going by her standards, he would have been too late no matter how quickly he came to her.
If he wanted to protest, he could have simply said that. But there was no point in protesting, because who could that possibly help? Whether it was Beatrice or Subaru, it wouldn't help anyone.
Only now was Subaru made aware of how he had neglected how much time the girl Beatrice spent waiting.
400 years. It was 400 years. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing significant about that number.
In fantasy fictions, 400 years isn't even that big of a number. There are stories with more ridiculous year counts, even ones that span the entire history of the world. Compared to those, 400 years is nothing.
But was he an idiot? Was he really an idiot? How hopelessly stupid did he have to be?
In front of a girl who had spent an actual 400 years alone, kept at a loss as to the purpose of her existence like some unanswerable riddle, how much of it could he possibly fathom from those 3 simple words?
How much could he understand? How much could he feel?
And just how much could Subaru's flimsy words heal her of her 400 years of loneliness?
Beatrice, asking for help. Wanting things to change. That wish had already withered in those 400 years, I suppose. Subaru.
Beatrice, did you think you were the only person who tried to take Betty away?
Betty is a high spirit.
In search of that power, countless humans have endeavored to take Betty from this place.
It was the first he had heard of this.
That there had been humans just like Subaru who tried to make Beatrice leave the forbidden library.
As for whether they succeeded, her presence here was answer enough.
Seeing Beatrice watch him with her feeble gaze, Subaru quickly shook his head. Subaru, don't group me along with those guys.
I just want to.
Beatrice, like you, there were also those among their number who did not care about Betty's power, who merely wanted to save a person in front of their eyes. Naive as that may be, I suppose. Subaru,
Beatrice, but none of them could bring Betty out of this place. It was only natural, I suppose.
After all, Beatrice sighed with a faint, ephemeral smile. Beatrice, the contract binding Betty to this place cannot be abolished by such half-baked convictions. The contract that has bound Betty to her task for 400 years
is not so easily broken by mere human whims.
Subaru, then.
What will I have to?
Beatrice, put Betty above all else.
The words she said to him were so quiet, and yet so sharp
that they were like needles puncturing into Subaru's eardrums. Subaru, at. Beatrice, put Betty above all else.
Think first of Betty.
Choose Betty over everything.
And thus overwrite the contract.
Paint it over.
And erase it from existence. Take Betty from here. Lead me by the hand. And embrace me.
Subaru, Beatrice, that is something you will never be capable of.
That was Beatrice's true, desperate, and heartfelt wish. A far too heavy request, and one not easily granted.
Beatrice, you have already chosen who is foremost in your heart, I suppose.
Whether it's the silver-haired girl, or the blue-haired maid.
Either way, you will never cast those two aside and put Betty above them.
It simply cannot be.
Subaru, Emilia. Rem. Beatrice, the contract is absolute.
Absolute, I suppose.
Aside from fulfilling its terms, it is impossible to replace a sealed contract without paying the corresponding price. Betty does not believe that the promise has been fulfilled, I suppose, and so, the only way to be released other than by fulfilling the contract is. At the mention of the two girls, it was as if something hard had struck Subaru's heart. Whenever he thought of them, Subaru's heart would pound, scream, and burst into heat.
It was already the immutable reply carved into his very soul.
Beatrice, so, break Betty's contract. And destroy this useless body drifting through the meaningless flow of time.
Subaru, your contract. Is it really that important to you? If you hate it so much, can't you will yourself to change it? Unable to answer her, he didn't know what to say to Beatrice.
And so, Subaru took the cowardly approach and chose to divert her question away.
In that instant, a color of disappointment flickered across Beatrice's pupils.
And Subaru immediately realized that he had made a fatal mistake. Beatrice, that is.
Betty's reason to live.
Subaru, the contract? Beatrice, Betty was born for this contract, and lives for this contract. It was the task I was given at my birth, a contract I have never fulfilled for as long as I have lived.
And you want me to selfishly break it?
Is that what you're saying, I suppose?
Subaru, it's not selfish at all.
You've already tried your best for 400 years, didn't you?
Who can blame you when you've stayed true to your promise for so long? Who'd have the right to? You've already done enough, Beatrice, and accomplished nothing.
If I throw away the purpose of my existence and the reason I was born for, what will I have to live for?
No one will blame me. Betty will blame herself. The spirit Beatrice will never forgive such a cowardly way to live.
Subaru stomped with his trembling legs and grabbed the small girl by her shoulders, shouting. But the girl looked up and screamed back even louder, breaking away once more. The strength of the frail little girl pushed Subaru's body backwards. Powerless.
What did she mean? He couldn't understand what he was seeing.
Beatrice, to spirits, contracts are absolute. A contract sealed between contractor and spirit is the most important thing there is.
It's the same with Nietzsche.
Why else do you think he puts that silver-haired girl above everything else?
He places her above everything. He loves her above everything.
Between Betty and that girl, he wouldn't think twice about choosing her.
Not even Nietzsche would put Betty first. As a fellow spirit, there was no one closer to Beatrice than Puck.
It was a friendship that had developed over 400 years in each other's company, one far beyond what human lifespans could possibly manage.
What must Beatrice have thought of Puck? And what did Puck think of Beatrice? Subaru couldn't be sure. But Beatrice herself already had the answer to that question. Beatrice had more than enough time to contemplate the answer.
Panting, her shoulders shuddering, even her neat curls have become disheveled. Enormous teardrops emerged in her large, round eyes, and her trembling lips were still repeating her desperate plea.
So small, she's only a child, Subaru thought.
How could anyone leave a little girl like this? Beatrice, you
aren't the person mentioned in the contract.
I know that, I suppose. Subaru, Beatrice, but can you become that person for me? Or, if not become that person, then use some other way to save Betty, I suppose? Subaru,
His answer never came. He couldn't make her some casual promise, or impulsively refuse her.
In the short time he spent here, Subaru had managed to understand just a small portion of the mystery that was Beatrice.
Yet, if he were to truly understand her loneliness, he would have had to pass 400 years in solitude just like she had. But something like that was fundamentally impossible for a human.
Her distress, her loneliness, and her sorrow were too far beyond Subaru's reach. Beatrice, Betty knows better than anyone just how impossible that is. Subaru, Beatrice.
Beatrice, so please, kill Betty, with your own hands.
Suicide is a violation of the contract, so a spirit is forbidden to do so, I suppose.
So even dying is something I can't do myself. Subaru, but why?
Me? Reaching out her hands, Beatrice pleaded once more. Hesitating before her outstretched hands and afraid that he might give in to her request, Subaru covered his face with his palms. Subaru, your death, at the end of 400 years.
Why are you leaving it to me? Beatrice, why? I suppose.
Sobbing, whimpering, evading, Beatrice could have slapped down Subaru's question.
But she chose not to. As if she herself didn't know the reason, she slightly tilted her head. And after a small lapse of silence, she slowly nodded.
Beatrice, yes, I think I know.
Subaru.
Beatrice, Betty.
Wants to leave her death to you. Because if he listened to her answer, he would have no escape. Of that, he was certain. He lifted his head.
If he doesn't plug his ears and refuse to listen to her answer, unless he holds a hand over her mouth and prevents her from speaking.
But he was too late, he had noticed it too late. There was no way he could stop it now. Beatrice's lips shall announce the answer. And, in that moment. Sorry to interrupt when you're in the middle of your conversation. Hearing a voice that he should not have heard, a chill ran down Subaru's spine as he spun around where he stood.
And there, he saw it. What if I were to become that person for you, I suppose? Holding two blood-drenched kukri knives dangling at her side, a jet-black murderer stood at the doorway. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 62, The Tragedy at Roswell's Mansion. Seeing the woman standing in the doorway, a shiver ran through Subaru's entire body. Even for Subaru, who had experienced so many bouts of desperation and death since his arrival in the parallel world, this was an existence that inspired a strange kind of dread. Donning a black feathered cloak, the dynamic curvatures of her body were packaged in jet-black attire. The same color as Subaru's, her black hair, which was such a rarity in this world, was woven into a French braid. The far corners of her eyes were angled downwards, while a seductive smile adorned her almost gentle expression. If it weren't for the blood-drenched blades casually dangling from her hands, she might have been mistaken for a lady straight out of a portrait, instead of this murdering monster that was Subaru's worst nightmare. His first killer. The Bowel Hunter, Elsa Granhire. Subaru, how are you here? Elsa, oh my, I was wondering where I had smelled that smell before. How has your body been faring since we last parted? Have you been taking good care of your bowels for me? As if having just noticed the tongue-tied Subaru's presence, Elsa lifted her brows and slightly tilted her head. Just from her answer to his question, it was already clear that no conversation could be had between them. Taking care of one's bowels isn't something normal people would consider suggesting.
Hearing her make such a request like it was a matter of course left no doubt in his mind that this woman before his eyes was a lunatic.
What's more, she was a lunatic of a completely different breed than Betelgeuse Romane Conti. Feeling all the muscles in his body contracting, Subaru strained his nerves watching Elsa's every movement.
But the combat strength of this madwoman was such that she had taken a blow from the sword saint, Reinhardt, and lived.
No matter how much Subaru sharpened his nerves, chances were she could take him down before he'd even have time to react. Beatrice, who gave you permission to be here, I suppose? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Subaru, addressing Elsa.
The one who asked this impassive question was Beatrice.
She remained as before, facing against Subaru, except all traces of her tears had vanished from her face.
Hearing the girl's question, Elsa brushed her hand through her long, dark hair.
Elsa, it wasn't locked or anything, all I did was open the door and come in.
If you're having such an important conversation, you shouldn't forget to lock next time.
Beatrice, that's not what I meant.
This is Betty's forbidden library, and you have entered without my permission.
Aside from this man, not many others could do this, I suppose.
How did you manage this? Elsa, that's simple.
As Beatrice tossed a glance towards door crossing's other exception, Subaru, Elsa nodded as if having understood her question.
Then, she gestured to the open doorway.
Elsa, your spatial isolation magic uses doors as its medium, right? A door-linking spell that connects closed doors with other closed doors? Beatrice, yes.
The forbidden library is potentially connected to any door in the mansion. Unless Betty permits it, it should be impossible to find it, I suppose. So how did you? Elsa, then it's easy. Seeing how it uses closed doors as the medium.
If I just opened every door, that would eliminate all the other possibilities, right? Beatrice, .. Elsa spelled out her straightforward solution to Beatrice's door crossing.
Indeed, it was just as she said. Beatrice's door crossing was a spatial transition magic that linked closed doors with one another.
That is, it could not link to doors that were already open.
Since there was a finite number of doors in the mansion, once all the other doors were opened, the last one remaining could only lead to the forbidden library. But, in order to do this,
Subaru, you'd have to open every door in the mansion.
And no one tried to stop you?
But the moment he spoke, Subaru realized the full extent of his stupidity.
Or rather, that he had been averting his eyes from the truth that he didn't want to see.
Subaru, on.
Your knife.
Whose blood is that? The blades of Elsa's cookery knives were coated in congealing blood. Judging from the droplets still dripping from their tips, one might imagine that they had only just sliced open their prey. That, combined with his existing assumptions, gave Subaru more than enough reason to imagine the worst. Watching the color drain from Subaru's lips, Elsa traced her finger over the side of her blade, and then licked her bloodied finger clean.
Elsa, I wonder whose it is? Subaru, you. Elsa, I'll give you a hint. She's dressed as a maid. There were 3 people in the mansion. They were all dressed as maids.
Or no, Rem would be sleeping in her nightgown.
So she's out as a candidate. That leaves only 2. Elsa, hint number 2. Her hair wasn't long. Petra's hair was shoulder length. Frederica's hair was long.
Subaru's throat inhaled in preparation for the scream that was to come. Elsa, hint number 3, Subaru.
She cried as she died.
Subaru, Elsa. Baring his teeth as he lowered his stance, Subaru charged towards Elsa head-on. Elsa casually straightened her limbs to meet his charge, pointing the tip of her right-hand blade at the oncoming Subaru's eye. Elsa, Ara? Subaru, like anyone's gonna charge a monster like you from the front.
Elsa groaned as if taken by surprise.
In front of her, Subaru lowered his body, scraping his hand against the floor before swinging it in an upwards arc. Caught in the trajectory of his arm, a stack of gospel pages went up fluttering. In an instant, tens of white pages blocked Elsa's view of Subaru. Immediately drawing in a breath, Subaru concentrated every ounce of his mana into the center of his stomach, and
Subaru, shamak.
A plume of black smoke billowed out, completely obscuring the space between Elsa and Subaru. Though it paled in comparison to the shamak he used against Julius, he knew from experience that it would be effective against Elsa. Unlike last time, when he completely expelled all the mana inside his body, this time, it only left a general sense of fatigue, an indication that he was getting better at utilizing his mana. Subaru, Beatrice. Quickly turning around, Subaru grabbed the onlooking Beatrice by the arm. Though for a moment, she made an effort to resist, she didn't manage to escape Subaru's grip. Forcefully pulling her almost weightless body, Subaru embraced the small girl into his arms and launched himself back into the shamak. Confusion. Deprived of vision, sound, sensation, and left with only darkness.
The feeling of his footfalls had become Subaru's everything, the entirety of his world.
In the span between one foot left the ground and his other foot landed, Subaru was completely abandoned by the world.
His left foot lands. He was linked to the world. His left foot leaves. He was alone. His right foot lands. He was linked. He was alone. He was linked. He was alone. He felt something struggling in his arms. But he didn't let go. He mustn't leave her alone. He was linked. He was linked. He was linked.
Subaru, fa. The next instant, as if popping his head out of a water's surface, the darkness abruptly fell away. In his clearing vision, Subaru found himself in the mansion's hallway. The red carpet lining the halls could only mean that they've dashed out of the library.
They have bypassed Elsa at the door and escaped. Subaru knew that would work.
He knew that when hit with shamak from the front, the battle-hardened Elsa would try to shoot Subaru through the smokescreen, thinking that he would be running away. By going against her expectation and running towards her, Subaru passed right by Elsa through the door she had left open.
Subaru kinda wanna say nailed it, but this was no time to congratulate himself.
She didn't know how long shamak would last, but as soon as Elsa realizes that Subaru isn't in front of her, she will immediately turn back in pursuit.
Roughly kicking the door shut behind him, door crossing's link was severed.
But, depending on Beatrice, Subaru couldn't be sure if the forbidden library was still connected to his immediate surroundings. Subaru, Beatrice.
Link the door to different room in the house.
Beatrice, I was going to even without you telling me, I suppose. Also, close some doors around us, that'll buy us some time. Subaru, shit, that's right. Answering the disdainful words of the girl in his arms, Subaru scrambled to shut the closest doors around him.
While closing each door he peeked inside, but found nothing of note.
He didn't know how much of Elsa's words could be believed, but
Subaru, what to do? What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do, what to do? The questions were endless. Why was Elsa here now?
Out of all the loops, this was the earliest she had appeared in the mansion. It was the 6th day, then the 4th, and now the 2nd dash. No matter when, Elsa always attacked on the same day Subaru arrived at the mansion.
He had already suspected this before.
But now, after hearing Elsa's statements in the library, that suspicion was turned into conviction.
But if that was the case, then why? Subaru, why not wait one more day?
Or just wait a few more hours?
That night, Petra would have been brought back to the village.
Subaru was already half resigned to the fact that Elsa would attack the mansion. The sight of Petra's lifeless corpse remained seared into the back of his eyes. So this time he was resolved to place her far away from the carnage.
Yet, even so, evil arrived sooner than his countermeasures could be carried out, and the girl could not escape her fate. Subaru, it's not over yet. There's no need to give up now. Even if she has some overpowered setup, there's still a chance. There has to be. How can I lose hope now?
Beatrice, it's not so much hope as it is reluctance to let go, I suppose.
Subaru, shut up. Just be quiet and let me carry you. That lunatic wants to kill you too, you know.
She's the kind of pervert who'll open your belly with her knife and get turned on by seeing what's inside.
Beatrice, wanting to see a spirit's intestines. That's just bad taste.
While Subaru muttered in agreement under his breath, Beatrice suddenly slipped out of his arms and landed herself on the hallway floor. She lightly patted off her dress, and... Beatrice, so, what do you plan to do now, I suppose?
Subaru, it's not about what I'm planning.
The priority is to check if Petra and Rem are safe.
And then?
Either way, we'll escape the mansion together.
Unless, you want to try and fight her?
Beatrice, if that thing came to kill Betty, if I just don't resist, then I'll get my wish. Subaru, I knew you'd say that, that's why I dragged you out.
If you still won't give up that thought, I'll just have to carry you out of here, so which will it be?
Looking down at Beatrice, who was almost half his height, Subaru pressured her to choose.
That said, he wasn't really offering her a choice. Even if she decided to stay behind, he would still drag her out by force.
As if having picked up on Subaru's intention, Beatrice exhaled a sigh. Beatrice, even if I can't choose the place of my death, I should at least choose who kills me, I suppose. Subaru, how about we discuss that once we're settled down somewhere safe?
Let's go.
Seeing that Beatrice was willing to follow him, Subaru took her by the hand and started running. Trailing behind him in her cumbersome dress, Beatrice struggled to keep up with her short little steps.
They didn't go 10 paces before.
Subaru, come on.
I'm picking you up. He pulled her up by the wrist and took her into his arms once more. Beatrice was a lot lighter than she looked. He didn't know if this was because she was a spirit, or if it was just because of her stunted growth.
Beatrice, let go, I suppose. Subaru, if we go at your speed she'll catch us straight away.
It's faster if I just carry you. Besides.
Even as Beatrice voiced her rejection in his arms, her hands gripped onto the front of Subaru's jacket as if seeking something to rely on. Noticing this, Subaru fell silent, and neither affirmed nor denied nor commented on the matter.
This is enough, he thought at the time.
Subaru, anyway, before Elsa shows up.
We better find Petra and Rem. Beatrice, I thought there's one more maid in the mansion. Subaru, Frederica. It's better if we don't meet just now. I think.
Subaru's last words trailed away as he shook the blonde-haired maid out of his mind. Beatrice furrowed her brows at his reaction, but didn't say anything in the end.
Right now, he wanted to avoid meeting Frederica. Once he had confirmed that the other two girls were safe, he would go find her, and ask her then.
If what Subaru imagined was true, then he was sure of it. Petra was on the dining table, lined up alongside the tableware.
The white tablecloth had been dyed dark red with Petra at its center.
Some time had already passed, and the spilled blood had begun to turn a hue of black, which only served to darken the macabre sight. Subaru, Petra, A. With faltering, unsteady steps, Subaru slowly approached the table.
Laying there in the center was Petra.
A tearful expression of agony and horror had congealed on her lovely face, and her eyes were open as if searching for something at the very end. Blood was still leaking from the corner of her half-open lips, and the fatal wound was of course a deep gash opened in her waist. The maid's dress that had adorned her so sweetly and fairy-like when she spun in front of Subaru, was cut open from the chest to the lower abdomen, while the spilled blood and intestines further lightened the young girl's body.
Subaru, ugh. Something rose up in the depths of his throat. Not to vomit, but to sob.
He felt a searing heat in the back of his eyes, and before it could overflow, he reached out his hand to Petra's face.
Her expression remained twisted and frozen in fear. The least he could do was to close her eyes, and then, like he had done before, Subaru took off his jacket and placed it over her body.
Just how many times had he failed to save her, and resorted to this superficial atonement? How many times had he known this would happen and still let this child die? And how many times would this girl have to suffer for nothing more than her fondness of him?
Subaru, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Petra. Even his muttered apology felt hollow. With no one to protect her, She encountered the hideous murderer here, and was mercilessly killed whilst calling Subaru's name. His heart might shatter from grief. And his body might burst into flames.
If hatred could kill a person, Subaru could have killed Elsa 1,000,000 times before his hatred ran out.
Such was the depth of the sin she had committed. And he will make her realize it, no matter what.
Subaru, for that, I can't let this loop just end like this. Beatrice, this loop?
Subaru, talking to myself, I don't want to leave Petra like this. But there's nothing we can do right now. Let's go find Rem first. We'll take her and leave the mansion.
You still can't use door crossing?
Beatrice, for that, we'll need to pass through the forbidden library.
I'm guessing the door is currently held open, I suppose.
Subaru, is that how it is? The way to shut down door crossing is quite simple.
First, open all the doors in the mansion to eliminate as many options as possible. Then, simply leave the door to the forbidden library open, and thus prevent any other potential doors from linking to it.
Even if a stick was left behind to keep the door from closing, Beatrice would not be able to summon the library to her.
Subaru, do you know where the forbidden library is connected to right now?
Beatrice, of course.
Right now it's in the West Wing, a guest room on the 3rd floor, I suppose.
If the door was in the West Wing, there was still some distance between there and the dining room in the main building, but since the door was open, that would mean Elsa had already left the forbidden library. With that murderer's nose, it wouldn't take long before she found Subaru. There was no time. Subaru, we don't have time to panic right now.
Either way, let's hurry up and find Rem. Wiping away the tears seeping from his eyes with the back of his hand, Subaru looked to the direction of his destination.
Rem would be sleeping in her room in the maids' quarters of the East Wing.
If Elsa started her search in the West Wing, then she shouldn't have gotten there yet.
But that was only in regards to Elsa.
Subaru, there's a good chance that Frederica is there. Knowing how much Rem's well-being meant to Subaru, Frederica would have figured that Subaru would go to her after slipping away from Elsa. In that case, it was very likely that she had gotten there first. Watching Subaru holding his chin in thought, Beatrice narrowed her eyes. Beatrice, this has been bothering me. Are you suspecting that maid, I suppose?
Subaru, I don't want to suspect her, but...
Subaru answered Beatrice's question with a feeble nod. Elsa's attack on Roswell's mansion was probably due to Frederica's betrayal. Of that, Subaru was half convinced. This was the 3rd time Subaru encountered Elsa in Roswell's mansion. The last 2 encounters had been on the 6th and 4th day, both after a few days had passed since his departure. However, this time, he had returned after only 2 days, and yet there she was again. Each and every time, Elsa appeared as if she was waiting for Subaru's return. As for how she managed to do this, Subaru could only suspect the existence of an informant. Subaru, the same day I returned to the mansion, Elsa is led inside.
I had thought that a trip to the mountain cabin would be a part of it, but...
Subaru had suspected from the start that Elsa was hiding in the mountain cabin and was led inside by Frederica.
So this time, when he got back, he asked her if she would be heading to the cabin in the mountains.
But he didn't notice anything suspicious about Frederica's answer or demeanor, and so he put it off for the moment, deciding that he was overthinking it.
Subaru, but there's more than one way she could have done it. And it's not like I can read her mind. I might have been duped and haven't realized it. Subaru had thought that he had concealed his suspicion from her. But instead, she must have sensed his wariness and acted with extra caution.
That was Subaru's mistake, and the result was this girl's life being taken from her for a second time. Petra's death was entirely Subaru's fault, for having failed to take her away from here. In fact, it was no different than if Subaru had killed her himself. Subaru, but...
Petra looked up to you. Big Sister Frederica, he could remember Petra calling her tutor.
Didn't it hurt her to know that Petra, who so adored her, was killed at the hand of that murderer?
What was she thinking when she took part in this? Subaru, more than anything. is the way she disabled Beatrice's door crossing. Honestly, I was surprised how she managed to break it like it was child's play.
Beatrice, Betty didn't think it could be so easily broken either. It's not a method one could think of just off the top of one's head, I suppose. Subaru, given enough time, I might have thought of it too.
But that's the problem, time.
She couldn't have come up with it unless she knew about you and the mechanisms behind door crossing beforehand. There was no way Elsa could have thought of it then and there.
So she must have learned it from someone on the inside.
Beatrice, you seem to be well acquainted with that crazy woman.
Where did you meet, I suppose?
Subaru, she kinda cut my belly open in the capital, right? It was the first wound you treated me for, remember?
Thinking back on it, Elsa was the reason Subaru got to enter Roswell's mansion in the first place. Ah, Beatrice nodded as if having understood.
In any case, this was no time for reminiscences. Subaru, anyway, we have to get to Rem. If Frederica's there.
Can I count on your help?
Beatrice, you don't even have the backbone to protect the girl you love yourself, I suppose?
To be placed foremost in such a man's heart. I shudder just thinking about it.
Subaru, if feelings can knock whales from the sky, I'll knock down as many as you want, but the world isn't so kind to me, you know.
Despite her disdainful remark, Beatrice seemed to have accepted his request.
Even this bickering was probably out of Beatrice's consideration for Subaru.
Most likely, she did this to take his mind off of Petra.
Unlike Subaru, who had been oblivious to Beatrice's sorrow and even now could not offer her a single solution, Beatrice was far more clever.
And that was why he was always relying on her. Subaru, let's go.
Beatrice, all right, I suppose. Naturally, Beatrice held out her hand, and was hoisted up into Subaru's arms without objections. Lifting up the light little girl, Subaru started running as he did before. Bounding for the east wing, Subaru tried his best to silence his steps, even though he knew that it was probably pointless.
It didn't appear as though Elsa had come through here as he darted up the stairs to the second floor, and then the third.
Timidly popping his head into the hallway, he checked for any shadows around the destined room. Subaru, .. Spotting a figure outside the room, Subaru quickly ducked back his head. Seeing Beatrice quietly looking up at him in his arms, Subaru nodded, and stuck out his head once again. There seemed to be a tall person leaning against the door. Even from afar, there was no mistaking the golden hair and the maid's uniform.
It was Frederica.
Just as he thought, she was standing outside Rem's bedroom, waiting for Subaru's arrival.
Subaru, what do we do?
Pretend nothing's happened and say hello?
If she hasn't met up with Elsa yet, she might not know we're on to her.
Beatrice, if your prediction is correct, then the moment that maid invited the enemy into the mansion, she'd already had no reason to care about our feelings.
Besides, when you last parted with that maid, you were entering the forbidden library, I suppose. The moment you stepped out, you already have no more excuses. Subaru, in that case, we'll just have to break through from the front.
Frederica's weapon of choice was what looked to be a pair of clawed gauntlets. From both her bearing and the fact that she was Garfield's older sister, even if Subaru hadn't personally seen her in action, he could imagine how powerful she must be.
Their chances of victory from a frontal assault was almost non-existent.
Subaru, I'll release Shamak right away, and if we manage to surprise her, can you hit her with some ranged magic attacks?
Even if we can't fight her, we're good as long as we can get her to retreat.
Beatrice, that's way too lenient for a traitor, I suppose.
You can't face an opponent who's out to kill you without having the same resolve yourself.
Listening to Beatrice remark coldly, though he knew that she was right, Subaru was still reluctant to follow her advice.
Even knowing that the person in question was a traitor, it was still someone who had once treated him as a friend. For as long as Subaru could remember those times, it would never be such a clear-cut matter. Even if, purely in terms of consequence, Frederica was deeply responsible for Petra's death, Subaru, Beatrice. I'll block her line of sight with Shamak. I'll count on you to maybe lightly shoot her with something.
Beatrice, you realize things could go badly if we go too easy on her, I suppose?
Subaru, there are just some things I still want to ask her. Don't overthink it. Isn't it a bit late for that?
Beatrice's expression seemed to say, but, seeing Subaru lower his head, she sighed through her nostrils and said nothing. Reminding himself not to impose on her, Subaru took a deep breath, and opened and closed his palms. His body was still somewhat fatigued, but he should still be able to manage one more shamak.
Subaru, hold it together, body of mine.
Shamak.
Dashing into the hallway, before Frederica could turn around, black smoke shot out from Subaru's outstretched palm.
Without fail, it filled the space between Subaru and Frederica just as it had done in the library. But, along the way, feeling his head grow heavy from the excess loss of mana, Subaru fell to his knees and collapsed to the floor. Stepping out beside him, Beatrice held her hands in front of her as she advanced. Chanting something under her breath, a hollow hole walked from the atmosphere, from which emerged a spear shrouded in pale purple flame. Its burning tip causing the atmosphere to tremble, the amethyst spear levitated into the air.
Ignoring Subaru's protest that the magic was clearly lethal, Beatrice fired the spear into the shadow.
Beatrice : something's off.
Beatrice tilted her head, muttering.
Subaru didn't understand her reaction, but the spear came to a halt mid-air, and with a turn of her outstretched finger, Beatrice made the spear swipe left and right. With this simple movement, the darkness from Subaru's shamak was dispelled. That was merely because, being a dark magic user herself, Beatrice's influence was far greater than Subaru's. Seeing the fruit of his exhausting efforts so easily brushed away, Subaru looked on stupidly.
But that sentiment soon fell away. When he realized the reason Beatrice had halted her attack,
Subaru, .. With the shadows clearing from the hallway, Subaru advanced straight towards Frederica. Dragging along his exhausted, mana-deprived body, at the speed of a turtle's crawl, Subaru made his way to her feet.
There was no more need for caution. For she made no reaction to his approach. None at all. She would never react to anything again.
Subaru, why? Frederica had died, standing guard in front of Rem's room. Her stomach was pierced by a cookery knife, nailing her to the door.
On her lifelessly dangling arms were her gauntlets.
As evidence that it was a hard-fought battle, her clothes were riddled with cuts. Frederica's body was already cold, and her expression indicated that her soul had long departed. Her stiffened face spoke of bitterness and regret, and Subaru could tell that she had defended the door with her life. In other words, Frederica had fought to the end so that the attacker would not enter this room.
She would have no reason to do this if she was the one who led the culprit here. Subaru, I completely doubted you. When you...
Covering his face with his palm, Subaru did his best to take in the reality before his eyes. Frederica died with blade wounds littering her body.
Now that he had seen her like this, how could he say that she was an informant and a traitor? Was this the fruit of his distrust? He was so eager to accuse her, when in fact, he just wanted an excuse to lessen his own guilt. He had to admit it. Subaru, I was wrong.
Wasn't I?
Frederica was not a traitor. She fought to the death, guarding Rem until the end.
Judging from the coldness of her body, she probably died before Petra in the dining room.
She would have had no time to lead Elsa to the forbidden library.
Subaru, Rem. A gaping blankness took over his skull. Uncoiling his scrambled thoughts, the first thing that came to mind was that lovely, sleeping girl inside the room which Frederica had been guarding. Frederica's stiffening body had grown heavy, and prying her from the door was heavy work. Subaru had to exercise his utmost caution in order to avoid harming her any further.
Though his fingers were as impatient as his heart. But, like a betrayal of Subaru's considerations. Finally found you.
At the end of the hallway, a black shadow slipped into view. Elsa stooped low with her French braid swinging, holding her palm against the floor, watching them with eyes wet with rapacious murder. Her gaze ran up and down his body, petrifying Subaru in place. Not letting this opening escape her, Elsa's shadow shot through the hallway.
That soundless advance was none other than the approach of death.
Beatrice, you'd be making a huge mistake if you think we'll go down so easily.
But there was someone who blocked Elsa's advance.
Beatrice lightly lifted up her hands to where her amethyst spear was waiting, with its aim locked on Elsa. The spear that had been held from its purpose screeched in exalted glee at a new target for its destruction.
Elsa, that's quite a dangerous toy for someone so small.
Beatrice, whether it's a children's toy or not, your body can be the test of that. Elsa smiled in the face of this diabolical magic, and, as if to wipe that smile from her face, Beatrice's amethyst spear shot out. The spear's velocity far surpassed that of the icicles Subaru had seen Emilia fire. Although there was only one, it lined up directly with Elsa's trajectory as she dashed forward with the same momentum, but, bending down with her chest nearly sliding along the floor, Elsa evaded the strike.
Elsa, too bad.
Your aim and speed still need some work.
Feeling the weapon graze past the back of her head, Elsa muttered without a trace of fear as she turned her underhanded cookery knife towards Beatrice.
The blade's dull gleam approached Beatrice's body, threatening to cleave her tiny figure in two. Beatrice, you're the one who hasn't thought this through, human. Just before it could happen, Beatrice clenched her open palm, and the amethyst spear swelled. Continuing down its course after having missed its target, the spear bulged at the end of the hallway and burst like a ruptured balloon behind the halting Elsa.
Elsa, this. The exploded spear's splinters turned into smaller spears, surrounding Elsa from all directions.
Though they were called smaller spears, they were each no bigger than Subaru's index finger.
Their countless multitudes flooded the space, all their tips pointing at Elsa. And then,
Beatrice, this shall be your punishment for trespassing into Betty's forbidden library, I suppose.
Drawn and quartered, would be a fitting end.
Proclaiming this merciless sentence, she fired the amethyst spears. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant.
Chapter 63, An Empathy Towards Death. The sounds of amethyst shards piercing into flesh rang out in quick succession, as a mist of glittering fragments dispersing from the impact drowned out the hall. Countless spears shot towards Elsa's body from every direction, and she would have been punctured with a million paws.
Victory is assured.
But even as he watched the murderer being crushed under the overwhelming power of Beatrice's magic, he couldn't stifle the ominous feeling exploding inside his chest. What was it? What was it that he had forgotten?
There was something that he mustn't forget. What could it be? Even as he tried to pry it from his memories, the cascade of emotions turned him away.
Just what was Elsa's goal in coming to the mansion? After finding Frederica's body, his shame of having suspected her had thrown his heart into disarray.
He had never quite accepted Petra's death, nor could he suppress his anxiousness to confirm Rem's safety behind the door. All these emotions screamed from the depths of his being.
And Beatrice, what was it that he needed to tell Beatrice?
What was it? Subaru couldn't find the answer to the question confounding his heart.
Subaru, .. And so, he missed the opportunity to prevent what he should have prevented. Subaru, R.
An object flew out of the glistening radiance, and dug deep into Subaru's right shoulder.
Looking towards the source of the pain, his thoughts turned red-hot as he saw the blood pouring from the gash. His throat shrieked as if he was being strangled as the projectile's momentum pushed him off his feet, flat onto the floor.
Beatrice, how? That was a direct hit, I suppose?
Seeing the wounded Subaru, Beatrice cried out in shock.
Hearing Beatrice's cry beneath his scorching thoughts, it was only then that he remembered. He remembered it.
Yes.
It was a direct hit. There was no doubt about it. But
Subaru, Elsa. Elsa, no need to cry out so passionately, I can hear you just fine. From his hatred, inflamed by the pain, it was a rupturing scream unlike the shriek from before. And, in reply, amidst the falling crystals at the other end of the hallway, an alluring, unhurried voice answered, with no indication of the life or death exchange that had just transpired.
Beatrice, she's uninjured. How's that possible? Elsa, if I was naked, I'd have probably died from that.
Watching Beatrice shake her head in disbelief, Elsa replied with her French braid swaying. Nothing about her looked like she had just taken a direct hit from Beatrice's magic.
In fact, she appeared exactly as she did before.
Except, there was just one difference. She had cast off her feathered cloak, and was now only wearing the black outfit underneath. Subaru, her magic nullifying cloak.
Elsa, it's already the second time you got to see it. Too bad you're a bit late to tell that girl about it.
Subaru, shit.
No single word could sufficiently express his regret as rage boiled beneath his pain. Elsa's cloak had the ability to cancel one magical strike. That was something he had personally witnessed during their showdown inside the capital.
The fact that Beatrice's strike came so suddenly, combined with their lack of coordination beforehand, had all led to this unforgivable blunder. Beatrice, now that I know your trick, it's not so surprising anymore.
Elsa, wonderful. Oh, just wonderful. Such strength, and so adorable.
Unlike some girl who only knows how to whimper and cry, I am very much looking forward to the warmth of your bowels. Beatrice's aura intensified once more as Elsa twirled the kukri knife in her hand and smiled.
From her words, accompanied by her bloodied smile, it was obvious who the whimpering girl was referring to.
And the instant he realized it, Subaru's rage erupted. Subaru, what gives you the right to talk about Petra like that? The throwing knife jutting out of his right shoulder was hooked at the tip to hinder its removal. Yet, gritting his teeth at the object buried in his flesh, Subaru tore it out in a single stroke.
Intense pain dyed his vision true red, and he could feel his right arm being crippled of its functionality.
And then, ignoring his injury, Subaru hurled the dislodged knife back at Elsa.
Though he had thrown it with all his strength, it was still a haphazard throw with no prior training.
The fact that it flew straight towards Elsa was already half a miracle, and the same went for its speed. But it was obvious that such an attack would have no effect on a murderer with agility beyond human comprehension. Elsa, I admire your spirit, but if this is all why. Subaru, I'll wring out every drop. Shamak. Elsa, dash. As Elsa readied for the incoming attack, the third Shamak escaped Subaru's trembling throat, drawing out the last of his body's exhausted mana after his first and second casts. Subaru expelled his life force through his inexperienced gait as payment for his chant.
Blood shot through his eyes and leaked from his nose. And then, the scream of his soul was answered.
Darkness spread through the center of the hallway, filling the space between him and Elsa. The knife that Subaru had thrown flew into the jet of smoke. Shooting through the obscuring darkness, it stayed its course towards Elsa, its trajectory shielded from view.
Subaru, please hit.
Elsa, you startled me there, but it's not hard to just step out of the way. Elsa threw in a complaint as she lowered her body to dodge out of its path. Subaru's Shamak fell short of reaching her, and thus allowed her to evade at the last moment. Flying out of the smokescreen, the small knife missed its original owner's body and continued down towards the end of the hall. And, just like that, Subaru's attack ended in vain, or so it seemed, when Subaru, Biko. Beatrice, don't just call me that all of a sudden, I suppose. If Subaru had been the only one present, the attack would have ended there, but there were two people standing against Elsa, and the other girl had already used the time Subaru managed to buy to complete her next chant. Beatrice, now allow me to show you
what dark magic truly is.
WH. Was it Subaru or Elsa who tried to say this?
Even that was impossible to tell after Beatrice's next action.
Clasping her small hands in front of her chest, Beatrice mouthed something under her breath. And, with a single phrase, the world was painted over. Beatrice, all Shamak. In a scale completely unlike Subaru's imitation dark magic, genuine darkness enveloped the mansion.
When he came to his senses, Subaru was surrounded by pitch blackness.
Subaru, ..
Actually, even whether he was conscious was uncertain. Where was he?
Was he standing or was he seated?
He couldn't tell at all.
Up, down, left, right, even front or back was vague. Was he inhaling or was he exhaling? Was his blood still flowing? Was his heart still beating?
Was he alive? Or was he already dead? He couldn't understand a thing, he couldn't answer any of it. If he was inside his own shamak, there would still be the sensations at the soles of his feet, and he could at least feel the movements inside his body. Even if he was denied all sensory input, there would still be his sharpened inner awareness to take its place. But not in this darkness. Here, it was as if he had dissolved into the shadow, and he couldn't find himself if he tried.
Was he still in the form of a human? He could no longer be sure.
He couldn't sense the whereabouts of his hands, and so he couldn't even touch himself to verify. Even if he wanted to check where he was, he wouldn't know how to tell his legs to walk. What does it mean to walk? What does it mean to check? Most of all, just who was he supposed to be? The line where he stopped and where others began was blurring.
The line where he stopped and where the world began was blurring.
Even the strength to think had melted away. Faded.
Vanished. And just like this, and just like this, and just like this.
The end had come, the end had. The end.
It's about time you woke up, I suppose. With the sound of a dry slap against his cheek, Subaru's consciousness was pulled back to reality.
He blinked, and groaned at the dazzling brightness piercing his returning vision. Hearing this, the pain that woke him slapped his cheeks again. Left and then right, once on each side.
Subaru, hey, you don't have to keep hitting me.
Beatrice, just wanted to make sure you're awake.
As for the second time, I don't know why, but it might have been reflex, I suppose. Beatrice tossed him a cursory glance and gave him this disdainful reply, and only then did Subaru realize that he was lying on the floor. Propping himself up, he checked over his body just to be sure.
A sharp pain was throbbing in his right shoulder.
Inadvertently looking towards its source, he saw the fresh wound asserting its existence with blood streaming from the gash. Subaru, hurts. Couldn't you've kept a bit of that shamak for me? Beatrice, it's not that I couldn't, but that'd only make you temporarily forget the wound, even though it's still there. Moving it around without actually healing it usually results in death from loss of blood, I suppose. Listening to Beatrice spell out that grisly possibility, Subaru pressed a hand over the wound and narrowed his eyes, saying, more importantly, as if having remembered something. Subaru, what happened to Elsa?
Since you look so relaxed about it. Did you get her to retreat?
Beatrice, what are you talking about, I suppose?
Subaru, what do you mean, what am I talking about?
If she's still around, we can't be dawdling like this. I mean, sure, your shamak was way more powerful than mine, but just with that. Beatrice, if you're really that blind, then I kind of feel sorry for you. Subaru anxiously furrowed his brows at Beatrice's baffled remark.
Beatrice might seem optimistic, but that was because she didn't know Elsa well enough to be afraid.
If she only knew that murderer's depravity, she'd probably be as wary as Subaru. Reading the thoughts written all over Subaru's face, this time, Beatrice let out a sigh as though she was truly astounded. Seeing Subaru grow even more confused, Beatrice took a step to the side.
Beatrice, if you still don't understand, just see for yourself, I suppose.
Subaru, The scene uncovered before his eyes as Beatrice moved out of the way.
Taking it in, he let out an involuntary groan.
Beatrice, you were asking what happened to our terrifying opponent? Listening to Beatrice's triumphant boast, Subaru couldn't utter a word in reply. Because, behind her, hanging from her limbs impaled by violet spears, crucified on the corridor wall, was Elsa's corpse with an amethyst stake driven through her heart like a vanquished vampire of old.
Corpse, yes, there was no doubt about it.
It was a corpse. Subaru, she's
dead?
Beatrice, there's a hole in her chest, and with that many injuries, if she's still alive,
she'd be something other than a human.
With a shake of his head, weighed down by fatigue, Subaru got onto his feet.
The moment he stood, he was struck by an intense dizziness as his body tottered,
but a hand reached out and gently stopped him from falling.
Subaru, sorry. Beatrice, it's fine. Beatrice turned away, and did not look at him.
Consigning some of his weight onto her palm, he dragged his feet towards Elsa's body.
Elsa's head hung limply, and her braid had been cut in half by a spear.
Seeing her elbows and knees pinned to the wall, the brutality of the sight made him want to avert his eyes. But he still moved closer nonetheless, close enough to feel her breath, so he could check for himself if the murderer had truly breathed her last.
She wasn't breathing. He reached out his hand and touched her motionless body.
It was still warm, but lacked any response unique to living beings.
He touched her neck, but there wasn't the slightest pulse.
And, most importantly, despite being up close against the defenseless Subaru, she didn't make any attempt to strike.
Subaru, she's really dead, then?
Beatrice, how many times are you going to ask that, I suppose? Subaru, knowing what she's capable of. I can't breathe easy just like that, you know.
It's hard to believe. We actually did it.
Standing in front of Elsa's lifeless corpse, Subaru stared stupidly at the mirthless victory.
He had always thought of her as an enemy he would need to defeat, but he had never expected Beatrice to take her down single-handedly. Up to now, he had thought that it'd be impossible without Garfield's help.
Subaru, even Puck and Emilia together couldn't defeat her. Beatrice, if Nicha was serious about it, she would have been no match for him. And Betty, in this perfect state, couldn't possibly lose to the likes of a human, I suppose.
If Puck was serious, that would probably mean turning into that giant lion thing.
Indeed, if he had turned into something that could freeze over the world just by existing, even Elsa wouldn't stand a chance.
On top of that, it would seem that Beatrice was a spirit possessing similar powers.
To have lived for 400 years, there were simply far too many lifetimes between them. Subaru, GHT. Rem. Now that Elsa's death was confirmed, Subaru suddenly jolted back towards the bedroom. Even now, Frederica's body was still fixed to the door. Carefully taking down her rigid body, Subaru placed his hand on the blood-stained doorknob.
He drew in a breath, and gathered the courage to look inside. Then,
Subaru, Rem.
The girl did not respond to his call.
But, lying on the bed, he could see that Rem was sleeping, her rhythmic breathing unaffected by the carnage that had taken place outside.
Elsa never set foot into this room.
No doubt, it was proof that in guarding this room with her life, Frederica's persistence had been even greater than the depravity of that murderer. Subaru, I'm so sorry I doubted you. Frederica. Caressing the lovely, sleeping girl's forehead, Subaru apologized to the woman lying in the hallway once more.
Although, her soul had already departed this world, and Subaru's words would never reach her.
Beatrice, so, what now, I suppose?
Subaru, we can't just leave Rem here. And Frederica, and Petra.
We can only ask the Alam villagers to take care of them.
Beatrice, you won't do it yourself?
It'd make that girl happier too, I suppose. Subaru, if I'm in a position where I could look after Rem myself, I would.
But, I can't.
I
have to take you to the sanctuary.
Turning around from Rem's bedside, Subaru met Beatrice's gaze at the door.
The girl gave a light snort.
Beatrice, and what gave you that idea? Our conversation may have been interrupted, but there's still the issue to settle between us. Subaru, I know.
Then my answer is this: I'll never agree to kill you, and I'll drag you out of this mansion if I have to. That's already decided.
Beatrice, how arrogant.
You would ignore Betty's say in the matter, and just carry out your own intentions.
Who do you think you are, to make such ludicrous proclamations, I suppose?
Subaru, if what you told me is what you truly wanted, then I would have considered it. Beatrice, what's that supposed to mean?
Beatrice's voice was quiet, but an intimidating aura pulsed from her words as she spoke. Subaru felt goosebumps racing up his skin, but he quickly shook his head. Subaru, I don't know the details either.
But I just feel like there's still a lot more to what you're really thinking inside.
Beatrice, don't, I suppose.
Subaru, I'm still in the dark about your relationship to the sanctuary. What does Echidona's experimental grounds have to do with you? Honestly, I have nothing but bad feelings about this.
Beatrice, will you just stop crying? Subaru, I won't. Aside from me, who else is going to bother figuring you out?
You've only ever shut yourself in that room.
As if her throat had clogged up, Beatrice lost her words. Seeing this, Subaru lifted Rem from the bed. He would bring her to Alam village, and once she's settled there, he would head to the sanctuary with Beatrice.
If she could agree to assist him with door crossing, that would save them a lot of time, but it was not like he could force her.
In that case, it would just be half a day's journey on Patrash. Subaru, even if you won't come to the sanctuary with me, I'll ask Roswell and Louis-san about you. If possible, I'd like to ask the big shot herself as well. As long as Subaru held a genuine yearning in his heart to know, the Witch of Greed would answer his call. This time, he already had far more information than he did before, along with quite a few theories as well. With all the new questions that came with it, he was sure that he'd be accepted into the Dream Citadel.
And when that time comes, he would pry open the secrets of the sanctuary that everyone had sealed their lips about. Subaru, sooner or later, it's only a matter of time.
Though I can understand why you'd want to delay it as much as you can. Beatrice, just how long do you plan to continue toying with people, I suppose? Subaru, toying?
I've no such.
Beatrice, you callously trample on grounds people don't wish to be trampled on, and even as you throw them into disarray you spew this selfish drivel.
There's a limit to how much of your farce I will tolerate, I suppose. 2 people are dead, and you are just going to leave like nothing happened? Subaru-I.
At the end of Beatrice's rebuke, a look of unbearable pain emerged on Subaru's face. Seeing this, Beatrice hesitated for a moment, wondering if she had gone too far. But that doubt was soon replaced by an expression of feigned indifference.
Subaru, Petra and Frederica. Once I've handed Rem to the villagers, I'll be sure to properly mourn them.
And with Petra
It's not like I can just stay silent.
He realized as well that these were only excuses, but, turning away so that Beatrice would not see his face, Subaru started walking. Beatrice's words had pierced straight into his heart. Petra and Frederica's deaths had only strengthened Subaru's resolve to reset this world.
Even with the defeat of Elsa, that achievement came with far too heavy a price. It would simply be too painful to go on in this world. Here he was, the one telling Beatrice not to die, and yet, what right did he have to say it? You can't, but I could. It was truly selfish to the extreme.
Subaru, whether you'll come to the sanctuary with me or not, let's just sort out everything at the mansion first.
Then we can pick it up after that. Passing Beatrice at the doorway, he continued down the hall. Beatrice looked on silently, but quietly indicated that she would follow him.
Since she was forbidden from taking her own life, Beatrice needed someone else to bring about her end. She couldn't force his hand, and though he had made his intentions clear, she could only follow close behind him.
What a cruel man he was, to knowingly act this way. The thought of it filled him with guilt.
Subaru, Oa? While wallowing in this self-loathing, suddenly, Subaru let out a grunt.
The reason was a light impact.
As if a hand pushed on his back, Subaru stumbled forward with Rem in his arms. Turning around after taking a few steps to regain his balance, he saw that it was Beatrice. Was it revenge for what he had said earlier?
But just as he was about to furrow his brows and protest. Beatrice, eh? The girl softly cried, with a dull gleam jutting out of her chest.
Subaru, eh? The knife that had entered through her back protruded from her chest, slowly carving out a vertical gash, from the top of her ribs down to her waist. Beatrice's small body shuddered with the motion of the blade. And Subaru only watched in stupefaction. Beatrice, it's...
Softly, Beatrice's lips murmured something. She lifted her face to look at the petrified Subaru. Her expression, and the emotions in her eyes, all seemed to be telling of some excessively grand tale.
Beatrice, finally. Subaru, wait. Beatrice, A.
Even Subaru himself didn't know what he was trying to say. And before her formless emotions could take shape, Beatrice's voice trailed into a sigh.
With that final sound, Beatrice's body faded into a faintly shining mass, and, in the blink of an eye, scattered as golden particles of light. Her delicate body, her cream-colored curls, her charming, impertinent face, and her extravagant, cumbersome, yet perfectly suiting dress, all vanished into nothing. Oh my, that's disappointing. It's my first time cutting open a spirit's bowels, and it's already gone. A step behind where Beatrice had vanished, stood a woman holding her murder weapon in hand. Subaru could already identify her just from the first sound of her voice. From the first moment, he was certain, yet his mind refused to register what should have been impossible. But, within seconds of seeing it with his own eyes, his awareness recovered as he clenched his teeth.
A tooth shattered with a crack. Tasting blood, locking his glare, he screamed.
Subaru, Elsa.
Elsa, oh, but what can you do?
The back of the kukri knife crashed into the side of his screaming skull. The blunt impact instantly shattered into his head as the unstoppable force slammed Subaru's body against the wall. The only resistance he could muster was to keep Rem from flying out of his arms. Profuse blood poured from the shattered gap, his eyes went dark and his limbs would not respond to his will to fight on. Yet, even so, Subaru caught Elsa in his strobing vision, tossing the kukri knife between her hands. Subaru, ow, how are you alive? I checked and you were dead.
Elsa, that's right, I was dead.
If I was burned to ash back then, I probably wouldn't be here right now. Elsa absently answered the shivering Subaru.
Impaled and crucified, Elsa was certainly dead. She was dead. He was sure of it. But then what was she doing here?
Or, was he in some nightmare where Elsa also had clones like Louis? But there was blood dripping from Elsa's limbs, and the hole where her chest was pierced through was only bandaged by a strip of cloth torn from her cloak. Seeing the dark battle wounds littering her body, there was no doubt that this was the same person as before.
The only question was whether she was alive or dead. Subaru, you aren't
immortal, by any chance, are you?
Elsa, well, that's impossible. I just hang on to life a bit more shamelessly than others. Speaking of which, that girl was really something. I can count on my fingers how many times I've taken this much damage to my body. Subaru, what a coincidence.
I can also count on my fingers how many times you've tortured me to death. Subaru's remark may have been ironic, but it was certainly not a joke. However, apparently taking it as such, Elsa smiled and did a quick spin on the spot. Then, holding her fingers to her lonely, half-severed braid, Elsa silently looked down at Subaru. Elsa, this girl here, I've never heard about her. Subaru, then how about you pretend you didn't see her and let it slide? Understanding the meaning behind her words, Subaru raised this suggestion to Elsa.
Even if there wasn't much hope of her accepting his advice, it would at least buy him some time for his limbs to start responding to his commands. It was a stupid conversation, but he needed the time.
Elsa, she definitely wasn't a part of my plans, so I guess it wouldn't be a problem.
The spirit girl, the oversized maid. The little maid was kind of a bonus. There were 3 targets: Beatrice, Frederica, and the tacked-on Petra.
Even with his consciousness glowing white-hot, Subaru sharpened his ears so as not to miss a single detail. The fact that Rem wasn't marked as a target must have meant that whoever hired Elsa had forgotten Rem's existence. He had previously thought that Frederica was the employer, but her death sent him back to the drawing board. Subaru, come to think of it, you lied, didn't you? Elsa, lied?
Subaru, about Frederica.
Back in the Forbidden Library, you talked like you only killed Petra, but how do you explain that?
Subaru gestured toward Frederica, lying at the side of the hallway.
Following his gaze, with an Elsa nodded as if having understood.
Then, she turned back to Subaru. Elsa, hers wasn't a beautiful death. She made this paltry remark. The murderer's definition of beauty wasn't something he'd want to understand. But after taking someone's life, was this all she had to say?
Rage churned inside him, but he knew it wouldn't mean a thing in front of Elsa and the cookery knife in her hand.
As much as he wanted revenge, his body hadn't recovered nearly enough to strike back.
Just like this, strewn on the floor in front of Elsa's murdering blade, the outcome was already decided.
So, this was as far as he would go.
Acknowledging his impending death, Subaru ran the information he had gathered in this loop through his mind, alongside the new, confounding mysteries. And then, there was his exchange with Beatrice, and the final expression he saw on her face. Why did the girl who kept telling Subaru "I want to die and please kill me" shove him out of the way in the end? Promptly noticing that Elsa was alive, she pushed Subaru away.
But just what was it supposed to mean when she did this? Subaru wasn't stupid enough not to realize it.
"Elsa, I don't like that look in your eyes." "Subaru, huh? Kaba?"
With these words, the flat of her blade struck against his face once again.
His left cheekbone was shattered, and several cracked teeth fell onto the floor.
Collapsing, another blow struck him from the opposite side.
Intense pain raced through the bottom of his right eye, and, with a flash of her blade, his left ear was sheared off. Then, switching between the edge and flat of her blade in turn, Elsa carved, crushed, and scourged Subaru's body, denying him the impending death he had expected. She dealt him pain upon pain upon pain as blood and wails leaked from his mouth without end.
"Elsa, struggle on until the last moment of your life.
Otherwise, what is the point of living?"
"Subaru, as if I'd want to take life advice from you."
A strike. His forehead split open, and he felt the illusion of the contents of his skull spilling as he collapsed. His consciousness grew distant at the solid impact, and Subaru could feel his body steadily being drawn into that frozen world.
So, this is where he dies. Even if he lost consciousness now, he had no illusions about what falling unconscious in front the Bowel Hunter would entail. This was the end. This time, this would be as far as he gets. Next time, he won't fail again. Next time, for sure. The expression on your face at the very end. I won't forget it, no matter what.
Subaru, Beatrice. In her final moments, the girl who had told him "kill me," had tears within her eyes. With that sight seared into his mind, Subaru's consciousness was slowly swallowed, into darkness, into nothing. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 64, A World That Was Falling Apart. The first thing Subaru noticed as his consciousness returned was the unbearable pain throughout his body.
His face, and everything above his neck was racked with extraordinary pain.
His left cheek, the area around his right eye, his molars, his front teeth, his left ear, far too many to list, there was not a spot untouched by pain. He moved his tongue around in his mouth, and found that he had lost 2 molars, 1 front tooth, and that one of his canine teeth was gone. And when he opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, he noticed that his right eye was so swollen that it could no longer open. Subaru, Gar. When he tried to speak, his mouth only managed a strange gurgle due to the missing teeth and the blood pooling in his mouth. Every breath drove a chill into the exposed nerves under his teeth, and though he tried to breathe through his nostrils, dried blood completely clotted the path. Gasping, he spat out the blood in his mouth.
Subaru, no way.
I didn't die. As he dragged along his over-injured body, Subaru recognized the fact that he had survived what should have been certain death. Looking out through the remaining half of his vision, Subaru found himself lying in the dark corridor.
There was no one in sight.
He began to recall what happened before passing out, and... Subaru, where's
Elsa? Not here.
At least, nowhere Subaru's I could see.
Being a woman who lurks in the dark for a living, even if she was within sight, she'd probably be able to keep herself from being seen, but she'd have no reason to do so. There was no sign of Elsa. She was gone. At least, without killing Subaru. Subaru, why would? No, more importantly. Every movement of his mouth made new blood gush out. Irritatedly spitting it out, Subaru shook his head.
He tried moving each part of his body to check which areas hurt and which were immobile.
When he noticed the warm, rhythmically breathing existence resting in his arms.
Subaru, Rem. The lovely blue-haired girl.
The girl who was instilling him with strength even as she went on sleeping. In his arms, Rem's heart was silently beating.
Her shallow, rhythmic breathing, her steady, undeniable pulse, and her faintly blushing skin, were all proof of the continued rhythm of her life. Subaru, --
Overwhelmed with emotion, he tightened his arms around her.
Taking advantage of her lack of reaction, he held her delicate body as he relished in its warmth, as if to perceive through her skin the proof that she still lives.
Subaru, why did she leave, without killing me or Rem?
Holding Rem's body, Subaru remarked on Elsa's inexplicable departure. She killed Petra, she killed Frederica, and even Beatrice was extinguished by her hands. And yet, the murderer left without taking Subaru and Rem's lives when they were right in front of her. Indeed, before losing consciousness, Subaru had pleaded for Rem's life, and Elsa's reply could be interpreted as an acceptance of his request. But would she really stay true to her word? He doubted he would ever be able to understand the mind of a psychopath like the Bowel Hunter, but her reason for sparing Rem might have been just that simple. Subaru, but then,
why did she let me live? He would be killed for sure, that was what he had thought.
At least, Elsa had swung her blade at Subaru with a clear intention to harm.
The pain of every shattered bone and every carved-up muscle told him that was the case. And yet, why did she let him live? Subaru, either way. Right now.
Unable to understand, Subaru shook his head, and strained his aching body to lift Rem onto his arms. Holding Rem lightly in his arms, Subaru looked towards the end of the hallway, and, spotting Frederica's corpse, lying there as if abandoned, he decided on what he would have to do.
Before anything else, he would bury Frederica and Petra. Subaru, even though there's really no point when this world is bound to end.
A sentimental, irrational, and wretched act, he muttered in self-derision.
Subaru had already decided that he would reset this world with his death. Too much had been lost.
And in spite of what he gained, he had failed to protect even a single thing he had sought to protect. Subaru lost everything, just like all those times before, or perhaps even more. Subaru no longer held the courage to live on in a world where so much was already lost. If his death could bring them back, then he wouldn't hesitate for a second.
This world was a world that was ending.
Whether it was Petra's, Frederica's, or Beatrice's death, all of it could be reset. His promise to Petra, his apology to Frederica, and his final answer to Beatrice's sorrows, they could all be fulfilled in the next world.
Having made that resolve, there was really no point in mourning their deaths.
Because whatever sadness remains of this lost world would no longer exist in anyone else's memories, and would only be Subaru's alone to endure. But, if he truly had that kind of resolve, Natsuki Subaru would have already passed on to the next world by now. Subaru, resolve, determination, ability.
I'm always lacking in everything. Why am I always so weak?
Rem?
The girl in his arms did not answer him.
But, whether it was lamenting his own powerlessness, or laying bare his weakness, right now, the only place where Subaru could do this was in front of this sleeping girl. It had been only about 15 minutes after deciding to lay Petra and Frederica to rest when he saw it.
Subaru, what is that?
Seeing the object sitting in front of him, Subaru let out this stupid groan in his throat.
But who could blame him? Because that was just how strange and incomprehensible the object before him was.
A pinkish hunk of meat would just about describe it. Its shape was kind of like a lopsided ball of mud a child might have made, but out of meat. That much should have already aptly conveyed its strangeness, as well as the reason for Subaru's consequent confusion.
Subaru, it's big. Simply put, the hunk of meat was enormous.
It was big enough for him to have to gaze upwards, and he could sense the weight of its dense mass just by looking. Both its color and texture reminded him of fresh pork or poultry one might find in the meat aisles. Just as far as what he could see, there were about 12 of them.
Every single one was the exact same size and conspicuously littered about the area. Subaru, what
the hell is? Confused and without answers, Subaru repeated that same question over and over.
Then, as he looked around,
Subaru, where did all the villagers go? Standing in the deserted center of Alam village, surrounded by hunks of meat, Subaru stupidly muttered to himself. Subaru had come to Alam village hoping to find some help burying Petra and Frederica, and, more importantly, to inform Petra's family of her death.
He was prepared to be beaten, and to be sworn at.
Just like back in the mansion, even here, Subaru could still avoid going through that pain. He could hide the truth of Petra's death, and reset this world without the villagers ever knowing. If he did that, Subaru would have hid his responsibility for Petra's death deep inside his heart with only his guilt to haunt him, and that would probably have been a grace. But, as for whether he could forgive himself for doing so, that would surely be impossible. Subaru, in the end, it's just self-satisfaction, isn't it?
So he decided to inform Petra's family before burying the two. On the other hand, he had no idea how he should mourn Beatrice.
Spirits don't leave bodies behind. The clean, spotless manner of her disappearance had made her death seem almost unreal to Subaru. Who knows, maybe, he couldn't help but cling to such thoughts. With those ambivalent thoughts on his mind, Subaru made his way towards Alam village.
He brought Rem with him, intending to ask someone to take care of her while he saw to the burials.
And then, when he arrived, while searching around for the villagers, he instead found those lumps of meat. Subaru, there's
no one here.
Temporarily setting Rem down under the roof of one of the houses, and walking a full circle around the village, that was the conclusion Subaru had come to.
The sweat on his forehead had dissolved the flaking blood, painting Subaru's face red, into a wretched sight.
If the villagers saw Subaru now, he would no doubt be greeted with horrified shrieks. But, unable to find a single villager to shriek at his sight, Subaru sat down beside the sleeping Rem, at a loss.
When he saw that Elsa had disappeared from the mansion, it wasn't that he hadn't considered it.
Elsa didn't bat an eye when she murdered everyone involved in the capital. So, perhaps unsatisfied with the people in the mansion, she had decided to put the whole village to the blade. Subaru had pondered over various explanations on his way to Alam village, and that possibility was just a part of his unease.
But what greeted him when he arrived was far beyond anything he could have imagined.
Instead of villagers, there were just scattered hunks of meat. Naturally, deep down, Subaru had imagined the worst, but he was just subconsciously ignoring it.
Subaru, no one's here. Then there's no point dawdling here.
Better hurry and
bury them.
Muttering this excuse, Subaru lifted Rem into his arms and left the village. The enormous, motionless masses of meat remained as they were. Subaru didn't feel the slightest pang on his conscience, leaving them there.
He would have preferred if they didn't even linger in the deepest recesses of his memories. It felt like his head was going to explode.
Burying Petra and Frederica turned out to be an unexpectedly simple affair. Preparing their appearance for interment, he had wiped clean their blood-stained skin with a cloth. As for clothes, he had changed them into a new set with his apologies.
Naturally, there were no inappropriate feelings involved.
As he passed the girls' cold, stiffened arms through the sleeves of their clothes, he wanted to cry, but the back of his eyes only grew dry, trapping his heart within that inexplicable emotion.
Subaru, at least, go in peace.
Subaru quietly said a prayer to lay them to rest as he laid the earth over them. It goes without saying that Subaru knew nothing about the prayers of this world, nor much about the send-offs of his original world, for that matter. All his family members were still alive, so he never had to attend any funerals, and he never took any particular interest in the secular ceremonies of the Japanese people.
He regretted that now.
The fact that he didn't even know the proper words was filling him with remorse.
Subaru, and I've imposed on you too. Thank you, for helping me.
Saying this, Subaru reached out his hand, and the black-ground dragon brought her snout over to his fingers.
With her legs dirtied by the dug-up soil, Patrash nudged closer to Subaru as if concerned for him.
After finding Patrash safe in the stables, Subaru asked her for her help with Petra and Frederica's burials. The clever dragon quickly understood Subaru's clumsy request, and, alongside Subaru, who was using a tool similar to a spade, she dug the hole for the tall-statured Frederica. Even with her mighty legs that could outrace the wind completely coated in mud, it did not diminish the jet-black ground dragon's nobility and beauty. And Subaru was once again reminded of his immense gratitude for her existence.
Petra's grave was dug by Subaru.
Though her body was small, he didn't want her to feel cramped, and so he wound up tearing the skins of his palms several times over on the handle of the unfamiliar tool. Laying the earth over her, and watching Petra's figure receding from view, at last, the stifled tears poured out, and Subaru did not bother to wipe them. He gave Frederica the same send-off, and after placing a simple marker over their graves, the funeral had drawn to an end.
Having concluded one of his tasks, where he should have felt a burden taken off his shoulders, the weight only grew heavier.
"Subaru, there's no point staying here anymore," he softly murmured.
The curtain had fallen over the irrevocable tragedy at the mansion.
Carving each and every detail into his memories, he made sure he'd never forget his present regret as he bid the two farewell. It was a regret carved into his very soul, which he will be sure to wipe away in the next attempt. Only once he had accomplished this, could he truly take responsibility for their deaths. "Subaru, after we've checked what we need to check, let's return to the sanctuary."
"We can't leave Rem here, so she's coming too." The sun had begun to wane.
In the steadily darkening world, Subaru realized that it must be approaching the third night.
Once he had checked what he needed to check, if he set out from the mansion the next morning, he would be back in the sanctuary before the fourth night. That would leave a day and a half until the fated sixth day.
And this would also be the first time Subaru had traveled back to the sanctuary from the mansion.
Defend the mansion, and break through the sanctuary.
Because there were two inevitable hurdles, he would need to head back for the necessary experience points before he could take on the final loop.
What would have changed at the sanctuary while Subaru was gone?
Things would have probably proceeded along the same lines as the time Garfield knocked Subaru out and imprisoned him. In that case, Otto and Ram might just take action to free the Arlam refugees on the fifth night. Subaru, must be before that happens, huh?
The way he left Garfield was another cause for concern. Having forcibly blocked his pursuit using Lewis's as shields, it was impossible to imagine just how infuriated Garfield must be. On top of that, he would have to tell Garfield about his older sister's death. How he suspected her of being a spy, and how he had failed to do anything to save her. He would have to resign himself to Garfield's rage, and take anything that may come.
Subaru, back to the sanctuary, then.
I miss Emilia. Thinking over all the countless incidents beleaguering his mind, Subaru absently let slip this honest thought. Or perhaps, it was closer to a whimper. But, in this very moment, it was what he truly wanted. He wanted to see Emilia's face. And to touch her.
He wanted to feel the reality of Emilia's existence, and to heal his heart that was on the verge of breaking. Those thoughts were just a testament to the extent of Subaru's exhaustion.
It was when they entered the forest surrounding the sanctuary that Subaru noticed that something was strange.
Riding on Patrash, he was holding the sleeping Rem against his chest. It was a horrendously unbalanced and precarious posture, but thankfully, Rem did not move about, and Patrash was able to perfectly make up for her master's incompetence as they sped along the road. Naturally, they couldn't go at full speed as they did on the way to the mansion, and it took them 17 hours to retrace the same path.
And now, it was already approaching the fourth night. He had planned to spend a day and a half in the sanctuary, but it looked like it would have to be shrunk down to one day. It was a necessary use of time. And of course, he had no intention of blaming Patrash. But if there was one thing Subaru had failed to take into account.
Subaru, seriously, this is no joke.
What the hell's happening here?
Halfway along the road to the sanctuary, through the forest where the barrier stood, they began to notice a piercing cold enveloping the world. The tree's green leaves were spattered with frost, and the surfaces of the branches were coated in white. The puddles along the ground had frozen over, and there were thin sheets of ice every way he looked. The temperature was abnormally cold, even more frigid than that of a harsh winter. Subaru tightened his arms around Rem as he looked about, expelling breaths of white mist. As usual, the forest lacked the signs of animal life, but now, even the life force of the trees have weakened. The fact that the forest was so unprepared for the cold only proved that it was no natural phenomenon.
Subaru, everything ahead is frozen and white.
I got a bad feeling about this, Patrash. Patrash, dash dash.
Subaru, hey.
Patrash?
Irritated by the ominous feeling in his chest, he wanted to tell Patrash to speed up, but Patrash did not respond.
Furrowing his brows as he looked down at his favorite dragon, he saw that her legs were stopping, and her breaths were pained and ragged. Subaru, Patrash? Subaru hurriedly pulled on the reins to stop her.
He hopped down from the saddle, and reached out his hand to her neck.
The rocky texture of the scales of her neck felt the same as usual, except it was terrifyingly cold.
And it was then that he realized it.
Subaru, unless, are ground dragons vulnerable to the cold? They look just like reptiles. I wonder how they deal with winter.
Most reptiles like lizards and snakes hibernate during the winter.
Since they look so similar visually, perhaps some of the reptilian qualities applied to ground dragons as well.
In that case, having Patrash move towards the cold would be nothing less than suicide.
If what Subaru imagined was correct, then the closer they get to the center of the sanctuary, the more severe the cold would become.
Subaru, it's too harsh for you to come with me. I guess. From the looks of it, the ground dragons that stayed in the sanctuary might be in danger as well.
Subaru stroked Patrash's shivering body with his hand. Perhaps it was doing nothing more than to console her, but Patrash leaned her body into his palm as if to wrap herself around the sensation. Without her, it would no doubt take even longer to reach the sanctuary, but if she went along with him, she might very well die on the way there.
Subaru, Patrash.
I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave you outside the forest. Or actually, could you go back to the mansion?
Hearing Subaru's decision, Patrash let out a sad snort.
But she was clever enough to understand Subaru's concerns, as well as the state of her own body and the conditions of the forest ahead. After a few more consoling words from Subaru, she lowered her head and did not disobey him. After rubbing her head to his heart's content, Subaru took out some basic rations and clothing from Patrash's travel pack, and put on as much as he could to ward off the cold. He did the same for Rem, and after securing the baggage with her body, he lifted her up.
Subaru, the way to the sanctuary is straight ahead, right?
Patrash, dash dash. Subaru, don't give me that worried look.
I'm more worried about you, you know. You must be exhausted. Sorry for putting you through this. It was inconsiderate of me, sorry.
Subaru drooped down his head, and Patrash let out a small neigh as if to say there's no need to apologize. Then, she set out her steps towards the forest's edge, while Subaru watched her until she was out of sight. Patrash didn't look back even once as she left. Perhaps, it was because she was too proud to let him see her reluctance, and, at the same time, it would have been out of the gentle regard to lessen his sense of guilt. Through and through, Subaru acknowledged everything his beloved dragon had done for him. Subaru, Patrash should have no problem finding her way out of the forest. Actually, I'm more worried about this end.
Crap. Shifting Rem in his arms, Subaru walked onward with the sound of frost crunching under his feet.
His exhaled breaths turned white, and his teeth would clatter if he allowed himself to feel the cold.
Forward, forward, he headed towards the sanctuary. Subaru, what on earth happened?
Emilia?
He called to the name of the girl, who must be at the heart of this freezing cold.
He forced his frozen legs forward, breathing in shallow huffs through lips that had already forgotten how to shiver. Doing his best to keep his sticking eyelids open, Subaru managed to maintain his hazy white vision as he advanced through the forest. The extreme cold enveloping the sanctuary far exceeded Subaru's naive expectations.
With every step that brought him closer, he could feel his body temperature dropping. He had long lost the sensation of his skin, and the only thing driving his body was the sense of duty to those who have departed, and the will to move forward.
Subaru, In his arms, Rem went emitting her steady signs of life, giving no indication of whether the outside environment was affecting her.
Forging straight ahead, he advanced towards the sanctuary. He couldn't tell by sight whether he was on the right path or not, but he could only trust that he was getting closer by the intensity of the cold as he walked. The snow had already piled up to his shins, and before he knew it, the forest had completely transformed into a landscape of winter.
It was a power capable of transforming the very nature of the world, and Subaru knew what it might be. Subaru, Quivering, he pried open his frozen lips while blood seeped from the ripped-off tissue as he gasped for air. He touched the warmth of his blood with the tip of his tongue, and was assured that his body hadn't frozen through.
He could keep going. He could still do it. He hadn't learned anything yet.
If he stopped here, he wouldn't be able to tell himself what all those sacrifices had been for.
And so, Subaru,
Suddenly, noticing something cut across his stark white vision, Subaru halted his steps.
Rubbing his nearly closed eyes open, Subaru strained his gaze to see the anomaly that had cut into his sight.
Gradually making out its contours, he saw that it was a person he knew. Subaru, Lewis. San? Lewis, At Subaru's call, the girl only responded with a silent gaze. Observing this reaction, Subaru immediately recognized that this girl wasn't Lewis, but a replica of Lewis Meyer. And that, if she was a replica, then he should have command authority over her.
Subaru, it's good.
You're here. Please.
Guide me to the sanctuary.
She ain't gonna listen to your requests, you know? Huffing with white, faltering breaths, Subaru called out to the replicant girl, but another voice cut in between them.
He looked up, and immediately saw someone landing in the snow beside the girl.
Watching the figure sink into the snow with a crunch, Subaru saw that it was a single youth. With short, blonde hair, and a sharpened gaze, his entire body emanated murderous hostility. Subaru, Garfield, yo, you still got the guts come back? Gotta say, I'm impressed.
Lion between bows better than most, as they say. Without forgetting to throw in an incomprehensible reference, Garfield clicked his fangs at Subaru,
but as he disdainfully looked down at the panting Subaru, Garfield's eyes suddenly widened in surprise when he saw Rem in Subaru's arms.
Garfield, huh? What's Ram doin'? Wait, that ain't Ram.
Huh?
Hell's going on?
Who's that girl? Subaru, I'll explain, but whether you'll understand is a bit sketchy.
This is Rem.
Ram's totally authentic younger sister. Garfield, I ain't never heard 'bout Ram having a sister. But can't really decide if you're lying outright either, boy. Facing someone who looked exactly like the girl he had a crush on, Garfield's aggression somewhat diminished. Seeing how Garfield didn't kill him on sight, Subaru determined that he was still rational, and decided to put off making escape plans for now. Then, Subaru turned to the Lewis replicant quietly standing at Garfield's side. Subaru, you said that girl won't listen to me anymore.
What do you mean?
Garfield, ain't that pretty simple? Soon as you left Sanctuary, I went to the experimental grounds and overwrote the command authority to myself.
Had Tree visit some unpleasant memories cuss of you?
Subaru, really?
You just have to go pat, and the command authority transfers? Garfield, you basically just have it to touch it. That's how you got it, ain't it? It would be the crystal sealing the original Lewis Meyer inside.
If touching it was how Subaru received the command authority in the first place, then it was only natural that Garfield took it back the same way.
In any case, Subaru, it was really considerate of you to come all the way here to get me.
Garfield, I didn't come here to entertain your bullshit. Just take a look at what's happening and it ain't hard see we're way past time for pleasant conversations, yeah? Subaru, yeah, you're right, I'll just come right out and ask, then. Subaru nodded at Garfield's retort, then inhaled with a slight shake of his head, and said,
Subaru, Emilia's the one doing this. Isn't she? Garfield, got no fucking idea.
Either way, she ain't coming out of the tomb.
Subaru, she hasn't come out of the tomb?
Subaru furrowed his brows at the unexpected reply. Seeing this, Garfield clicked his tongue and kicked up a great chunk of snow with his foot. Garfield, half which has been acting weird since Thea left.
I thought she's calmed down, but then she shut herself inside the tomb. By the time we realized it, Thol sanctuary's covered in ice.
Just like Elior Forest. Subaru, you know about Emilia's home? Garfield, you think I haven't heard?
Roswell's a fucking bastard, but he still answers questions when needed.
That's why I ain't trusting Emilia Summer one bit. Listening to Garfield spit this out, Subaru's expression darkened.
Yet, before he could react, Garfield had already closed their distance and was now standing right before his eyes. Garfield, that expression's fucking pathetic. Subaru, WH.
A palm shoved against Subaru's chest, and he gracelessly fell backwards.
He hurriedly tried to shield Rem with his arms, but his hands clutched at nothing. As for why that was.
Swabru, what a why? Rem. Garfield, what, you want her back? Oi oi, you're one greedy bastard. And here I thought Emilia Summer was girl of your dreams.
Having struck Subaru where it hurt, Garfield snorted through his nose.
There, in Garfield's arms, was Rem's body which he had snatched out of Subaru's grasp. Frantically forcing his insensate body into motion, Subaru tried to grab onto Garfield, but Garfield leapt out of reach.
Subaru, what are you going to do to Rem?
Garfield, I won't hurt her or anything.
That'd just be wrong. I'm a reasonable guy, you know. I hate it when people ain't got proper sense.
As he said this, Garfield's gaze as he looked down at Rem indeed did not carry any hostility. At least, Garfield's nature wasn't twisted enough for him to harm someone who looked just like the girl he loved. Then why? Subaru almost wanted to ask, but Garfield beat him to it.
Garfield, go inside the tomb. And pull that half-witch out for me.
ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 65, Passion in the Snow.
Forcibly dragged all the way to the tomb, he was dumped in front of the entrance.
Be it snow or frost, Subaru spat out the sherbet-like substance that had gathered in his mouth. With his exposed, insensate skin caught between pain and numbness, he turned back his head.
Subaru, that's some pretty rough treatment.
Garfield, my head ain't smart enough to be so considerate. Be glad I'm just being rough with ya. Less you want me to be rough with ya girl too? Puffing white breaths and looking down at Subaru on the ground, Garfield gestured to Rem, who was still in his arms.
A hostage.
Subaru wasn't sure if that was what Garfield intended, but it was certainly the perfect threat to coerce Subaru with.
Subaru, don't you do anything weird to Rem.
Garfield, long as you do what I asked, I won't. Subaru uttered quietly as he pushed himself off the thinly snow-veiled ground. Standing at his side was the Lewis replicant who helped carry him here, staring blankly at him.
As usual, she was in her shabby robe, which seemed to be far too scant for the cold.
Subaru, can't we give the girl some more clothes? She looks so cold, I can't bear looking at her. Garfield, you realize what they are, right?
They can't feel cold in first place.
If you're trying to buy time, I ain't got no reason to play along. Subaru, or don't keep pointing it out.
Even I know buying time won't improve the situation in any way.
His vision blinded by the snowstorm, Subaru followed Garfield's advice and turned towards the tomb. Amidst the world of white, he could faintly make out the ruin of stone. Even in this raging phenomenon of nature, Ichidona's tomb stood calmly, eerily waiting for its next challenger.
And Emilia would be inside.
Subaru, how long has Emilia been in there? Garfield, she went in the night before last, it's been 2 days now. Honestly, I couldn't care less as long as she ain't dead.
Subaru, from your position, I can see how that's the case. So you didn't try to go in and bring her out yourself?
Garfield, I can't go in through.
It's part of the contract. That intriguing reply pretty much summed up the whole of Garfield's position.
Subaru wasn't sure just to what extent the sanctuary's residents knew about this, but Garfield had definitely been inside the tomb. He met Ikidona, and was granted the powers of an Apostle of Greed, as well as the qualification to hold command authority over the Lewis clones. But why he would keep it a secret and postpone the liberation of the sanctuary was beyond Subaru. Subaru, once I go inside and ask Ikidona herself.
Guess I'll find out. Garfield, quit mumbling. I told you to get in there.
Drag that half-witch out and get her to stop making all this snow.
Otherwise I'll be forced to do something I don't wanna do.
Garfield slightly lifted Rem in his arms and let out a menacing smile. That smile didn't suit him at all, but Subaru knew Garfield as a person who carries out his threats. Regardless of what his true intentions were, as long as it serves to protect the sanctuary, he would easily turn his claws on a girl with the same face as the one he loved. Subaru, don't do anything to Rem.
That's my condition. Garfield, just go. Blown by the frigid wind, Subaru left these words with the coldest voice he could muster, and began walking towards the tomb. Behind him, Garfield watched him as he went. His true motives were still unknown, but Subaru remembered that there was something he had forgotten to tell him. He had forgotten to tell Garfield about his sister Frederica's death. The only explanation he could think of was that the cold and rage had gotten to his head. Right now, was he still sane? If he was sane, then how? He let Petra die, he doubted Frederica's innocence, and he returned to the sanctuary to find this. His relationship with Garfield was at its worst, and he had no idea whether the others in the sanctuary were safe. Continuing on in these atrocious circumstances, how could he be sane? He mustn't stop thinking. He mustn't give in. He must look forward, look upward, grasp for a future worth grasping, and take on every burden he must bear. Otherwise, what would Subaru? Subaru, dash dash. The claps of his faltering steps struck upon the tomb's dry floor. Unlike the outside, in here, he could barely feel the reach of the raging cold. It was as though the cold had been barred from entering this place, but that would only be an illusion, and the reality was that it was merely diminished. As Subaru stepped into the tomb, the mechanism for welcoming those who were qualified activated, and the dim lamps of the dark corridor caught alight. The murky lights lining the walls invited Subaru into the depths, and, with the sensation of all the blood in his body freezing, Subaru drove his limbs to venture inside. And, at the end of what felt like a long, long passage, he arrived at a room. The room where the first trial took place, where they faced their past. Arriving here at last. Emilia, Subaru? Like the ring of a silver chime, Subaru was welcomed by that tender, long-awaited voice. Subaru heard his name in the darkness and saw a figure directly in front of him. Just as his eyes began to adjust to the darkness of the ruins, her long, silver hair and her alluring, amethyst eyes flooded into his sight, and Subaru couldn't help but call out her name. Subaru, Emilia. Emilia, yes. Yeah, Subaru, it's me. Pronouncing those 4 short syllables and hearing her reply, Subaru felt his body on the verge of collapsing. It might seem like an overreaction, but that was simply the weight of his overflowing emotions. Fatigue, exhaustion, and the sense of loss. All these sensations tormented Subaru, and yet, it was only when he stood in front of Emilia that his knees gave way to the emotions that he had forbidden himself to notice. His body tilted forward, about to fall, but 2 arms reached out and caught him. Their touch was soft and warm. He looked up, and saw her fair, beautiful face looking back at him. For a moment, he held his breath, and forgot where he was. Right now, he was only resting in Emilia's tender embrace. Subaru, sorry. I felt weak all of a sudden. Emilia, it's all right. I'm not suspecting you of doing it on purpose or anything. But even if it was on purpose, I still would have caught you. Cutting off Subaru's excuse, Emilia closed off his escape. Rather than chiding him, she gently consoled him.
For this, Subaru breathed a deep sigh of relief, but it was only then that he noticed something strange about Emilia. Emilia looked the same as usual. Gentle, calm, a little aloof, full of compassion, and cute with a somewhat childish charm, none of it had changed. She was the same, usual Emilia from the peaceful days they spent in Roswell's mansion. And not the same Emilia who was burdened by the duty of overcoming the trials. Subaru, Emilia.
While I was gone, did something happen to change your mind?
Subaru carefully chose his words, intending to ask that question. But before the words could escape his lips, she softly murmured. Emilia, lonely. Subaru, huh? Failing to catch Emilia's whisper, Subaru furrowed his brows and asked her to repeat it.
He could see her beautiful, silver visage just by turning up his face.
Staring into her eyes from a distance close enough to feel her breath, this time, Subaru would not miss a single word. Meeting his gaze, Emilia continued. Emilia, I was so lonely, Subaru.
When you left me. Subaru,
No, it's
not like that. I was never going to abandon you.
Emilia, ..
Subaru, I thought I left you a letter. Explaining there was something I had to do. So I couldn't be with you for a while.
I'm sorry I had to leave your side and made you feel that way, and I even failed miserably at what I needed to do, and… Emilia, PFF, hoo. Resting under Emilia's gaze, Subaru frantically tried to explain himself. But before he could finish, as if she couldn't hold it in any longer, Emilia burst out laughing. When he saw this, Subaru couldn't help but doubt his eyes. They were in the middle of a conversation, and in such dire circumstances, why did Emilia burst out laughing?
What was so funny?
Besides, Emilia was never the kind of girl to do this. Emilia, even if you don't try so hard to explain, I won't get mad at you. Geez Subaru, even your face is turning green, PF hoo. Subaru, Emilia? Emilia, it's all right, Subaru.
You left a letter for me.
After thinking really hard, you wrote it for me. I felt so lonely, and I thought I was going to cry, but…
I just read that letter over and over again.
Weaving those adorable words with her lips, Emilia's smile deepened. Through that lovely, enchanting smile, her sweet whispers clutched at Subaru's heart. Listening to her speak of how much she cherished his letter and how it became her support, Subaru felt his heart burning so hot that it was about to burst. But what kept his consciousness from being swept away by that soaring passion was the sickening premonition in his chest.
Something was wrong. Something was strange. The sense of foreboding that he had felt from the start had never left him. What is it? Something wasn't right. Even when Emilia was so adorable in this instant, even though Emilia was answering him so sweetly.
Subaru, Emilia.
How did the trial go? Emilia, the trial.
Subaru, yeah, the trial. That's why you came in here, right?
I'm sorry you had to endure it alone. I want to apologize, but I also want to know what happened. Even if you failed, I won't care, but the fact that you're like this tells me.
Emilia,
failed. I failed, you know?
It's the first trial, and I couldn't overcome my past.
I let you down and made you worry, I'm sorry. Subaru,
Subaru regretted allowing that groan to escape his throat.
To Emilia, that voice must have sounded like disappointment just now.
In that case, it'd be no different than an immediate betrayal of his words, right after he assured her I won't mind. The thought overwhelmed him with remorse, when suddenly, he felt a soft, smooth touch against his head. Emilia slid her fingers through Subaru's short black hair, and gently stroked his head with her palm. Unable to understand the meaning of her gesture, Subaru blinked as if in a daze. Emilia smiled as she saw his surprised expression, and a touch of red flushed onto her cheeks. Emilia, Subaru, you always want to touch my hair, right? So, I want to occasionally do it to you, too. Hee, Subaru so vulnerable right now. Subaru, Ilya? Emilia, if you really abandoned me, and left just like that, whatever would I do? Over, and over, and over, that thought's been circling in my mind. I was really, really afraid. And so, when I saw you come back to me, I was really happy. Although she had just told him that she failed her trial, right now, the only thing reflected within Emilia's eyes was Subaru. Her eyes were feverish, and wet, and fixed upon Subaru. How Subaru had longed for the day when she would gaze at him this way. And how he had yearned for her to call his name so warmly, and to look at him with such passionate, teary eyes.
Everything he had done up till now had been for a taste of the passion at this instant, and that was why.
Emilia, Subaru. Will you always stay with me?
Always be with me?
Because, as long as you are with me, I won't need anything else. Subaru never imagined that when the day came for Emilia to sing him these words of blind affection, it would frighten him so. Holding Subaru in her arms, Emilia went on with her loving whispers. Emilia, at first, when I heard that Subaru was gone, I felt really hurt.
I was so scared. I wondered if it was because I couldn't do anything right.
And Subaru had grown tired of me. Whenever I thought that, I'd be so terrified, I couldn't stop my body from shaking. Subaru, Emilia, but then, I found your letter, and I knew it was Subaru's words, and the fear went away.
Subaru is so amazing. Even though a moment ago I was still afraid, you blew away that feeling in an instant.
Yeah, you've always helped me like this, Subaru. Subaru, Emilia, the contents of your letter made me really happy.
You wrote a lot of things so that I wouldn't worry. And it took me a really long time to read them.
You took the time to write it for me, and all that time you were thinking about me, it made me so glad. Subaru, Emilia, in the letter, you told me you loved me a whole lot.
When you said it in the dragon carriage, I was really happy, so much so that I wanted to cry.
And when I read it in the letter, I felt like I was really going to cry too.
And then, I was thinking, I've received something so immense and precious. And I've only just realized it.
Subaru, Emilia, so when I saw Subaru come back, I couldn't help myself anymore. The little me in the deepest part of my heart was crying Subaru's name. Then, I wanted to reach out, to touch you, and I couldn't stop myself. Subaru, Emilia, say, Subaru.
Sorry for everything up to now. I've done a lot of cruel things to you.
Even when I knew what you felt about me, I made you hold it all down. That was really cruel of me, I kind of realize that now. Subaru, Emilia, it must have hurt, to hold all those feelings inside.
I must have been so selfish when you were trying so hard. Even though I wanted to think about you. To understand you, I couldn't understand at all.
Subaru, Emilia, but it's different now. I've always been thinking about Subaru.
You're all I seem to think about.
Just like how you, told me that you love me, and that you're always thinking about me. Now, maybe I
feel the same way about you too.
Subaru, Emilia, I'm sorry.
That was unfair just now. Even when you were scared, and didn't know what I thought, you still said it to me.
Subaru, Emilia, so, I'll
say it properly too. I want to tell you that.
Subaru, Emilia, you know, Subaru. I love you.
I really, really love you.
I keep thinking about you, I'm always thinking about you, and about how I always want to be with you. Subaru, Emilia, Subaru, if you feel the same way about me,
I'll be really happy. You know.
Subaru, Emilia,
Amen, love you. Subaru. I really, really love you.